Shoulders 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu. Ya dong, top global Mi. Bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget. Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan? Iya sih, murah banget ya. Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
Unlimited. That's unlimited. That's unlimited. That's unlimited. That's unlimited. Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Mau pergi? Bingung. Mau makan? Bingung. Mau belanja? Bingung.
Nggak usah bingung. Beli Mega Brand Festival 99. Langsung dapat triple deals-nya otomatis.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers. Final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you.
We don't need no sleep because the party don't stop. So put your hands on me.
It's only you who rocks my world. It's only you who rocks my world.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu. Ya dong, top global Mi. Bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget. Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan? Iya sih, murah banget ya. Nah, kita menang.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in gold.
Unlimited. That's unlimited. That's unlimited. That's unlimited. That's unlimited. Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Mau pergi? Bingung. Mau makan? Bingung. Mau belanja? Bingung.
Nggak usah bingung. Beli Mega Brand Festival 99. Langsung dapat triple deals-nya otomatis.
Belanja di Indomaret, makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin, jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor.
I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you.
We don't need no sleep because the party don't stop. So put your hands on me.
Ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu. Ya dong, top global Mi. Bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in Gold.
Unlimited. That's unlimited. That's unlimited. That's unlimited. That's unlimited.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Mau pergi? Bingung. Mau makan? Bingung. Mau belanja? Bingung.
Nggak usah bingung. Beli Mega Brand Festival 99. Langsung dapat triple deals-nya otomatis.
Belanja di Indomaret, makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin, jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 series 5G. Get it now.
Incredible.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you.
We don't need no sleep because the party don't stop. So put your hands on me.
It's only you who rocks my world. It's only you who rocks my world.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu. Ya dong, top global Mi. Bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget. Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan? Iya sih, murah banget ya. Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in Gold.
Unlimited. That's unlimited. That's unlimited. That's unlimited. That's unlimited. Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Mau pergi? Bingung. Mau makan? Bingung. Mau belanja? Bingung.
Nggak usah bingung. Beli Mega Brand Festival 99. Langsung dapat triple deals-nya otomatis.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you.
We don't need no sleep because the party don't stop. So put your hands on me.
Shoulders 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu. Ya dong, top global Mi. Bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget.
Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan?
Iya sih, murah banget ya.
Nah, kita main. Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in Gold.
Unlimited. That's unlimited. That's unlimited. That's unlimited. That's unlimited.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Mau pergi? Bingung. Mau makan? Bingung. Mau belanja? Bingung.
Nggak usah bingung. Beli Mega Brand Festival 99. Langsung dapat triple deals-nya otomatis.
Belanja di Indomaret, makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin, jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you.
We don't need no sleep because the party don't stop. So put your hands on me.
It's only you who rocks my world. It's only you who rocks my world.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu. Ya dong, top global Mi. Bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget. Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan? Iya sih, murah banget ya. Nah, kita menang.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in Gold.
Unlimited. Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Mau pergi? Bingung. Mau makan? Bingung. Mau belanja? Bingung.
Nggak usah bingung. Beli Mega Brand Festival 99. Langsung dapat triple deals-nya otomatis.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat berhenti.
Live from MPL Arena Jakarta, MPL Season 12, powered by Moonton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Official sponsor, Head & Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Welcome back, our dear viewers, to what it feels like a long break of MPL Indonesia Season 12, but we're back for a week number 6. With us, Mac and Cheese Combo, Mirko Rashi, and Chefin. We're gonna accompany you throughout the matches today, which is RRQ versus RBL, and also Bigatron versus TO United. But before we get into our discussions, we're gonna shout out our sponsors first. MPL Indonesia Season 12, powered by Moonton, presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone, official sponsor, Head & Shoulders, official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel, official gold partner, UBS Gold. Our partner in esports, Blibli, Dunia Game, Grab, OVO, and YouTube. Our official broadcast, Maxstream, TVR Esports, and Video. Our beloved supplier, Indomaret Point Coffee, Minaski, and Samsung, and also supported by PBSE. But we have to refresh our mind first, right? Because it's a long break. We have to, kind of renew what's new in the game right now. And I think the best way to discuss it, or the best way to discuss it, the thing that we have to discuss the most is the rookies of today's game. But we're gonna go for our other discussion first.
Yeah, the search for comfort and the safety zone right here for Rebellion in particular. RRQ, they kind of recovered from their setback, and now they're still number 1 in the league, right? Just saying. But Rebellion, they are the ones that are in the hot seat right now. And now it's going to be a bit of a showdown between Versik and Vincent. A bit of a rising star right here, going up against more experience. Equally successful in the neutral objective contest. But of course, aside from just winning in that jungle matchup, they require adequate feedback, adequate support from the rest of the team as well.
Both are absolutely lethal when it comes to objective takes, but more importantly, I would say we have to shift our focus from these junglers who have, phenomenal retributions, amazing farming and pathing, but the team provides that opening. In every single position that we see around the turtle, around these neutral objectives, it comes down to how good your team plays around your jungler, how well you set up for your jungler, and for RRQ, it has been close to perfect. The only team who's been able to exploit their trio mid, I think, is only GeekFam.
GeekFam with the saver room to boot, man. That was a crazy game. We gotta keep talking about it.
Yeah.
But yes, if they can make sure that the control and the tempo is in their hands, we've seen at RRQ, they're just very good at picking their engagements, especially when they are the ones that are allowed to just dictate when the fight happens, where the fight happens. And I think Rebellion, they gotta try and do something creative, which is coincidentally something that they are very well known for.
Yeah, I think speaking about setting up an objective contest, I think the roamer position is one of the best positions to talk about. We're going to see here the entrance of the other team of RRQ, the Kingdom, coming into play.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's welcome the Kings of Kings, Rex, Regum, Kaon.
Still with the main 5 of Naomi, Bananas, Kayla, Clay, and the Cronbridge Versik.
Leading the pack is still Min Coco himself. This guy has just been so critical, and so far there hasn't been really a game where it seems like there is a weakness, there is a liability that can be exploited. But against them right now today, Rebellion Zion with their main 5 as well.
With their Matador leading the pack, Audi TZ will try to lead the Blue Bulls to a playoff spot. Ladies and gentlemen, Rebellion Zion.
a familiar opponent for the Rebels. Versus the Kingdom. They are the Kingslayers for a reason, and ODTC will make that happen.
Well, that is a reputation that they're trying to live up to. They're going with the ref pose as well. Let's see if they can pause the progress of RRQ so far. They have brought the whole weight of their fan base as well, knowing that they're up against the Kingdom. We'll have to see, man. Will they be able to actually fight against this pressure?
Yeah, and one of the ways to fight those pressure is through the draft. Coach Chico, known for his, pocket picks, especially in that mid lane. We've seen Court, we've seen crazy stuff in the mid lane. But maybe he'll try to pull it off again in this match against Coach Zaya.
Coach Zaya, you're right. He just has all
Coach Kaya?
the right... Coach Kaya? Well, we'll have to see, man. He is very, very creative, but Chico just has that very formulaic, that very, I don't know, almost alchemy-like, right? He just finds some weird combination that somehow makes sense on paper at least. We'll see what Coach Zaya has in store. Will he try and fight, with the usual comfort picks of RRQ, or will he try and match that creativity and try and show the world that they can do it too?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting matchup. RQ versus Rebellion. I'm going to see here the keys to victory by Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G.
Contested Boxia to deny Rebellion's snowballing game. The jungle matchup is just that impressive, that important. And with the Boxia in play, it's going to be a bit difficult for them to be the ones dictating the engagements. Along with that, prioritize Skylar's hero in the first phase of the draft. It's a generic win condition we've seen again and again, but we have seen that RRQ, even with 4 bans towards Skylar, it seems like they are still able to find some kind of surprise picks that does work out in the end. So maybe a different approach is required. Someone else on the team can be targeted in the drafting phase.
And it's not just Boxia, right? For Vincent especially, we've seen some surprise picks, especially at Leo Mort in the jungling area. He can also play that Fredrin really, really well. Compared to Versik, I don't know, man. Boxia might be equal, but Fredrin, I got Vincent for the matchup. But Retribution battle is going to be very interesting to see in this game. We're going to see another keys to victory by Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G for the Rebels.
Respect RRQ's playmaking or setup heroes. This is definitely geared towards Naomi. They have Audi in their mix as well to try and make something happen, contest the proactivity of RRQ. But that will depend on the whole formation. Along with that, bring out Swalo's backline pocket picks. In the recent times, we've seen that the long-range mages, the heroes that can zone out so efficiently, has been coming up in the meta, especially with the marksmans just being so much more important. Having someone that can be almost a guaranteed threat, zoning potential, it will be so important in dictating those big team fights.
And it's also a great synergy with a utility jungler like Fredrin and Boxia, right? You have the slow from Boxia, you also have the sway slow with the Ice Queen wand, his favorite item in the game. You know what? He might bring off like Boxia mid, I mean export mid, or those kind of heroes that uses Ice Queen wand just for the sake of it? I don't know.
He is the Ice Queen. Sway Low is literally, I would say he's kind of like Elsa. The way he's been playing a lot of times with the Ice Queen wand, right? Literally just slowing down his opponents, playing as a utility, and basically literally just playing in the back. Literally. This guy's the definition of a front-to-back man.
He's trying to leave you frozen like Elsa. But look at the team head-to-head here by Head and Shoulders. All the stats favoring RRQ, but the hero pool, this is where Rebellion has a bit more creativity, at least what they have shown to the world so far. The average game duration is also quite long, so the longer the game goes, I think RRQ in a way has a bit more experience. They're more comfortable in the situation, considering the length of the games they've been playing all the way since the beginning of the season.
And I think it's a bit of a concern too for RRQ. Yes, they are very experienced in the late game, but the fact that Naomi, he's not really speaking good Indonesian or English, so that shot call problem might be a problem that they need to solve in the future. But so far, it's been working quite well, to be honest.
Not even a problem, man. Clay has learned the Burmese language very, very fast. By Burmese, I mean a bit of broken English, actually. But it works, Again, when it comes down to communication, especially in the game, with all 5 members who understand individually what to do at any given moment, it's quite easy to lead the pack. And Clay's been showing that leadership here. As long as he stays in the game, discipline, he should be able to lead this team similarly to how he was able to bring RRQ all the way to #1 the first 5 weeks.
Ooh, just want to remind you all that Clay and Naomi is tied with Kyrie in the MVP standings with, I believe, 45 points. So for a reason, they're in the number one spot, the number one seed here in MPL Indonesia Season 12. The question is, will they have enough firepower to continue to do so and secure the upper bracket in the playoffs?
Right, I mean, so far, you can't really argue with the results. They've been performing really, really well. But you do see moments that can be taken advantage of by their opposition. And so far, the longer they stay on top, the more eyes are on them, the more their weaknesses, the holes in their game can be, just taken advantage of by the opposition. And for Coach Chico, that is definitely something that is important right now. They have to try and use everything at their disposal to try and see if they can take RRQ out.
Yeah, maybe target bending Naomi instead of Skylar, because once you get that backline presence of Suelo, those Cords, the Heath, the main threat is those Katira, Natalia, heroes that can just go into the backline and just lock you up. So maybe that's the way to go for Rebel and Zion, but we're going to see here, still waiting for the draft to start. Skylar, very locked in.
I do wonder if both teams are going to be drafting in a more engage-heavy fashion, with both teams just being so aggressive, having so much reliability in their engage tools, in the roamers. You have to wonder, are they going to go for a solid engage? Are they going to augment that engage potential with more flexibility, with more heroes, maybe in the XP lane, maybe in the mid lane they can engage as well? We'll have to see, man, as we're going straight into the drafting phase 1 for both these teams.
Still a very textbook for Coach Azaya. That Fanny and Joy ban has been the staple for RRQ, and the third ban might be a respect ban for one of the heroes of Rebellion Zion. But as I said earlier, the Chao, the Kadira might be Natalia after this, or Kaja might be the better ban for Coach Chico.
Which is very interesting. Usually up against Skylar, we will see a Claude ban, 100%. If it's not Claude, it's always going to be Beatrix. Now both Claude and Beatrix have been left open. The last 2 weeks, sure, we know how both these teams play, but there has been a shift in the meta in the past 2 weeks. Even at ISF, we saw that the Brody has been rising in popularity. Novaria as well, becoming first pick in a lot of these situations, as well as the Baksha. We'll see if RRQ trying to adapt, which they kind of do here. They don't really change the first 2 bans, but that Edith man shows you the amount of respect that they have towards Audi TZ.
Speaking of respect,
Claude, first pick!
Yeah, it's gonna be Claude first pick for Heisemore. We're gonna see a comment from Jonathan Liandi. Oh, okay, it's gone. But Coach Zaya secured Valentina and the Paquito, bringing out a lot of flexibility in the draft and also the style of play.
So far, the proactiveness, the early game aggression, the playmaking tools, all favoring RRQ. Having the Claude, as you mentioned, Mirko, it's a bit of a concern right now. It's always been Prio, but can it withstand to the aggression, to all the dangers in the Land of Dawn? Along with that pick is going to be the Terizla and the Novaria, though. A very good amount of utility in engage, as well as intelligence gathering with the Astral Echo.
So the gold lane pick has been secured for both of these teams. They're not going to gamble on that second phase of banning Coach Zaya, knowing that this kind of heroes is what Skylar wants the most. Irithel, very, very good against a Claude, very good against Novaria too. It's a hard target to hit. We're going to see the second phase for Coach Azaya.
So despite the shifts in a lot of the hero prioritization that we saw at ISF, it seems for both of these teams in the first day of Week 6, MPL Indonesia Season 12, they don't want to steer too far away from what has worked for them in the first 5 weeks. This is literally the standard compositions that we would expect in Week 5, Week 4. Towards the end though, now we're starting to see even more respect. That Gord comes out, a pocket pick for Rebellion Zion that they've been able to use and win in every single game that they picked at like one time. 100% win rate.
Well, yeah.
That's interesting, man, because the Farsa is still available, and in a way, it does fulfill the same role, but I think Gord excels in being able to just leave out his spells and still get value. Farsa is a bit more vulnerable, a bit more forced to actually move aggressively towards the front line. So that is something that I think RRQ is trying to get Rebellion to do so that they can punish. So far, they have the Paquito that can go to the XP lane, but compared to Rebellion, this Paquito can still be flexed around into the hands of Fairsig, a very mechanical player in his own right.
I was going to say that Kaja and Franco is very absent in the draft so far, and finally getting banned by Rebellion Zion might be another Franco ban for them to just limiting the option for Naomi. So that means like 5 bans towards Naomi? Oh wow. It's not Skylar anymore, it's Naomi getting target ban.
Well, Naomi is, again, one of the main reasons why RRQ has been so successful.
Min Coco.
Min Coco. But the fact that Rebellion is going for the Choben initially first hints to me that they want to try and maybe punish the aggression, because Cho is one of the only heroes I can think of for Naomi that can just go aggressively but also escape with really high reliability.
Last ban for RRQ here towards Rebellion Zion. This is where there's a big question towards RRQ from Rebellion Zion is Novaria pick, right? It's still a very, very good flex pick, and that's why we've seen Novaria being priored in many of the other events that we've been seeing. ISF mainly. Novaria, first pick or first phase pick. Why? Because not only is she amazing in reading out situations, built-in map hacks basically, but also that flex pick creates so many questions towards the enemy team. The Baksha gets banned out here. Another signature for Fersik, the young lord.
Baksha is banned out, but the Fredrin is available if both teams want to go for it. So far, the compositions, RRQ is a bit more front to back actually, compared to Rebellion, who seems to be a bit more decisive, a bit more combo-based team. So they have to be careful about the counter-engage potential. And for RRQ, will they try and hide that potential re-engage, counter-engage? It seems like that will be the case, grabbing the Fredrin for the objective game.
Now, what do you want to do here for Rebellion? ODTZ has been playing that Minotaur quite well against Alter Ego, but in this case, the roamer position is still left out open for Coach Azaya. They can pick a Tiggy to counter that perfectly, and that penalty zone plus that minion sphere is going to be useless for you. Plus, there's also Valentina, which can also copy your ultimate, which can make things worse for your composition. So it's going to be hard for them to pick out a single roamer on this last phase of the draft. What is the answer for ODTZ?
They can just put that Novaria in the roam position, but that also really alters how their composition is supposed to play, especially when it comes to those Lord dances. No one in their team is particularly mobile, so the macro game might favor RRQ as well, unless they pick something interesting. It's going to be a Lapu Lapu though.
Charizla mid?
Wait, what is going on? Guinevere and the Lapu.
Gwyn jungle, Lapu mid lane, and Teresa EXP. I think that's the formula they're going with right here. RRQ against such heavy dive. Are they going to go for the Minotaur instead?
The Minotaur definitely works in this scenario, man. Again, if you want to get dove on, if you want to try to counter a dive, an all-in dive, something like a Minotaur works. We've seen it many times before, and we have also seen Naomi pick this Minotaur up, though I think he does do better with more initiation, proactive roamers. This is definitely an answer that they can try to explore here.
I mean, the Kufor can provide a good amount of defense, good amount of engage. It's a very signature pick for Coco himself at this point.
Terizla mid?
It is a Terizla mid.
This is another tournament in Piala President, but we're going to see here bring it up in MPL Indonesia.
Wow.
Is it going to work? Is it going to fail? I don't know. The answer is going to be in the game. It's the Kingslayers for a reason, so RRQ.
That's
gonna be a tough foe.
It's a bold move, man. It means that there's going to be a lot of heat on Skylar here, being jumped on by so many members. They don't really have the same kind of front-to-back DPS the same way, but if the game goes long enough, this Valentina can still provide adequate damage, so I think it's quite even.
We have to see how this Guinevere farms in the jungle. The last time we saw this was what? Wise? At MPL PH Season 11. So it's been a while since we've seen the Guinevere in the jungle. Taking a look at the battle spells here, it's a Brave Smite, Guinevere.
But it's also a sprint for Irithel, a bit confident here. We're gonna see here Rebellion Zion versus RRQ Rex Recum Keon in game number 1 of MPL Indonesia Season 12, week number 6.
All the stakes in the early game are available. With a Terizla in the mid lane though, means that our Rebellion can be a lot more oppressive when it comes to the trio mid lane like we've been talking about. This could be a solution for RRQ's playstyle, and having a Novaria means that there is still adequate damage in the early game, good range for Rebellion to try and play around.
And super fast clear. You saw that. Finished up the orange buff faster than Fersik on that purple buff. Going to have a bit of a lead when it comes down to this lethal battle. Sway Low is already there to position himself. Gets chunked quite low. Time's Revenge knocks him up. But Vincent will secure the lethal Wanderer with a Retribution. A small win for Rebellion Zion, but Sway Low takes a beating.
I think that's going to be the idea, right? Swalo takes a beating, everyone else tries and turns it around. They're going for the very sustain-heavy meta right here with 3 Brave Smites, 2... man, there's just a lot of tankiness right here. They want to try and dive in, and for RRQ, they know that they can't really give that to Rebellion. 3 quantum charges, allowing them to just maneuver away, and 3 agilities just to ensure that if Rebellion Zion don't get a decisive engage, RRQ, they can just move away.
Okay, so Vincent, already level 4, going for the adaptive attack just to get more jungling ability, I would say. But the question is it gonna be Guinevere full tank, or is it gonna be like semi-hybrid, like a Lancelot tank?
Should be semi, I feel like. With a Terizla and a Lapu Lapu already available, all 3 going semi will mean that there's a good mix of damage and tankiness on 3 different members. So RRQ will have quite an issue trying to make sure that everyone gets taken care of at the same time. And with everyone gathering around the turtle area, I think Rebellion with more fighters will be able to just bully RRQ more.
Well, right now, Banana gets a good knockout strike. Bravest Fighter popped in. Clay gets stunned. Just soaks it in like it's nothing. Penalty zone used up by Clay. Gets caught on the Bravest Fighter. Might need to use that flicker. It gets super, super low. 1v1 the retreat battle. Perisic 50-50 wins it as usual. Coming down below. Banana getting out with the Astral Sphere. Connects. Misses the final shot, but it's still going to be first blood as the Astral Echo reveals 3 members. Naomi charges. The Tiger's Revenge revealing Vincent once again. Perisic gets a good taunt, but there is no more commitment. It's just a few good shots here and there. A kill traded in for a turtle.
Ooh, a bit of a chaos here in game number 1 of RRQ versus Rebellion Zion. No gold lead whatsoever for both of these teams. Split a 3-4-3 in the talent prediction. But so far in the early game, that turtle definitely gonna have a bit of a boost to RRQ's potential. But Vincent
jumps in, Violet Requiem as well, locking Perisic down. Has full stacks, has the Appraiser's Wrath, gets taunted up, penalty zone locks him down. And it's a kill over to Rebellion Zion, who now is trying to punish even more, capitalizing in the enemy jungle.
Ooh, immediately invading, having the fighters in the early game, this is what it allows you to do. RRQ, they were doing so well earlier on, is equalizing on the turtle fight, but now they seem to be able to actually protect this orange buff. Perisic will be able to have it, but Rebellion, they are still very proactively looking for moments that they can take advantage of.
It's gonna be hard for Skylar to be able to freely roam around the map or even deal damage towards the front line of Rebellion Zion with a lot of threat in the front line too. You have the Bravest Fighter, you have the penalty zone, also filed Requiem from Vincent. It's even worse that he's using that sprint over that Purify. So we're gonna see how he'll be able to move, like evade all the CCs away from Rebellion.
On the bright side though, if none of the stuns, none of the hard card controls really hit, he can just kite back away very efficiently. Now Perisic, thanks so much.
Cancels out the penalty zone. Sway Low now going to be caught in the Appraiser's Wrath. Takes Sway Low down.
Okay, there you go. That's an interaction of Perisic of a Veteran against a filed Requiem of Guinevere. It's not going to be able to land that knockup, but you also have another knockup in your favor, that penalty zone that can be synergized quite well. But Skylar is very aggressive.
Heavy crossbow used up, dealing a lot of damage and forcing Heist to back away, denying a jungle creep take. Meanwhile, Cars jumping into 2 members, trying to create some setup here for the team. Bravest Fighter continues over towards Perisic, who's still going to be able to sustain for now, but there you go! Oh. That's a cancel from Naomi! Still going to be a lot of damage placed down and Perisic taken out. Banana forced to run away as Vincent should get this for free. Rebellion Zion fighting back in the 4th minute of the game.
Okay, so that might be the reason why Guinevere was picked. You have Terizla to kind of zone away the jungler for objective takes, but as a jungler yourself, you can also kind of stun your opposing jungler, so it's a built-in EXP and jungler at the same time.
This is what we talked about earlier, Rebellion. They're going for quantity over quality, but whoa, look at his dive!
Skylar walks up to that. He knew he was revealed completely by the Astral Echo, but Naomi gets in. Purify, that's why you take the Purify. Highs gets out.
A bit of a blunder here for Skylar. Just losing out, finally getting taken out once. But like I mentioned, man, Rebellion can engage using so many different things. The Guinevere, the penalty zone, the Bravest Fighter as well. RRQ, they are just relying on Banana and Naomi mainly. Perisic just becomes a very easy target for Rebellion Zion to just commit to. With a 1k gold lead, it's definitely not as bad. But keep in mind, the more fighters you have, the more the late game doesn't exactly favor you.
Well, Naomi now is going to be the target. Oh my god, that Requiem! Woof! With a good Astral Meteor as well. Perisic now locking Sway Low down. Clay, we didn't see that. The penalty zone hit the wall. Still, should be Sway Low falling down here. The Appraiser's Wrath finally picks him off. And RQ gets a trade down. Mid laner for Roamer.
It's 1k gold lead for Rebellion Zion so far, but the later the game goes, like, what's gonna happen, Arasi? Because how much, like, the composition of Rebellion Zion is very, very chaotic. I can't really predict what's gonna happen.
Well, in a way, they just swapped out their roamer for the mid lane, right? They have Alapu, a fighter. He will fall off even more, but then ODTZ on the Davaria will start ramping up, getting some more items, and starting to be a relevant damage dealer. But RRQ has an edge in mobility, so if Banana can just play that macro game and split push, Rebellion Zion, they don't really have a proper answer.
That's why I was quite concerned for the Kufra last pick. Kufra does really well in these ambush situations, but with a Novaria, so easy to read out where the Kufra is.
Well, another objective battle is gonna happen for Vincent. Already charging up here. Swilo, it's a trouble.
That's the thing though, they don't want to commit onto one member that's a fighter. Vincent walks back up. Requiem is ready, but a penalty zone there from Clay stops him in his tracks. Now Vincent's going to be caught, but the Requiem comes in anyways. Another penalty zone from Sway Low. Vincent gets taken down, but it's worth it. 2 for 1. Naomi with the Towers of Edge into the front, but it's going to be a stun from Cars. Not much follow-up. Another Astral Spear, but Clay is able to tank it up, body block it for Naomi.
Rebellion, they're doing a great job abusing their composition, and RRQ, they shouldn't really go for a fight without their gold laner. This is the advantage they have technically with more backline damage per second, but if they just try and fight Rebellion Zion with the lack of advantage in the fighter department, Rebellion Zion can just keep bullying like this, trading for more than what they lose in these engagements. With the turrets going down, Rebellion Zion will be trying to actually set up more ambushes, especially using this Guinevere in the hands of Vincent.
Told you, man, it's a Kingslayer for a reason. Rebellion Zion so far, 3k gold lead in the first 8 minutes. RRQ, mind you, they are the #1 seed, the #1 placer in MPL Indonesia Season 12 standings. They are one of the team that's predicted to secure the upper bracket spot in the playoffs. And Rebellion Zion will try to look for a playoff berth, a secure position to play in that playoff.
I think at this point, Banana can just really go for a split push right here. There isn't really anything stopping him from doing so. And in fact, having the Skylar in the middle of a team fight where he can output that AoE DPS with his ultimate against all these close-range fighters of Rebellion, it sounds like an ideal situation, but now Banana.
Well, we did mention he needs a split push here, and he is successful at baiting out 3 big ultimates. My goodness, now Cars might actually get punished. Versick gets a good taunt, but there's no more follow-up. Look at the damage dealers for RRQ into the mid lane. Sway Low. He's trying to zone. Penalty zone by Clay. Locking him down. Forcing a flicker around. Skylar used the heavy crossbow. Naomi finds a beautiful trade onto AudiTZ. And that's a massive pickoff. No more vision. Cars, another bravest fighter here. Off a cooldown. Uses it to get more pressure to try to force RRQ away from this Lord. Versick going to be stunned up. Naomi charging in. Only connecting onto Vincent, who gets the Requiem anyways. The clone soaks in a lot of damage. High still in the back to win some damage onto Banana, who is distracting the likes of Rebellion Zion. Abraser's Wrath dodged away from Vincent versus Versick in a 50-50, where Clay tries to go for some damage, but Versick, the Young Lord, has just secured a 50-50 victory for RRQ. Cars in the back, flickering forward, getting a kill onto Clay, and it is just a chaotic duel, but RRQ walks out on top.
Oh, the Kingdom's Falcon finding the perfect target in AudiTZ, and there's no more backline presence, there's no more that burst potential from the Astral Echo from AudiTZ. It's an easy secure for RRQ.
Fighting without their backline member, AudiTZ technically the mage component in this composition, picking him up first and afterwards just allowing Skylar so much space already with the great Dragon Spear and the Has Claws. He is very slippery to try and find in the middle of these fights. Right now, I think Rebellion's best bet at winning a fight is going for the same situation earlier, but then sending in highs to just try and burst down the whole backline for right now, because there is no Wind of Nature available for Skylar just yet.
And he might be building onto one to here. There you go. That might be a Wind of Nature that you're talking about, Arashi, but he's not actually going for any penetration item whatsoever. What's going on, Arashi? I think it would be better if he actually picked up a Malefic Roar, knowing that Cars, Swaylo, and the frontliner of Rebellion Zion is the usual target for him.
I think the approach is survivability over damage. Yes, damage is great when you can get it off, but against 3 fighters, Shevin, you want to have some kind of measure of security, because otherwise you're just completely zoned out away. And don't forget that Skylar is a very aggressive play playmaking heavy kind of player as well, so he will definitely try and bait something out with the Wind of Nature if he has it at his disposal. With the Lord doing its job, RRQ are the ones with control right now. Rebellion needs to be a bit more careful, but as you mentioned, Mirko, they still have the Astral Echo to try and scout out for intelligence.
At this point, though, Rashi, 11 minutes in. Sure, they have the Astral Echo. They have a lot of weapons in their arsenal still to maybe try to turn the game around. But RRQ, you mentioned early on that when it comes towards the later stage of the game, it should be heavily favored by the team who doesn't have 3 fighters in their composition, technically, right? So what are the odds of Rebellion Zion winning this game? How do they get it done if they want to win?
They have to go for a risky play, a risky trade. Because realistically, right, if they lose Cars or Sway Low or even Vincent, right, but trade him for maybe Skylar, that's going to be huge value. Because for RRQ, not everybody on the team can do damage. They're relying on the main backline, like Skylar and Clay, to output that damage. For Rebellion, even if they lose highs, if they're able to take Skylar out, Cars and Sway Low and Vincent, they can just out-sustain and still do a healthy amount of damage and win it out. So if RRQ, they can protect their backline, they're pretty golden right now. Rebellion are the ones that have to try and do something crazy. Do a flank, you know, hide in the bushes and just let RRQ pass by you and go for a pinch maneuver. Something of that nature.
Okay, so the biggest thing for Rebellion Zion is to secure Skylar of that damage coming in. But so far, Skylar and Nomi has been working together perfectly. 2 men always rotating throughout the map. That's might be going in.
Oh, Swalo in penalty zone, and now Skylar gets out. Wow! How you get out of a 3-man engage on a sprint Irithel? Skylar makes it work. Naomi didn't even need to sweat, didn't even need to use any of his resources, and that is worth it. It's a penalty zone and an Astral Echo. Those are the 2 resources you need when you try to open up the side of the Lord. Naomi charging in again, now finally jumping in with Harsh Revenge, but doesn't connect onto anyone. Vincent jumps in, looking for the Fire Requiem right now. Spare Sick will get chunked, still able to sustain. A Prager's rat baited out. Penalty zone misses for the side of Clay. Cars goes in for that stun. Banana now clearing out in the mid wave, gets chopped. Penalty zone, locking Banana down just for a bit, but he's able to dash away. Swalo getting a good shot onto Banana, 1 HP, baits him. And now Highs is forced to jump in to win an Naomi knocks him up. Pins him down to the wall for the Lord to slash his axe or trident in this matter. Skylar dealing some damage once again. Vincent jumping in, jumping out again, getting locked down by Fairsick as Skylar dishes out the damage. Cars finally is rotated back towards that bottom lane. It's a 2-for-0 win for RRQ, but it seems like Rebellion are still looking for an opening towards this Lord.
Oh man, I can't really follow what's happening that fight. There's just a lot of fight going on. It's just chaos over chaos. Even Skylar is in the front line just tanking all the damage too. What's going on, Arashi? And right now, RRQ, 2K, Goldley, and also Lord coming in.
It's RRQ just showing again that they are experienced in these chaotic fights. Even though so much action is happening, you can see that Clay and Skylar, they're always in the right place at the right time. Never really caught out of position. And even if they use, like earlier, Clay with the stolen penalty zone, not landing, everyone just managed the distance so well. And Rebellion are the ones that are just confused, getting their skills baited out. What is noteworthy, in my opinion, as we take a look at a instant replay right here, you can see that RRQ, they're just baiting in and out, and Banana here gets very low. Honestly, I think it's a bit of luck involved, but afterwards, you can see Hayes goes in, but he gets stunned up. Naomi, so deadly on that Kufra, just shutting down Rebellion Zion's outplay attempt. But if you look at the way they're maneuvering, they always send Skylar and Naomi to split push instead, so it might be what they're trying to do to stave off the fighter flank situation. And now, against on the base already with the Lord, they can try and go for a proper front to back yet again.
But look at this, for RQ, they're doing the same thing, Arashi, a proper front to back. They can just use the Lord as a frontliner. Naomi can do as he pleases. He just charges around, and for Rebellion Zion, they're kind of forced to respond to that. They're always going to have to respect it at this point of the game. It's a 5,000 gold lead. RQ can dictate the fights. They can say when they want to fight and when they don't want to fight.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, when you want to try to respond, you try to punish Naomi, all the other members of RRQ is going to be free. This is Banana with Paquito. He can go in and out quite easily with that flicker, also with Quantum Charge. He has the damage, he has the sustainability, and that is what RRQ is looking for as first access. How much damage coming in from Heist too?
Again, look at the split right here. The gold laner and the roamer in the top side, everyone else with more tankiness, with more mobility in the Lord side. Unfortunately for Rebellion Zion, they also lost the top side base turret, which means that RRQ will have such an edge in the macro department. Looking at the items right here, Divine Glaive completed for Clay. That means that he is now also one of the huge problems for Rebellion Zion to deal with. If you look at the items, like we assumed, there's going to be a bit of a mix of tankiness and damage. But for Rebellion, this means that their frontliners are also going to be a bit more squishy, especially in the face of the AoE coming in from Clay and Skylar.
It's a bit Heist-reliant composition for Rebellion Zion. As long as Heist gets a good blazing duet, that is all Rebellion needs to win the fight. But ODTZ, like, he doesn't really have that much damage either. He's going for more of a utility build in that Ice Queen 1, the slows, and also the anti-heal from the Necklace of Durance. I think he should go for more of a burst damage kind of item like Lightning Truncheon and Clock of Destiny.
He might go for a glowing wand after that, trying to be a utility slash DPS.
Wow.
Because back again, man, we've been talking about this, but ODTZ is going to be quote-unquote backline DPS for Rebellion Zion. It won't be Cars as a Lapu Lapu. So if he goes for burst damage, that damage is going to be bursty, but also very, very limited. Now RRQ makes the move with Banana, split pushing as assumed, and Naomi finds a pickoff.
Dark's Revenge and the Rage connecting, but only onto Cars. I'm not sure if this is going to be the right target to go for. Vincent jumps in once again. First, going to be able to taunt him down penalty zone. Onto the back, only hands onto 2. Skylar now with a heavy crossbow, dealing damage, melting Cars down. But he finds a good stun. Now it's still going to be Cars dishing out damage. And it's a spear from downtown, sniping him down. The Lord assisting Rebellion as they knock up Versing. Meanwhile, Banana in the back, 1v1 against High, still able to sustain for a bit, but the spear once again connects, and Vincent somehow, some way, still surviving in his clash. Bravest fighter again by Cars. On towards Clay, forcing with a truncheon. The blazing Nue comes in clutch. Highs guns them down. It's a double kill. Looking for the triple. Naomi loses the immortality. Highs waiting on that immortality. Diving in. Naomi gets out with a very, very defensive Tyrant's Revenge. Rebellion Zion against all odds in the late game.
I don't get it, man. I do not get it. How is that so much damage towards Skylar? And also Vincent, he's not able to get a good Violent Requiem over and over again. It always gets cancelled, and somehow, someway, Rebellion Zion wins out on sustained battle, Arashi.
It's all Cars. We talked about it, man. If Skylar gets taken out, that's just game over for RRQ. Clay was the only one outputting damage right there, and that's because Skylar just overestimates his damage, gets greedy for the kill onto Cars, walks forwards, gets bursted down. He needs to be a bit more careful right here. That has just cost RRQ the Lord and maybe control over the game so far. Rebellion Zion looking for a chance to equalize, not wanting to let RRQ hold the reins in this very competitive match.
Don't you just love MPL ID Season 12?
Yeah.
It looks over. It looks like RQ should have it, but now the Lord, evolved at this point, is crashing into the King's base. Vincent walking up, zoning them away. Thirsty gets taken to half HP, and RRQ, they are holding on for dear life.
2k goldie for Rebellion right now, and with the waves pushing in, they have the chance to try and make the surprising plays, go for the surprising engages, at least until they reach the base of RRQ. RRQ also doesn't really have a lot of high ground clear, so this is a good chance for Rebellion to try and get some kind of siege action going, as long as they pay attention to the positioning and the playmaking potential of Naomi.
Okay, so it's gonna be another siege for Rebellion Zion. Just going over and over again, try to get some damage towards the inhibitor turret, but it looks like he's gonna back up for now. RRQ, they have Paquito, they have the banana split potential on the EXP laner. Will they have to do it to be able to win the match? Because so far, I don't think Rebellion Zion has a, solid, very solid solo laner that can match up for Banana, but Naomi's jumping in.
Dark's Revenge and the Rage locking Vincent down, but you can't take Vincent down. Swaylo jumps into the back, Versing now with a taunt onto Vincent, but now it's blazing duets. Coming down from Highs. Not a lot of damage though, it's gonna be soaked in. Cars, 1 HP. Astral Sphere hitting onto Banana. Tyrant's Revenge again by Naomi, knocking Swaylo up at Highs. When you let this man free hit, you cannot win the fight. Sphere body blocked by the Young Lord. RQ holding their ground. Rebellion with a good steal on the orange buff.
This is the rage advantage from Rebellion Zion is what is keeping them available in this fight. RRQ, despite the ones wanting to go for a front to back, they have nothing to try and bait Rebellion with. so Rebellion can just kite back and allow Auditizi to do what he does best. And keep in mind, so far, I mean, Cars just has not been able to be taken down. RRQ just lacked the amount of damage. Even if Skylar has already transitioned and brought the Windtalker earlier, just for a bit more DPS. The macro game is the only chance they have right here. With Banana split pushing, nobody from Rebellion Zion can afford to just use up a huge ultimate like a penalty zone or a Grievous Fighter just to pick up a Paquito, who is very slippery, who has a flicker as well. 3 seconds when the Lord is up. The wave so far is managed well by RRQ, but they're going with the same split. The Roamer and the Gold Laner in the top side.
All right. I have to ask you one question here, Arashi. For RRQ, for Skylar mainly, he's been actually changing and juggling a lot of his items. Earlier on, before that Lord fight where RRQ lost, he actually swapped that Great Dragon Spear into a DHS. So he's prioritizing more damage to tanky members in the front compared to that movement speed that we were talking about that is crucial for him. But now he's also sold his boots for Windtalker. So is mobility the reason that he's vulnerable now?
I think earlier, his idea was going for the Great Dragon Spear. You saw his positioning in the previous team fight. You saw towards the back line, trying to be more of an assassin, sniping the back line, a bit like a Leslie. But it hasn't been working out, and he saw how dangerous it was when Cars is able to essentially almost one-shot him. So he's transitioning to actually being a backline member, relying on the ultimate and his sprint for the kite back, the mobility. And I think it's the right approach, man. RRQ. They can't really attempt a dive against a team with 3 fighters. It's a bit too difficult.
Now, they spot him out. Ooh, they go for it.
Wow, so much commitment for Rebellion Zion. They spotted 3 members, sure, but
3 ultis.
3 ultimates burned out, no flickers. And to be honest, the penalty zone and the Bravest Fighter, even the Astral Echo, comes up quite fast. That's a Twilight Armor for Sway Low, though. Another defensive item to try to defend and prolong these fights. Persik holding on to that Lord, jumping onto Vincent, getting the full stacks on that Lord. 26,000 HP. RQ might actually try to go for the commitment here. Cars spotted out. Astral Echo reveals 3 members. Vincent still soaking up a storm. How? This Guinevere is unkillable with that Braves by Naomi gets taken super low. Meanwhile, across the other side of the river, Rebellion Zion have successfully reset the Lord, giving RRQ some time to reset their HP bars.
Okay, so Vincent, not only the Brave Smite, he also has the tank build, full tank build, just going for full utility in this team fight, and also a built-in lifesteal that he has from that passive from that first skill too. But Naomi charging, trying to get something in that bushes.
But look at that, right? Instantly, right as Naomi charges that Tyrant's Revenge, Persik just steps in to the Lord range. So they are trying their best to deny a reset from Rebellion Zion.
Okay, Rashi, I have to ask you a question. Like, what's the green light for both of these teams to be able to full-on engaging for a 5v5 team fight?
Well, we're gonna have to pull the trigger, man. The wave is pushing the top side and Cars goes in.
Look at Skylar, though. He's looking for the base right now. Auditizi doesn't see it. He finally recalls highs. Forced back away.
No way.
The base is going to be wide open. Skylar's walking in. Now dealing all the damage in the world to try to end this game. But it's not going to be enough. Highs is able to clear it just in time. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the battle of the mid laners around the river. But Vincent here, able to catch Naomi, taking his immortality down. Sway Low winning a 1v2 as well. A Rage connecting onto 2 members. But Rebellion Zion, the Blue Bulls, the red sheet has been placed down by the Matador, and the Bulls keep on charging. Banana flickering out. Vincent chasing him down. Sway Low, penalty zone, not connecting. Banana still able to utilize the movement speed built in the passive. Somehow, someway, Rebellion, they were able to win on all fronts.
What is going on? There's like 5 things happening all at once as Clay secures the Holy Crystal. Banana even securing a Winter Truncheon just for safety. But Vincent might be going for a 50-50 here.
No 50-50s in this Lord. This is Requiem. Full commitment onto Persik. No immortality. Clay with the flicker forward. It might have just saved the game, but he loses his life in the process. Persik as well. Skylar now. He is a damage dealer who is still alive. Rebellion do not have a source of DPS. They have a lot of burst with these 3 fighters though, and a lot of CC. RQ will take the safe routes. They will back away.
Wow, what a disaster, man, for RRQ. Everything was going so well for them, but they went for a bit of a gamble, going for a bit of a backdoor attempt, and that gets absolutely punished. Anyone from Rebellion Zion can come back and clear the way of Banana.
No way.
Nah,
almost.
No chance. No chance. He does not get that steal.
Do they wanna? Watch out! Oh, okay.
Another attempt from Skylar. But he might be punished this time. Astral Meteor slows him down. That's a spear as well, forcing
Rapid
the sprint.
Boots!
Rapid Boots sold. I mean, he sold the Wind Talker for the Rapid Boots, but they're still chasing Vincent. Looking for a commitment, a bit too aggressive. That's a spear though. It has connected. They're trying to walk Skylar down. They know they have this position. Skylar has no sprint. He has a rapid boost. Naomi is trying his best to now defend, but there you go. Another Astral Echo comes in. Skylar gets chucked for quite a bit. The bouncing ball comes in to finally disengage and get Skylar home safely. Banana though, he might be caught. Winter Truncheon buys the time, sells it for the Rose Gold Meteor. Banana still surviving. He gets out. Brilliant maneuvers from Banana as he's able to distract and buy a lot of time, depleting some resources from the Blue Bulls.
Oh man, Arashi, you name it, man. Micro, macro, everything has it in this game. The item swaps, the discipline from Skylar as well, knowing that he has to save up that heavy crossbow at the last time to evade that Guinevere engage. But right now, Rebellion Zion is sieging.
Naomi's charging. He gets two, but he's not able to commit. That taunt connects, but it's all just for Rebellion Zion to take this mid lane base threat. Naomi taking very low, burns down for the glowing wand. The Lord taken care of. Ferocic acting as the front line. Appraiser's Rat not connecting, not getting him to full HP. Rebellion Zion still holding the ball in their court. Skylar dove on Vincent. Gets a brilliant Requiem, but Skylar sells an item for an immortality. Winter Truncheon in the front by Vincent. Trying to buy some time right now, but the fight, it's a disaster for Rebellion Zion. RQ are winning slowly but surely out. It's easy with a good snipe again towards the bottom lane to take Clay down. 2 for 3. No base turrets for RRQ.
The kingdom is holding their stronghold. And a lot of wave clears from Skylar as well. Oh my goodness, what a first game that we're having here, Rashi.
So only the first game, but everything is on the line right here. RRQ, like we said, with Skylar available, Rebellion needs to respect that they are going for an end right now. Wave clear is limited with all the end cards only. This could be there's a chance this can work out, but RRQ have to play it perfectly.
Base turret taken down. Seems like Rebellion Zion want to just give it out. They know it's a bit too risky. The Meteor gets placed down. Mini waves are coming in from the mid lane. Top side and bottom lane, it's held down by Rebellion Zion's minions. So RQ, this is a very big risk that they're taking. 20 seconds onto that timer's for highest. Ferocic gets taken very, very low. Midwave coming in, Bravest Spider, now by Cars. Immortality is ready. He's able to sustain a lot as Skylar jumps in with a heavy crossbow. Ferocic gets chunked, that's a stun from Cars. Skylar gets out and it's a brilliant defense by the Blue Bulls. They say we can hold our stronghold as well.
Whew. Man, the last thing that Rebellion wants to do is allow the death timers to get cycled by RRQ. That was a great call, letting go of the base turret. And now, look at that. On the other side of the map, they have a base turret still standing, so they have a chance to abuse this in the macro play. And RRQ, they waste no time at all, prepping the ways for this very long Lord Dance once again.
30 minutes. We've been in this game for 30 minutes. It feels only like 2 minutes with so much action and so much skill being displayed.
I think somehow Cars, being the frontliner for Rebellion Zion, still has 0 death, tanking all the damage and also using that Brave Smite, using that Spell Film as well to stay him alive, to make him stay alive against the, the crossbows of Skylar.
Well, you can see Banana trying to make something happen, right? Just hiding around. He can go for a flank, but again, against Rebellion Zion, a flank isn't nearly as disruptive as it would be against a composition like RRQ's. They're still going for the Lord right here. Seems like Banana just trying to cut some waves, trying to play the macro game as good as possible. And Rebellion respect that. They have to try and hold on and be careful. They need to know where everyone else is from RRQ, unless they want to really get punished out of nowhere.
It's a big wave, man. You can see in the bottom lane that
Massive.
RQ have built up for themselves, and that's why Rebellion Zion are forced to let this go. My God, Naomi. If that connected, it would have been 100% a Purify burn, and that would have been a big, big green light for RRQ. But in the bottom lane, look at Rebellion. They've sent their gold laner. Main source of damage down below. RRQ still cannot commit to this, though, because they have been revealed. Rebellion know exactly where they are. And in this bottom lane, the super minion waves will continue to push towards RRQ. Rebellion are playing the long game.
No.
Vincent gonna be choked down. Oh, that's a full commitment. Sway low with a 4-man penalty zone. Zone Skylar away. Vincent somehow still alive. Clay with a penalty zone again now onto Audi. It's easy. High dealing damage. Banana tries to go in. It's a BMI defensively. When nature used up, Highs cannot trade his items for more. RRQ have battled their way way to a win in a team fight. Now it's just Cars all alone. Immortality gonna be taken out. He buys the winner truncheon just in time, but the Appraiser's Wrath and one splash of damage will take him out. 31 minutes in, the base is wide open. Audi TZ versus the world. But Rex Regum Kaon has just won game number 1.
Woo! The treason has been stopped in this game number 1. This is too good to be true, man. What an opening match we have here in week number 6 of MPL. Oh!
It's good to be back, man. The Kingdom prevails in the first game, but that was a massive performance from Rebellion as well, pushing RRQ to the limit, taking all the base targets, but in the end, the experience shows there was a brilliant team fight by RRQ, just eventually wearing down the patience, the mentality of Rebellion, coming out on top right there. Man, you can expect things to just get even more difficult, even more intense in game number 2.
What a performance by both teams. RRQ though, we mentioned it, they have the advantage in the late game, and they were able to weather out the storm really well in the mid game. But what happened? How was Rebellion able to survive for that long? Actually going blow for blow against the late game presence of RRQ.
They just played it really, really well. Cars only taken down once in the whole game, and his death signals the end of it too, man. He was just a front line, an engaged tool, a source of damage as well. He played everything so well, but in that last fight, when there's so many things going on, movements from the Lord Pit, from the mid lane, from the other side of the map, there's just so many things going on, and that is where the margin of error increases. That is where RRQ find their winning moment.
Yeah, I think the winning moment was where Vincent is going for that violent McCream, going for that knockup towards Naomi. Going back as a Guinevere without a flicker, without any escape skill whatsoever is really bad for you. It just gets punished right away. And also, Clay, man, he's zoning out people as a mid laner in the front line.
Zoning out? No, he was in the back, man. Initially, it was Skylar set to the back line to try and burst everyone down. In that late game, with all the eyes on Skylar, Clay just says, "What's up? You forgot! You must have forgot!"
He wasn't zoning, he was flanking. Woo. He was an assassin in that game, an absolutely lethal assassin as a mage. He's basically saying, Suelo, you can play the fighters, but I can play the mage as an assassin.
That's the beauty of Valentina, man. There's flexibility in the draft and also the playstyle as well. When you give him a good ult to work with, this is the potential, the maximum potential of Valentina in the hands of Deden from Bogor.
That's what a lot of people have been saying, right? One of the keys to defeat RRQ, you gotta target that mid lane, man. Clay, aside from just making crazy plays, he is the main shot caller. So if he's not doing so well, it's hard for him to coordinate with the rest of his team when he's trying to recover. But when he's winning in the lane, when he has a pick like a Valentina that has output potential, that wins in the wave clear department as well, you can see that it's just solid, man. We talked about the language barrier. You don't see that whatsoever.
It don't matter, bro. It don't matter.
Don't matter.
Yeah, and also, like, I think the Novaria pick was also a trouble as well in the late game. Yes, it can kind of chunk up a lot of members from RRQ, especially the frontliners, real low before the fight begins. But if RRQ is the one who has to say, like, we're going to a team fight now, like, what's the use of Novaria at that time, right?
Well, slow DPS, and credit to the Novaria pick, a lot of times when the fight was supposed to be, you know, initiated by RRQ, the actual Echo just stalls everything.
Yeah.
So I think the pick was okay. The execution, though, in the last fight, I think Rebellion just, I don't know, slipped up after being so consistent, playing so well. Eventually something has got to give, man. And in that last fight, I think it just wasn't the ideal fight that they pictured.
You can say they slipped up on a banana peel.
Oh, that's true, because banana was what made them slip initially. Remember the bottom lane slow push that he built up, forcing Highs to rotate down and forcing Rebellion Zion to give over the Lord position to RRQ. So you're right, banana made them slip.
We talked about it, man. All these fighters, but no one's gonna match the Paquito in the mobility, in the catch.
Even the clear at this point, right? That second skill adjustment to Paquito has really changed this hero. I actually tried it myself. As I wanted to see how broken this hero really is in the XP lane. It's amazing. It's amazing. To face off against, not much. Yeah,
it is more than amazing. Like, it's in early game, just 2
What's more than amazing?
Skill. Perfect.
Oh, okay.
Like not perfectly, you know what I mean. But second skill two times second skill just clears the way. Everything just clears out. And Fakido also has a split pushing potential. He can get the turrets down real low. It's not like Mesmeralda or even Uranus that doesn't really have a lot of physical damage to work with. But in this case, you have Bloodless Axe, you have a lot of physical item, but this is the star of the show. It's Clay, player of the game, presented by Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G.
Get in from Bogor.
Look at his emblems, man. He went for the weapon mastery as well. He knows that the longer the game goes, the more that it requires someone to just splash out that damage in the end with the Winter Truncheon, with the Blood Feather as well for more survivability. It's part of why he was just able to go in so aggressively in that backline. And you can always trust on Clay to deliver, man. This whole season, he has just been so solid, it's not even funny.
Yeah, it's not just like the DPS or like the damage from the mid lane. Clay has been laying the carpet for Fredrin, for Frisick to secure that Lord quite easily, especially in the last team fight. Penalty zone IMU towards two backliners that Rebellion Zion really has to be careful of. And the damage of Valentina in the late game too is not something to joke with, you know? Like in early game, sure, you can tank the first kill and second skill quite well, but in the late game, if you don't have any magic defense to work with, it's pretty much dead. One combo of first skill and second skill, you're gone.
It's a lot of damage. And honestly, I think RRQ, the signature play right here is that distance management, man. If you look at the highlights right here, in the early game was kind of rough, but basically the story of the game is that they're able to just move backwards and forwards. Like here, whenever they're able to just bait the members of Rebellion, they're the ones who start falling over. All right, everything just you make them miss and then you make them pay. That is RQ's way of playing, and you can see it again later in the late game as well. When the fight is just straightforward like that, Rebellion Zion, they have a bit more of an edge, and this is that moment, man. Skylar just wasn't expecting the damage. He wasn't expecting the magical damage from the Astrosphere as well. No Skylar, no damage. Everyone is still trying to do something, but everyone from the side of Rebellion is just way too tanky.
I think it's just Rebellion Zion is just not patient enough just to target Skylar, because he is the key of RRQ in the sustained teamfight, in the longer team fights, and they always pull the trigger even though they don't have Skylar in the bag. I think that's the problem, and I think it kind of makes sense, you know, they're a bit of a, compared to RRQ, the experience just shows. And, you know, I think patience is just the name of the game just now.
This is just a very intense moment right here. The moment RRQ were able to sort of recover. Here we go. Look at the fight, man. Everyone is just separated, and eventually you see that Audi and Heist, they were just quite confused, and Clay shows up and saves the day. Just like that. This is the problem with a composition that is too combo-oriented, man. Like, you can see that even if right there, Heist uses the Blazing Duet, everyone uses their ultimates. Technically, the fight is already lost. You cannot use those spells for a single person. So when RRQ turned the aggression against Rebellion instead, now Rebellion are the ones confused on like, okay, when do I actually pop this ultimate? You know, it's not really value to use it on one or two people. They need to wait for the more opportune moment, but RRQ just were not giving it to them.
We have to give more props to Clay, because back in the day he was a very one-dimensional kind of mid laner. He plays a lot of the carries, he plays all the way in the back with the backline mages, but now he really, well, his name really suits him. He's molding to anything that RRQ needs him to be.
Looking at the items right here, you can see, like, as you mentioned, Mirko, Demon Hunter Sword and the Malefic Roar and the Windtalker. Skylar just traded that utility burst-heavy build for a proper DPS build. But I do think that in this game, he was a bit too conservative, and for good reason. There's a lot of dangers flying around in the middle of a team fight, but I think Skylar needs to find a way to actually be more active in these fights, man. He is one of the main damage dealers that RRQ relies on to carry that game. So if he is zoned out, if he doesn't have the right items to be able to just walk up and deal damage, you can see that RRQ loses a lot of teamfight potential.
Gotta have the props to the bravery of Skylar too. Like, he's going for a sprint instead of Purify. He gets a Kinnifer, it gets a Swalo with the turret slaw. Like, there's a lot of CCs that you have to evade. And in that, like, top lane, like, the great escape from Skylar, the item swap, just a bit, like, it really shows how good players are right now. You can see a lot of players too just swapping items left and right, and it becomes normal now. Like, back then, it was like, oh my god, Winter to Immortality. Right now, Rapid Boots, like, Rose Gold Meteor. This is the standard of pro scene right now. In this game, like, holy.
It's a mechanic. I mean, you need to get good at it, man. And speaking of the items, right? We talked about Auditin's Novaria, Shevin, and he did go for the glowing one. He is trying to serve as a secondary damage dealer in that late game because the fighters, they do fall off. If you're a squishy member, okay, you can maybe get bursted down by a Lapu Lapu or a Terizla. But if you're not, if you're a Paquito, for instance, if you're Fredrin in the hands of Farsik, then you need, you can just withstand all that fighter damage, tank it all up, which is why Audi went for the Necklace of Durance, and he goes for the Glowing Wand to try and stop that regeneration, that tankiness. But he gets zoned out by Clay in that last fight, and just like that, Rebellion Zion just lacked the damage because they were unable to get to Skylar either.
Look at that, Fursic as a Fredrin. 350k damage has been taken by this guy. The proper sandbag of RIQ. The shield of the kingdom. It's not just the Crown Prince also, but Clay, 88% kill participation, very on brand for this mid laner. He's always there whenever RRQ needs them to be, and that is why RRQ was able to grab the win against Rebellion Zion. 70-17 in kill department. This is a hard game for RRQ, man. Like, this is also like probably one of the best games in MPL Live so far.
That was a very intense game, that's for sure, man. And look at the carry though. That's still Auditz on a Novaria. Right now, any mage that can just leave their spells out and back away, this means that you are just not as prone to getting zoned out or getting caught out. Which is why the Gourd and the Novaria, they serve the same kind of idea. You leave it there, and if your opponents want to move forward, you can use it as a zoning tool. You can, put it somewhere where they are just forced to walk through and do damage, and also use it as utility. So it's just so versatile, and that is what we talked about. The versatility of Rebellion. Unfortunately, the execution of RRQ prevails. So are they going to try and, again, ramp up the versatility, or are they going to try and go for something a bit more solid to execute against RRQ, considering the results of game number 1?
I don't know, man. I think it's about execution in that game. Sure, like you say, it's about, like, it's more of a combo-based composition, but if they play the right way, they can get the W for sure. But we're going to see, like, in game number 2, will Chico go the normal way? Because
Chicoco?
Chicoco? Oh, Chicoco?
Did you say Chico go?
Oh, Chico go? I heard Chicoco, like, whoa.
No, I don't know who Chicoco is, but I do know who Min Coco is. He's the guy on stage playing with the Samsung S23.
Yeah, like he's popping off with the Samsung S23 Series 5G. It's an epic specification. It will allow you to flex when playing with a lot of, like, great features, like equipped with the fastest processor technology, a nanometer Snapdragon 8 Gen 2 for Galaxy, large RAM up to 12 gigabytes, and also connectivity that guarantees you a lag-free gaming experience, Arashi. Like, the display is also immaculate. This is the perfect phone to game. As you can see there in MPL Indonesia Season 12, we actually used that. So it's a very, like, it's already verified,
And you can also get a 4 million cashback promo.
No, you're joking.
Man, I'm not joking,
that's some value.
Well, if you want to see if I'm joking or not, or if I'm lying or not, you can just check out the website samsung.com/ID.
Oh my, 4 million is not a small amount of money. Like,
that's a lot of money.
Phone getting 4 million.
That's a lot of dollars, Arashi.
Well, it's super value.
That's spare money that you can use maybe for Head and Shoulders, right? Arashi, you got that fabulous hair, man. Tell them the secret, Arashi. Tell them the secret.
Right here. Don't pour it on me. I knew you were gonna do that. I felt it, like, whoa. Not today.
Okay, but
Head and Shoulders, man. Don't let your match become a mess because of a wet and itchy dandruff, dude. Like, you ever played like this?
Oh, man.
Awful, man. Nah. Get that Gatot Kacha, right? Gatot Kacha?
Yep,
Gatot Kacha Head
one.
and Shoulders, man. Be 100% confident, like our players in the MPL. There's a reason why they're just styling on the stage, dude.
Yeah, a lot of people have been saying, Vincent's so handsome, Kyrie's so handsome, they got fabulous hair. How do you get fabulous hair? Head and Shoulders. Yes, Sheffin, you too have fabulous hair.
Thank you.
Hashtag Shevin Fabulous. Make sure your dandruff is wiped out, my guys.
Yeah, like
fabulous.
I've actually been using this even before MPL Indonesia because it's not just like one of the best shampoo in the game, in the world. It's also not that, it's not really that expensive also, so you can get it in the mart.
Affordable?
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Affordable, convenient, all the words in the dictionary that are positive.
Very refreshing.
Can be used for Head and Shoulders. Similarly to kind of our games here so far in MPLID Season 12, because honestly, there has been, 0 boring games. I can't remember a boring game, maybe because it's boring, right? But this game certainly will go down to, in the history books, it's one of the best games, and I don't know why, Arashi Sheffin, but it's always Rebellion versus RRQ that goes all the way to 30 minutes. Remember Season 9, I believe, when it was still Jisa They took it all the way to 30 minutes. Remember that?
Yeah, man. The Kingslayers against the Kings of Kings. It's just a matchup that's just pre-made, man. Look at the Pro Build series here, though, for Vincent.
Okay, first, Arashi and Sheffin, I want to just, give a big heads up. It says Pro Build Series. Do not try this at home and ruin our ranked games, ladies and gentlemen. This is only for pro players because they know what they're doing. Anyways, Arashi, yes.
Fight your Guinevere with the Brave Smite, bit of the Season Hunter for a bit more of that jungle action. And, I think it worked out really well. Using the base damage, serving some kind of utility. And if he lands that Violent Requiem onto a squishy target on the side of RRQ, they still get completely chunked out. So going for a full tank, we've seen this before, but I think we haven't really seen it with this new emblem configuration. And so far, you can't really argue with the results, man. He was such an obnoxious presence in that game earlier, doing damage, and when he backs away, you just, in the middle of a chaotic team fight, you just have no idea which was the real one.
Yeah.
In mind game, he can just move forward and maybe just stand there, and people are like, "Oh, that's the fake one."
He's professional.
Psych, that's not the fake one.
Korega Requiem da. You know that music reference?
What that? I don't know.
It's a JoJo reference. Ding 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 ding. Okay, anyways, moving on.
That's okay. It seems like Hai just lost too. He just heard your conversation. He was like, "What are you guys talking about, man?" I don't know.
Apparently Mirko is not cultured enough, guys.
Well, maybe I am cultured. Dog show? Question mark? I don't know.
Oh, ooh. You're gonna have a lot of hate DMs coming at you, Mirko, after this.
I already have a lot of hate DMs. It's fine. Keep it coming.
It is what it is, but now, moving to the drafting phase, we'll see, man. Rebellion, they have a dream. We'll see if they can achieve.
Oh, let's go, Rashi. I love you so much. Not romantically, but I love you.
If you guys get the reference, put it in the comments, man. That's a...
I am lost. I'm so lost. Hey, guys,
for once, Mirko was the one lost in the references. What a great feeling, man. An amazing day we have on our hands right now, but looking at the bans, it's looking to be the standard ones for RRQ.
Yeah, it's looking like it's gonna be the standard for Chico and the gang. We're gonna see another Chow. No, you don't get it? Okay, so that one is a bit far-fetched. Okay, it's a bit stretching out. Okay, my bad. We're gonna see another target ban towards Naomi, Nakatira, and Chow. Fanny and Joy for Coach Azaya. Will it be the same for them? It's gonna be an Edith ban too? I don't know.
The only difference right here is the pick order, right? RRQ are the ones on the left side right here. So they're gonna have a bit more of an advantage technically in securing a prio pick. But at the same time, this means that Rebellion, they can be a bit more responsive and they can still acquire more prio picks if too much of them are left open, which is usually the case if you're going up against RRQ.
I am the priestess of pride.
Takes a bit long to decide what's the last ban is. It's gonna be the same for RRQ and Coach Zaya. Coach Chico, like the first game, it has worked out. Like the third ban, it was a Yves for Coach Chico, limiting the option for Clay, and also once Katira gets banned out, Yves is pretty much quite free. It's gonna be hard for you to get her in the back line. So Coach Chico, this right now is a different order of draft. Will the answer be similar?
Got a question though, straight up to Arashi right now, to our analyst on the desk. Edith. We've seen such a rise in popularity for the Edith and rise in prio as well. It's not just popularity, but it's actually really, really good. What has changed the last 2 weeks to make this hero, this prio?
Well, in the MPL, you see it showing up a bit more often, so it makes sense that the popularity will shoot up. But like we mentioned before when we first saw it, it's a good mix of
everything.
Tankiness, crowd control, and the damage. People just don't see it coming, man. When you use the Nature's Wrath, you just become a secondary carry. And for instance, in a game like earlier, imagine if Rebellion had that Edith, man. Everyone's a fighter, everyone's tanky, and now there's the Edith DPS on top of the Novaria. That would have been dangerous, but now the Claude is actually being picked by RRQ. Mirko does not approve.
I mean, do you approve? Well, you're an RRQ fan, so you definitely approve, but I think for everyone out there, we know there are a few mythical heroes when they are picked up by special members. And this right here, Claude and Skylar, these two names are a bit mythical. I don't think. What was the last time we saw Claude play Skylar? Yes, you heard that right. Claude plays Skylar because Skylar is Claude and Claude is Skylar.
They're one and the same. I don't remember actually. It's been a long, long time since the Claude is just insta-banned
It's a
against
mythical
RRQ.
creature. It's something you hear in fairy tales. It's finally here.
Ooh, look at the response though. It's gonna be the Fredrin and the Paquito. A lot of the crowd control to try and shut down the Blazing Duet later on. RRQ. Are they gonna go for the same kind of dive composition? The same kind of combo? Because they have already shown to Rebellion how to counter it.
They might go for a utility jungler too in Basha. We know that First Take really loves the hero. The objective securing potential, the rotation potential, just early game damage, even though it kind of falls off in the late game. As long as you win the early game, I think it's A-okay to bring up Basha this early in the draft. And especially after seeing ISF, Basha was very, very proud. But the answer is going to be the Black Dragon from Banana.
This early here. I mean, I thought the Boxer would have a lot more value going up against a Fredrin and a Paquito. We saw that earlier. ODTZ was forced to build a Necklace of Durance to try and deal with the shielding and the sustain. But the Yves I was about to mention was still available. It's in the hands of Sway Low.
He can finally build Ice Queen.
The Sway Slow.
Sway Slow.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit hard. Actually, you have Claude in the other side of the composition. You also have Valentina, which can also copy a real-world manipulation. The Black Dragon form is there to punish you up too, even though it's not really an instantaneous punish potential like Kadira with the rough wave. It is still a lot of threat for Sway Slow, but Coach Chico knows what's up. Basha banned for Fursic.
Man, I don't think Yutong is on top of the mind for a lot of people. So the fact that RRQ went for it first instead of showing that Baxia, maybe they have something else in mind, you know, some kind of mind game. But here's a fun fact, the most objective-oriented throughout the MPL Season 12, Skylar takes the #1 spot in total turret damage. And it's partially due to how RRQ just sends him off to try and split push, man.
We've seen that a couple of times.
Yeah.
It failed. It failed, but he still got damage on the turret.
True. Not this game. Like, there is some games that we don't really talk about the Rasha. Like, do you want to talk about it? I think versus Alter Ego? No? Was this season 11 or season 12? I forgot. Like, it was... there's a lot of meme about that, even though it is a good try. It is a good, you know...
That's what happens.
It is what it is.
Only the winners decide what goes down in history, right? When you lose, then you get memed. And now Novaria is going to be the ban from RRQ, respecting ODTZ. And now we have 2 bans in the second phase towards Audi. If they take away a Kaja or even a Franco next, then they're going to really, really be limiting Rebellion Zion.
They're going to ban some more dive? Because I just realized they picked a Yves into a Yutong, by the way. It's a bit of a dangerous situation, but if you go with the right emblems, right, gives you movement speed, gives you a bit of tankiness, and maybe bring a sprint, you can really kite back away from the Black Dragon. But that's not the main issue, right? The issue is that you won't be available to back your team up. And for Rebellion, they don't want to deal with that Martis on top of the already strong mid lane and EXP lane, banning it away.
Yeah, it's more of a utility ban jungler, at least for me. And if RQ still wants to pick those utility jungler, the only option available, I think, is that Akai for first hit. In terms of like shooing the jungler, the opposing jungler away with the heavy spin, it's actually quite good. An objective taking department, like if you want to win it with better...
What?
Whoa! Oh, okay, like with better, like easier, I would say, easier plan. It's definitely utility jungler way to go, but the ban is quite interesting. 1-1 ban in this patch, in this meta. No one picks 1-1 even.
It's another mythical creature, something that you probably heard in fairy tales. I think the last time 1-1 was picked, well, it was in MPL Indonesia, but my core memory of 1-1 was MSC. Yeah, whoever picked 1-1 lost in the grand finals of MSC. Just shows you how much, how many nerfs this hero has gotten throughout the millions of patches that we've seen.
Oh, I think it was around with Paquito against a 1-1, right? Yeah, I think it's a pretty good hero to pick. I mean, a bad hero to pick, especially in this meta, because there's a lot of frontliners that's really, really tanky. It's hard to chain that crossbow tank quite easily. But the answer for RRQ is going to be that Grok. Okay, so it's not going to be a Kai, it's going to be Grok jungle for first hit. A bit bad for like farming, but in terms of objective taking, it's quite well. It can also cancel out Lord takes quite easily.
Franco, though, in the hands of Audi, man. It's going to be a roamer showdown of RRQ. They're going all in on their dive, eliminating all the kite heroes against an Irritel. Can they be as successful trying to catch out this Irritel without as many dashes? We'll just have to see, man. The drafts have been locked in.
We can see the fans Enjoy the moment. Let the atmosphere seep in. RRQ versus Rebellion. Live from Jakarta, Indonesia. Match point for RRQ to stay on top of the standings.
And Rebellion Zion will try to keep that King Slayer title in check. They're gonna try to win this match as Cars still taking that sprint like around. A lot of movement speed boost also. This is the split push Akira that we've known about. We're gonna see how Rebellion will answer the 1-0 from RRQ, or RRQ will they close up the match, close up the game with this W.
Whoa. Ooh, big moves from Versik. Let's see, man. The early game is gonna be so intense, but a couple things right here. Irrital with the Purify, understanding that RRQ, you don't really have a lot of chase potential, a lot of mobility, so it's all about the burst, the pick-off, the instant go-get. But against Ikaja, it won't be as guaranteed of a safety tool. Naomi now taking kind of low, and on the Rebellion Zion side as well, Suelo has the flicker, so he won't be able to kite as efficiently unless he builds something like a brute force breast split, and even then, there's a chance that RRQ will be able to run him down.
Ooh. Who got it that time? But Naomi going for the Brave Smite, knowing that he has to be like very aggressive in the early game, just invading all the jungles away from Vincent. Even though Vincent is a utility jungler that can't really be invaded or like getting chunked up quite low in the early game, he's still going for that Brave Smite just for safety measure.
Now I'm concerned about RRQ and this Kaja pick. They have the Kaja, but what are they going to try and use to secure the pick-off, right? If they pick off, they grab all the TZ, for instance, who exactly is supposed to shred him down? The Claude can do it, maybe. The Valentina also, but it's very limited amounts of damage. I do question if it's going to be adequate.
Yeah, I think the plan is just wait until Clay and Skylar has those items, or Banana has that Petrify to combo it up with the Divine Judgment, because early game right now, you can't really do anything with that Divine Judgment. Or maybe just try to get the jungler, the opposing jungler, away from objective stakes. As we take a look at the emblem, Arashi, Clay is still rocking that Weapon Master.
Oh. I don't know if that was a bit of a miscommunication, but Auditizi took that XP minion away. I don't think Cars actually soaked it in, so I think that's a win for Banana. A little bit of a win.
Are they trying to get Auditizi into a higher level so he has the ultimate? Clay is waiting with the Bloody Hunter. He's going to go in.
Well, he is about to hit that level 4. Gets a good hook onto Clay, who is stolen. The Bloody Hunt, now the Black Dragon form comes in. A good knockout strike takes him out in the back. First blood picked up by Rebellion Zion. Now, even Vincent wins it now. As the Bloody Hunt connecting onto the back cars. Picks up a double and Suelo another. 3-1 plus a turtle for the Blue Bulls.
Plus the turtle and also plus the red buff of RRQ as Vincent will try to take this one. Banana, very cheeky, try to cancel it out, but it looks like still going to be a secure for Vincent unless Naomi stole it? I don't know.
Level 5? I think he might have actually...
Oh, he got on it. Vincent has it. Fortunately, RRQ, they were just caught off guard right there. Usually you want to use the Black Dragon form as a zoning tool, have the Dragon form actually expire, and then have Banana just shredding out. But in that team fight, he wasn't able to do anything, and the fight was over as he turned into the Black Dragon. So RRQ needs to be a bit more careful, knowing that Rebellion Zion, they have no issue just going in aggressively.
It's a bit hard for Grok, oh my goodness, very aggressive on the TZ.
Flick of the Mind Judgment, wild charge from Versik as well. They're going to be caught in the real world impalation as the heavy crossbow comes in as well. Vincent now walks up, taunts Naomi, locks him down for Hyzamore. And Versik, he's not going to be able to get out of that one. A very interesting engage, something that is very uncharacteristic for RRQ. No, what? Versik didn't take the purple buff earlier, he had to leave it. And Vincent now will be 2 levels ahead of Versik with this purple buff steal.
What a disaster. Vincent just having his way right here. Skylar trying to participate, trying to help out, but it's a bit too difficult. Rebellion Zion has all the control right here. 2k gold lead, and with Auditizi and the focusing mark in his hands, it's going to be very difficult in the mid game for RRQ to out-pick off the composition of Rebellion.
It's hard, right, playing a Grok in this kind of composition, because yes, you do have the anti-CC, you do have some utility, but in terms of like continuous presence, continuous threat, Vincent just sweeps against a Grok.
Of Nature used up already. Vincent is 2 levels, or now 3 levels ahead of Versik. If Fursic can still somehow win this retreat battle, then I think the debate is over. Fursic has a wild charge. Vincent is looking for that. Let's see, 1v1, wild charge comes in. Naomi! The Kingdom's Falcon steals it away, but the Appraiser's Wrath will go at it onto Banana. He's still able to survive. Cars now walking them down, looking for a kill. Banana gets out, and RQ just drives by with a free turtle take.
Oh man, that is quite possibly the best case scenario for RRQ, considering how much ahead the Rebellion Zion is right now. As Kyler is going to use that Blazing Duet just to secure the lane without any kind of threat from Rebellion Zion side. All TC is just zoning Banana from the turret turret defense.
Ooh, the team is here to back him up, though Audi might be the one caught out instead.
Terrifying. A quick splash of damage there. Naomi's looking for a pick. Has the Divine Judgment. Uses it up onto Audi TZ. Even a Bloody Hunt committed. I don't think that was necessary, but it's definitely style points for RRQ.
During the whole engagement, though, I believe the turret was taken out by Rebellion Zion in the bot side, so still a bit of a victory. They're still ahead by all means, dictating the fights, but this is the crowd control advantage, man. When it comes to those lore dances, those objectives, Rebellion Zion needs to be very careful because their jungler is just susceptible to just getting knocked around the place by RRQ. They play around their crowd control very, very well.
Okay, so Rebellion Zion, oh my. Skylar is just focusing on like getting as ahead as possible, or like getting all the gold available in the map. Just don't want to fight in this early game because, as you said, Rashi, the concern is like what is the Divine Judgment in early game going to be used for when there is no burst damage early game? And Skylar, I think, considering is, you already know like what's the winning condition for RQ.
Well, Skylar doing well will be very important, and later on, the backline. Sway Low is doing so well right now, but in the big fight, he's going to be very fragile and very prone to being dove on by RRQ. So the mid-game, I think it's a bit more even, but Rebellion Zion, I feel like, reaches the power spikes faster, and they have more mobility, so they are the ones that have to try and play this macro game against RRQ now.
Let's see if Naomi can do it again. Steal the turtle for a second time in this game. With the help of that wild charge, it does get a bit easier, but now Rebellion Zion have full control over the turtle pit. Vincent should be getting this for free. No contest. Audi in a position to zone RRQ away. And Rebellion takes it and now rotates over. What do RRQ do to come back from this deficit? I don't think that's going to be stolen though. Yeah, it's just a retreat by Fursic. They forced it out.
Bit of a heart attack. They forced it out, but there's not really anything being contested. For RRQ, man, they're relying on Skylar, just funneling all the gold towards him, but look at the gold, man. Highest is actually still ahead on items. The golden staff isn't completed for RRQ just yet, so I think they're gonna wait for that before they go for a big fight. They have to try and get a neutral objective that Rebellion Zion will not be willing to let go, and then use that as a bait to try and ensure that they shut down Swaylow and Highs. I think that's just the way to go. If they try and play the macro game, they allow Rebellion Zion to move back and forth, then they are repeating the mistakes that Rebellion Zion did in game number 1.
Oh man, right now Rebellion Zion has had about 4k gold. As you can see earlier, Swaylo actually going for Holy Crystal in this early of a game. Just second item after Ice Queen 1. That is a very aggressive build. Makes sense though, because Rebellion Zion is ahead and they're trying to just widen out the lead for them to make the treason happen. There you go, Holy Crystal.
That might be Sway Low, just itemizing for pickoff, right? We talked about the requirement, the necessity for burst damage to help with a suppression. The Yi going for Holy Crystal means more burst, less DPS though. So we'll see if that really plays out, if RRQ can try and abuse that, or if Rebellion Zion can get more pickoffs because of this itemization choice.
You can see the players' gold by UBS Gold. Heisamore is still topping the list, but Skylar though, very close second with that 6,400 gold. As Fursic gonna get, it's just sad, man. Like 3 levels below 12 to 9. Like what is Fursic can do right now?
You can only hope for a mistake at this point, right? When it comes down to neutral objectives, there he didn't want to commit the wild charge, and that's why he went for free towards Vincent, despite him using the retreat too, by the way.
I think RRQ, they just excel a lot more in the big team fights. Those are the only moments where they're able to get anything of significance. And now look at Rebellion. Lorik spawns immediately. Everyone scrambles into action, pushing away the side lanes, forcing RRQ apart. There's a chance Rebellion Zion can take this without RRQ even being able to contest.
But it is the first Lord though, Rebellion Zion. Oh, very tricky. This is the utility that I'm talking about, Fursic with the Grok. perfect barrier to make Vincent's life harder. But right now, Heisemore is using Purify, so there's a bit of a more layer of safety for Heisemore compared to Skylar in the first game. But first, what? Excuse-moi.
That's a big ult already used up. That's their key into this Lord fight. Now there's not going to be a 50-50 retribution. The RWM gets placed down, his own fair shake away. The Black Dragon form as well by Banana. Now he's trying to lock Vincent down with a Petrify perhaps. The taunt comes in. That's a Bloody Hunt onto the back, and it's going to be Cars who secures it with a good spike down. Lazy duet from Skylar! Into the back, the mythical creature. This is why you bat it away from him. It doesn't matter that they are behind. When Skylar gets clawed, it's RRQ who controls the game.
Oh my god, Banana! He played that so well, diving in the back line, making everyone use everything, and still even able to just sustain. His Yutong is, I think, one of the main keys to victory for RRQ right now. His decisions, his mistakes is what is gonna dictate RRQ and their success in a team fight. But like we mentioned, man, Rebellion Zion, they just did not respect that.
Jeez, like they're ahead by like 4K and they just losing the fight all over the place for RRQ. And a miss of the Appraiser's Rat. Skylar though, just the follow-up towards Banana is also very good. He got that dog in him, man. Like they're below, like they're not ahead, but Skylar can carry the game without any care in the word.
What a scary goal laner to have in a team, man. Divine Judgment now locking him down. Blaze a duet as well from Skylar, and he's able to just melt him down. Skylar is a monster.
Oh man, a symphony of CC punishes Vincent under the turret. That is a bit of a good trade, I would say, for RRQ, even though they lose out on that outer turret in the mid lane. It is important, but like it is already very low, so it makes sense.
Well, the shred right now is just so obnoxious, but look at this hook though.
Bloody Hunt, RWM, everything used up. Ursic is still alive. He's bought so much time, but yes, it was inevitable. I was thinking maybe RRQ can now pull the trigger. That was 3 ultimates used up by Rebellion Zion.
There's a chance, but whenever someone gets pulled in, Rebellion Zion, they're just forced to back away due to the Black Dragon form. Banana is just so tanky right now. Only the Hunter Strike for a bit of damage, way more than enough to burst down Sway Low and Highs, and then full defense to ensure that he is just a complete menace, zoning everyone away, ensuring that RRQ gets a clean pickoff. That is the strat they've revealed. Rebellion Zion has to find a way to circumvent this.
You either need to be crazy or super confident in your skill to not go for Win of Nature as a quad.
Yeah.
When you're 4,000 gold behind. And Skylar, I think it's confidence. I think he knows how good he is. It isn't crazy at all to see Skylar with this build. Milfic, Arashi. Usually you see the Win of Nature almost always right after the Corrosion and Golden Staff.
Yep.
What a Chad, bro.
Just goes for it, and he's still going. Rebellion, they are trying to stop him, but he took that turret off. He might get punished though.
Let's see. Will Skylar be able to escape? No, it's a strike over from Cars now. Naomi flickers out. Audi looking for the Iron Hook, connects with a focusing mark down. It should be a free kill over to Naomi. Cars has joined in. Appraise this rat. My goodness. They threw everything and the kitchen sink at Naomi.
And there you go. That is the worst time to lose a fight as the Lord is coming out in about a second for Rebellion. It's going to be, I would say, a free load unless Banana can somehow pull off a really good Black Chicken form as RRQ. Looks like they're just going to let it go.
That's unfortunate, man. We already talked about how RRQ excel in a big team fight, but then fighting 2v2, 2v3 in the bot side, just the exact opposite of what they require. This is a Lord taken by Rebellion, but it's also a Lord that RRQ cannot use to try and bait a fight any longer. They might lose base turrets off this Lord, man.
Sway Low, after that Holy Crystal going for Queen's, Blood Wings?
Blood Wings.
Yeah. That is like pure magic damage coming at you without any penetration whatsoever. So I think like the plan is just to kind of lock down the backliner of RRQ to be able to make use of that pure magic damage without penetration.
We gotta remember, for Sway Slow, the only core item he needs is Ice Queen 1. So whatever he builds after Ice Queen 1 doesn't even matter. And he decides to go for, full damage. Arashi, what? You play Eve. Have you ever went for this build?
I have, but if you want to do that, it's possible, but only if you really trust your team and if your team plays around it. I tried it when I was playing solo, and I just got stomped, man. I have no defensive items, so Rebellion, they have damage, they have Swaylo for the siege, but he needs to be protected, especially now when Rebellion are making a move towards the base of RRQ.
as a charge into the base turret up top. Should be taken down here with one more swing of that trident. And yes, base turret number 1 gets taken down. RWM stolen away by Clay right now, but look at the response for Sway Low. Now it's a Black Dragon for first. He hits the wall with a wild charge. He doesn't get anybody there, but now he gets melted down. He gets a 4-man Petrify, but it doesn't matter. He gets knocked up. Now still able to sustain for a bit, getting the passive down. Sway Low with a burst. It's a double kill. Skylar and Clay now with Versick to defend, but they have cleared the minion waves. Rebellion Zion cannot push as instantly as you would expect. Another Iron Hook whiffs there from Audi TZ. Sway Low again, providing the poke. Skylar walking forward. Gets chucked to half
my lord.
with a basic attack from Highs. And now Versick is looking for a flicker. Bloody Hunt onto Clay. Stopping him in his tracks. Versick gets knocked up. Skylar versus the world. The mythical creature. Will he be able to make the miracle play with the Kingdom's Falcon at his disposal? Naomi walks up, gets knocked out, and gets taken away from the base. Naomi's still surviving, but the basic attack is there to pick him up. Banana now holding on, the base wide open. Rebellion Zion, they have defeated Skylar's Claude.
What a response from the treasonous here in MPL Indonesia Season 12. Right away, equalizing the score to 1-1 against the number 1 seed of MPL.
1-1, that's the hero that was also banned out by RRQ with their crazy dive. And CC Comp, they were not able to make it work this time, Arashi.
Unfortunately for RRQ, man, after a strong showing in game number 2, they just lost control. It all began with, I think, that player on the bottom side. They waited so long to actually get back into the game. They won one fight, and then immediately afterwards, they lose. And when they're that far behind, losing the Lord like that, without maybe taking out one member, getting something in exchange at least, it was just a bit too costly, and they are forced to admit defeat. And it's on to game number 3, man. Rebellion, they have a chance.
They definitely have the chance on that Franco from Audi TZ. Mind you that in week number 2 and week number 4, Audi TZ played the whole week with the Franco and also secured that Rookie of the Week honor. And it's actually the Rookie of the Half season for MPL Indonesia Season 12 too, mostly on that Franco. So that might be a consideration of ban in the next game for Coach Azaya.
Any pickup hero will work for Audi TZ. It could be the Kaja, could be the Franco, could be the Edith. Now we saw ban out in both game 1 and game 2. Now do they trade that Edith for the Franco, or do they still go for the same route? What do RRQ do here as we look towards game 3?
I think RRQ, a big factor right now must be securing something for Versick, man. We saw him open that Grok.
Yeah.
There were moments that was kind of alright, but overall, it really wasn't the best of performances, to say the least. So I think they have to get something prio for Versick, because otherwise it's going to be a bit different, man. Vincent was able to just completely dominate him, and that is one of the big problems. We talked about this, man. In the early game, if they're unable to dictate when and where the fight happens, it's a bit too difficult, and I think Grok does not lend itself to that objective for RRQ.
Oh, he's got to climb over that wall, man, from Versick, but it seems like in game number 1 and game number 2, the momentum-based composition has been losing in this match, right? The combo-based composition. You also have the Black Dragon Form, you have the Wild Charge. If it cannot be synergized properly, then you're going to lose the game. And the one who's going to make you lose the game is this guy. Player of the game by Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G Audi TZ with a whole green emblemization.
That's just a lot of pick-off potential, man. Eat your greens, literally. Having the focusing mark really helps with the pick-off potential. And in that last engagement, the last fight in the base, his decision to go in and flicker onto Clay is also a big factor in how RRQ were unable to actually clear the waves any longer.
I gotta say though,
yep,
you said eat your greens. Franco doesn't look like he eats his greens. But anyways, yes, Rashi, continue.
Well, he looks like he eats everything, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Greens, you know, reds, whatever. He just consumes it all.
All the colors.
The whole rainbow. He likes Skittles, maybe. Anyhow, Audi TZ on a pickup hero is definitely a huge problem, especially with the Franco. We talked about the Franco and Kaja dynamic a lot, and you can see that in the early game, RRQ were just so desperate, so intent on getting something going in the early game, trying to make sure that Audi gets picked off enough so that he cannot be decisively in the front as a frontliner, right? So that he'll be behind on items and levels so that RRQ can play with a bit more space. But Rebellion, they did a great job of maintaining that composure. And I think that's something that RRQ needs to try and take into consideration as well.
As we take a look into the highlights, the Impact player is way slow with that Yves. 92% kill participation, by the way. This is the Yves that you're looking for as your mid laner. In the early game, there's some flashes of RRQ brilliance. This match, though, like, this is a really bad engage. That is a weird one, man. Like, going in for a Franco, knowing that there's some backup right there with Slayer's way slow too, with real manipulation, it can punish you up quite easily. It's probably like the only Divine Judgment that I'd say is like a plus for RRQ. I haven't seen any other Divine Judgment that can really turn the table around for the Kingdom.
Well, you can see that here. This is the kind of formula they require to win out in the fights, man. When they can dive into the back line and everyone really isn't fighting, you know, when Rebellion Zion can't really pick off one by one. But here, look at that, 2 members against 4. You cannot let Rebellion get that, especially when the Lord is spawning. That was just a huge, huge blunder. And for what? A tier 2 turret? That really was not the play at all. And here, you saw that there was a chance, man. There was a combo lined up right there, but it wasn't working. Banana tried his best. He was able to actually get so much value on this Yuzong pick, but it was not enough. It needs to be a whole team effort, or it won't be good enough.
Yeah, don't forget, Thurstic actually used that wild charge. Hit the wall, unfortunately. Didn't get that AoE properly down to actually hit any of the Rebellion members across that wall. And honestly, we gotta give props to Audi because sure, maybe when it comes to KP, not as much as Sway Low, but look at his targeting. Always just trying to zone Clay away, knowing that Clay was basically what made them lose the game in Game 1.
True, the Valentina damage really wasn't here in Game 2. He does have the core items, technically with the Divine Glaive as well, but if he can't get close, what's the point, right? The Paquito, in terms of cars, as well as, you know, Vincent and Franco, there's a lot more crowd control that is spammable, that is not momentum-based, like you mentioned, Shevin, and that is something that seems to be the key against these teams when they play so dynamically, moving forward and backwards. I think the spammable crowd control is what brings them a way more value. And shout out to Cars on this Paquito, man. On the Lapu, he was a menace. Now on the Paquito, again, it's just so solid as an EXP laner. It's kind of ridiculous, actually.
Yeah, on the other hand, though, not very solid showing for RRQ. The early game potential from that Kaja is just not there. Courtesy of that first pick, Skylar Cloud, it makes sense. It's one of the best heroes they could play as RRQ, as Skylar, but if you don't really combine it with a good, you know, another momentum-based hero on the roaming area, it's not going to happen. And Min Coco right now is becoming Min So-So.
Oh. Well, I thought that maybe the Franco can be picked up first initially, right? Considering the dynamic. I believe the Kaja was picked up first, and the Franco was a response. So we've seen Naomi's Franco, man. Remember losing our voices in the in the group stage of M4, I believe.
Yeah, group stage of M4, the tiebreaker against Blacklist International.
Blacklist, bro.
I remember it.
That was crazy.
Clear as day. That was an amazing game from Naomi. And yeah, we've only... Wait, how many games of Franco have we seen from Naomi in Season 12 so far? I think 2?
Yeah, 1 or 2 at most. Looking at the stats right here, though, the carry is going to be Sway Low. You talked about that damage. He knows what he wants, man. Glowing one, not necessary. He's not going to try and chunk down the Grok. He's not going to try and chunk down the Yuzong. He's all for that burst damage. He's trying to fight Clay in the all-out real-world manipulation trade department, and it really worked out, man. That itemization just shows again that Sway Low on a high-ground artillery hero, he just knows his stuff.
And also, man, look at like the rich guy. Cars as Paquito? Like, you're not even farming. He's just getting all the lanes, getting all the kills. 0 kills, I mean, 0 death health, but the fact that you're #1 in gold department is quite crazy.
It has to do with the kill participation, man. 69%. Nice number. But Cars, what that shows is he's so good at handling the side lanes here, where he doesn't even need to be fully prepared or fully in a lot of these team fights. All he needs to do is clear those waves, similarly to what Banana did.
And we're gonna clear our minds first for like the next action in game number 3. So don't go anywhere and stay tuned for game number 3 of RRQ versus Rebellion Zion.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah.
back again with Mac and Cheese Combo, Miracle Rush and Chefin for game number 3 of the King Slayers versus the Kings right now in a number 1 position of MPL Indonesia Season 12. Whew. It is spicy.
1-1. First game went for what, 31 minutes. Game 2 a bit shorter, but still as intense because we saw a mythical creature come back to life.
Ooh, mythical creature, like, there's a lot of good display of skills, right? If you want to display your skills, you also have to have a good internet with Dunia Games /Telkomsel. If you watch your favorite team play, you feel like you want to play too, right? Make sure you all look cool using your favorite heroes and skins, and do not forget to check your data quota before playing so you don't run out of it in the middle of the game. That is going to be awkward. It's going to be, it's a bad time.
It's a bad time.
Well, you're in luck. Yeah,
fortunately.
Because Dunia Games has a promo for you. Every purchase of MLVP vouchers or items using Telkomsel will give you an extra savings and also additional 3 gigs of data quota. So hurry up and buy at duniagames.co.id or through the Dunia Games app.
Go and check it out. What are you waiting for? That's what we're staring at you guys for. I mean, you guys already play the game. You have probably the best phone in the business, S23. If you don't have quota, what are you doing?
Well, they're probably investing, Mirko. That's the name of the game right now. That's the meta.
Yeah, you can invest in UBS Gold /MPL Indonesia Season 12 with prices starting from 500,000 rupiah.
Just 500?
Yeah, and get a free MLBB screen. That's a bargain. Available at ubslifestyle.com and also UBS Lifestyle e-commerce and a Blibli UBS Lifestyle. Whole lot of UBS.
You pay 500,000 for 500,000 worth of gold, and you get a skin, so you get double the value.
Imagine this if the skin is like Neo Beast or something.
Oh my goodness. I don't know about that, but the Neo Beast skin, yeah. It is pretty good.
It's popping.
It's popping. And sometimes when you get a poppin' skin, all you need to do is get some diamonds from what? Blibli?
Yeah, Blibli skill on and the skin should also be on. You want to buy that Neo Beast skin, right, Mirko?
I already have it.
Oh, okay. You must use...
Dang.
Did you use Blibli?
Of course. 10% cash back. I used the cash back for the Lilia skin too.
Lilia?
Now I got Neo Beast Fredrin and Neo Beast Lilia. That's crazy.
Does he even play Lilia?
I don't need to play Lilia to have that skin. I can just flex on my friends. You see, when my friend says, pick my Lilia, I'll just pick Lilia first, and then he's going to be so jealous that I have the skin.
I mean, Mirko's always like little girls, so I think...
I'm
surprised if Mirko does play a bit of Lilia.
I don't play Lilia.
So Lilia is very uncomfortable. Rashi, what are you doing right now? Yeah, game number 3 is on its way for RRQ versus RBL. The King Slayers versus the King itself. Oh man, first game, the draft was very, very fun, especially for Rebellion side, but it's a bit too, I would say, combo based, and also game number 2, RQ goes the same way, even though it's not really that that crazy. It is a bit of a textbook draft. It is a bit combo based with that Wild Charge, with that Black Dragon form, and also with the Blazing Duet from Skylar. But it doesn't work out in game number 2. It is trouble. It is trouble, man. It is Skylar on a Claude and they're losing.
So, if you lose with Skylar Claude, right, that's the thing. That's always like 100% guarantee back, before the 2-week break, Arashi. What has changed? How is Claude at 0% in week 6 so far?
I think people just adapted, and with all these other fighter-based heroes, they can be a threat to the marksmen. We've seen that marksmen at short ranges that play like the Irita, like the Claude, you just get heavily punished, man. I think the Claude is still situationally okay, but overall, you can no longer, I think, prio pick it. And there's a problem here for both these teams. Who are they gonna try and make plays with? Because you can make an argument that the reason why RRQ lost in game number 2 is because the EXP lane is no longer as solid, right? No Pakiro, no split push macro threat, which is technically why Skylar and Naomi were overextending, trying to get turrets. That will be the job of a Pakiro usually. So is it the mid lane? Is it the Roamer, right? The Roamer showdown? Is it the EXP lane? Everyone is just stepping up so high right now. The platform is just looking kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, talking about ridiculous, we've seen a lot of Brody in ISF, right? We haven't seen a single one in this match. What is going on? I thought Brody's stock is going up, but looks like no.
Even the Baksha was always first pick. Oh, let's see how good Fersik is with the bottle flips here.
I think he got one earlier.
He got one, okay. Counter. I don't know, I can't even, I'm going to look back right now and see if he's actually making this. Cameraman is blocking me, unfortunately, so I can't even see it happen. But, hey, what about Dead Dan? What is he doing? Looks like he's cooking. Fully focused. Let him cook.
He's feeling mischievous.
Oh.
Look at that.
He sensed we were talking about him.
He's planning some war crimes.
Oh, there you go. That's a miss on the bottle flip. Let's take a look at top 3 mid lanes in Season 12 so far based on stats.
It's going to be Sans in the first... It's not exactly the first place, is it? Well, the team participation is actually very, very close. And so is the first blood rate. It's just like a, what, 0.9% kind of. So I think Clay and Sans have just been very solid, and Clay has shown again he is no longer afraid to make those crazy aggressive plays like you're used to seeing.
Excuse me, sir. What about Key?
Oh, you want to talk about PTR? Oh, I'm surprised. Wow.
Well, you know,
why
I was getting there. He was on
the... talk about BTR.
Yo, in this country, we read from left to right, okay? I was getting to Key. Come on, relax. 50% first blood rate is definitely still a great achievement. And Bigatron, with their signature high mobility early game, I think it's very possible for Key to still, you know, come back strong, show up and prove the haters wrong. But I think there's a lot of prerequisites before that can even begin to be discussed, man.
Man, like, what are you feeling right now, Mirko? Like, I think you have the perfect opponent on the after the break.
Why wouldn't we talk about BTR?
I wonder. It's not like they just participated in a pretty important tournament or anything.
That was Indonesia. Come on, guys.
Okay, you want to play that card,
I see.
You want to play that card? I see. I see how it is. But speaking of playing cards, Chico is cooking something right now. Will they be able to play another crazy draft, or they will be able to play a textbook?
Is Chico going to be cheeky?
Ooh, cheeky Chico?
Does our international audience know what a cheeky means?
No,
not cheeky.
Like cheeky, you know?
For those of you at
Chico!
home.
Oh my God!
For
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Indonesian viewers. Pretend you didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
For those of you who don't get it, cheeky is a local snack. It's what we call, like, you know, those snacks, you know, like.
But yeah, there's other double meaning in this.
Yeah,
context,
we're talking about cheeky.
Let's not talk about that. Let's not talk about that. I'm sorry, but Zaya and Chico still the same approach. It's looking like it's gonna be a fanny ban for Coach Zaya, knowing that Vincent is still very, very good on this hero also. Still also with the backline presence coming to play in Rebellion Zion, you want to ban that Katita and also Charm from Naomi. Ooh, the fan is gone.
Wait,
wait a minute.
Way they let this go. No, they're playing. There's no way. RQ, from the start of Season 12 to this point, they've never let Fanny go.
Are they trying to bait Rebellion into picking it and then countering it completely? Now the Kufra was banned by Rebellion third in the previous game. Now they banned that Valentina.
I agree. I like that because in game number 1 also, Clay was a trouble on Valentina. Even in game number 2, Clay doesn't really do bad overall. It's just like when you have that your potential of your composition is just blocked off by Rebellion Zion's discipline. We're gonna see here Coach Zaya, will it be the fanny ban again? Or he's feeling a bit more variety today. He's feeling mischievous.
The Edith is available for Rebellion and RRQ if they want to go for it too, man. There's so many things at stake right here, but the fanny will be banned out.
It's a bluff. It's a bluff.
Will it be a first pick Edith? Is that how strongly Rebellion feel about it?
Gotta say, man, right now I'm a bit of a Edith connoisseur because of
connoisseur.
Yeah, I like playing Edith.
Okay,
it's not just the hero. I like the hero. It's versatile.
You like playing with little girls, Chevin.
Why are we talking about this, Rashi?
Sorry, go on.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
I like the CCs, I like the damage also, I like the sustainability, and also I like the voice actor. Shout out to Sante Win out there if you're watching this.
Oh wow, the voice actor.
Yeah,
okay.
He's one of my favorite voice actor out there. So
wow,
yeah,
knowledge.
But Edith, okay.
Indo voice actor?
No, English.
English. Wow. Okay.
It's gonna be the Paquito for cars, I'd say. I think. But Edith, once you go into that Primal Wrath mode and you don't really get anything out of it, it's gonna be hard for you to make something happen. It's a bit, I would say combo based too, but it's not really as, how do I say it? It's not really as great as Yu Zhang or like as impacting as Yu Zhang in a team fight. So there's still some caveats. When you go in and you didn't succeed, you get punished really easily. You're not as sustained as you thought.
You're not as mobile either. Technically, the onwards can very easily get blocked off, but for RRQ, securing the mythical creature once again, but now having
right now?
Having Fredrin in the hands of Fair Sick. This is what was an issue when they tried to use it Grok and it just wasn't working out. But now they lose out in the macro department. What will they put in the hands of Banana to deal with this Paquito? That is if the Paquito goes into the XP lane. Our Rebellion, they can still flex things around.
Okay, so what the Rebellion want to play here? I think at this point, Paquito is no longer a flex that we have been seeing. When you see it picked up, it'll always almost go to the XP lane. The Irithel gets picked up here against that Claude. I'm expecting maybe a Baksha, but no, they go for the Varia. So despite the Edith finally being let go, it's not prio enough for Rebellion Zion to pick it up in the first phase.
Okay, right now Coach Chico has to prepare for Vincent to play a bit of a off-meta jungle, or maybe bring up that Leomord onto play, because I think Coach Zaya will exhaust the utility jungler pool for Vincent. Basha is still there, Martis is still there. That might be an option for Coach Zaya to go through, but we're gonna see here the last pick for RRQ in the first phase. Is it gonna be an EXP? Is it gonna be a mid lane for Clay? It's gonna be mid lane on that Farsa, trying to take care of that backline presence of Heizamor.
I believe in IESF, we're seeing this Farsa pick becoming more and more prio due to the squishier heroes just coming into the meta. Like this Novaria and Irithel, for instance, it's going to be very dangerous. But now RRQ can also needs to consider that Rebellion can bring out another fighter in the mid lane if they want to try and do the same strat they were doing in game number 1. And now there is no macro superiority for RRQ. They can no longer pull away Rebellion from their solid team fight composition, but they will ban out this Franco.
Okay.
And so Kaja maybe next?
Maybe, because RTZ, remember, this is Novaria, it can be flexed towards that roaming position also, and I think Terizla works quite well here for Rebellion Zion if they want to pick it. Against a Farsight, it's pretty good. Against a Fredjun, you can cancel out any potential objective takes in those lower battles, in those turtle battles. Against a Claude has to be really careful on the engage unless you want to get knocked up by that penalty zone. It can also be flexed towards that mid lane. In the previous game, in game number 1, it kind of worked, but I don't know if Rebellion wants to do that.
Mid lane fighter, Against a Farsa, that's a bit dangerous, man. The roaming potential, there's a chance that the fighter will not be allowed to even leave the lane, especially in the early game. But for RRQ, they're just trying to shut down RTZ, but like we mentioned, the Edith pick is still so available right here. With the Novaria, if they were trying to go with the plan of game number 1, I think it fits right in.
Yeah, and you know what they're doing right now with the Kaja and the Franco ban, it's not just limiting Auditizi's hero, but it's also limiting their own roamer, Naomi. These are the picks that we usually see from Naomi, and I think at this point, Rebellion Zion are doubling down. They're saying this Novaria is going roam. Do with that as you will. RQ, what do they go for here? A Natalia, signature pick for Naomi, is still up for grabs. We've seen a change though for this Natalia, no longer full invisible. He's dancing. I don't know, when he's this confident, I'm sensing a signature pick for Mr. Min Coco.
Could it be, man?
Maybe.
I'm not quite convinced. I think it's a bit too risky. Without seeing the final 2 picks, I think RRQ is gonna hide their roam pick for the last. That seems to be the winning formula they tried to do. In game number 1, they put a Kufa as a last pick as well. 5 more seconds.
Terizla seems like the safest option here.
Oh! Whoa.
Okay, interesting. It kind of works like Paquito. He has solo laning potential. He has sustainability, but the damage is just not there compared to this fighter. But Esmeralda, man, it's a pretty good lane matchup against Paquito, but Paquito is just way too fast for you to handle, especially in the later stage of the game.
Well, the Esmeralda, though, can really match the mobility because of the movement speed boost. Is roaming around to try and have a presence. And 1v1 is usually one of the more annoying heroes to try and catch as well. Usually, pitched up against a Uranus as well. That pick is still available, but for Rebellion, are they going to go for something like that, considering they already have a Paquito?
I think Minotaur Lancelot, they still need frontline, man. It's going to be really hard if they, kill and give this Novaria over the roam position. It's going to be a Martis, so not a Lancelot, but again, it's another Terizla mid.
Wow, okay, man. Now it's the same plan, technically, with an Irithel. In game number 1, I believe it was Rebellion were the ones with the Claude. So now they have a bit more mobility, a bit more kite potential. And looking at the amount of dashes available for RRQ, not a lot to try and punish the Irithel or the Novaria.
Is it Atlas time, Mirashi?
A bit too dangerous, man. I'm not sure if that will work out. The Purifies can just shut down the whole game plan as well. They need something quick, man. Something that is spammable, that can just exert pressure. The Cho would be ideal, but it's no longer available. This is a great ban for Rebellion.
Atlas Grok, those are the two roamers that come to mind. But hey, the Minotaur that I said earlier for Rebellion Zion is also up for grabs. It's great against Dive, and it will be the choice for RRQ. Naomi, Naomi Minotaur.
Like that. So there's more like counter-engaging potential for RRQ, especially combine that with the Blazing Duet from Skyla. It's gonna work better than a Kaja in the second game for Naomi, but so far I haven't really seen Minotaur from Naomi. I don't know, like, is it gonna work?
Minoko. Minotaur Minkoko.
Okay.
It's funny how the name really works out, but I think it's pretty strong right here, especially against the poke damage coming in from Rebellion. The sustain is going to be quite underrated, I feel like. It's going to be really game-changing for RRQ to be able to stay in the fight after receiving a good amount of damage from our Rebellion.
Okay, still with that Terizla mid laner for Sway Slow here. I'm hoping for another Ice Queen 1 also, but it's not gonna happen. But Naomi right now, Flicker, a lot of tenacities from RRQ. We're gonna see here, will the Kingslayer will be able to beat RRQ, or will the Kingdom, the Monarch, still stands in this game?
We'll see that here. Match point for both, 1-1. The decider for both RRQ and Rebellion. Fairsick on the purple, Vincent on orange. They're gonna meet up against each other around the turtle side.
Man, talking about the turtle side though, that's usually also a big point where fights do happen. And with the Minotaur, this means that RRQ technically have a bit of an edge against ODTZ's less aggressive hero, but that's only if they don't take enough damage in the early game. Clay though, he's been careful about his positioning.
Good chunk of damage there from Sway Low, but remember Naomi will have the win around a sustained battle with a healing built into the kit.
No way.
Who gets it there? It's still going to be Vincent who secures it for Rebellion Zion. Sway Low now gets knocked up, but again, ODTZ is right there to help Sway Low clear out these waves.
Yeah, bit of a concern right now. Before I saw the Novaria, Terizla, it's a pretty bad matchup in lane against Farsa. It can freeze, his lane can get freezed up quite easily, but when you have Novaria to help you with wave clear, it's going to be A-OK as ODTZ. Okay, like a third of his HP chunked by a single knockup from Minotaur. Wow.
It's the concussive blast as well. But looking at the emblems here, man, RRQ, they're trying to go for that movement speed. Maneuvers are what they really excel at, and this game is no different. If they can outmaneuver Rebellion Zion, be in the right place at the right time, and confuse Rebellion Zion's rotations, this could be a winning plan. But against a Martis and a Paquito, this first turtle fight is going to be brutal, man.
Okay, Skylar versus Heismore. It's Airthel versus Claude. I would say it's more of a skill matchup, right?
It's a farm matchup. Both of these gold laners don't really want to go for skirmishes. They just want to farm up. Unless Skylar just wants to do this, BMI forward.
Wow.
Yeah, very aggressive, but speaking of what matchup, it's going to be Martis versus a Fredrin. The objective take department as Cars, very, very aggressive.
He actually steals a little mini away. Fairsick now using a taunt, but Swaylo's right there to zone him away. Naomi caught very low, the spear.
Ooh.
Not connecting. Meanwhile, look at Banana. Chunking Vincent very, very low. Praisers Rack going to be used up. Getting Fairsick a bit more HP to play with as Vincent pops in that regen, takes the purple buff, and will try to look for another opening towards the turtle. It's now being held down by RRQ. But the airstrike going to be used up. They are looking to the commit. Let's see, Vincent walks in with a Mortal Coil. Naomi gets caught. And sure, it's a trade, a turtle for a kill. The Decimation picks up first blood.
I believe what happened there is Naomi goes in and pops them in the 1-4 just to ensure that Rebellion Zion don't really risk going in for that kill. So trading it for the turtle, it's still a very worthwhile trade. And on the bottom side, they don't lose much either. So for RRQ, so far so good, but they need this Farsa to be a bit more aggressive, man. There's no way that is good for you when your Farsa has the same impact technically as a Terizla in the mid lane.
Yeah, there you go. The lane matchup of Cars and Banana. It's going to be won by Cars in the early game by a small margin, I would say, because the damage is there. But the later the game goes, Banana is a bit more tanky. Once you get the anti-Cuirass, gets that brute force breastplate, it's going to be A-OK for you to tank all the damage. And also, Banana, like in terms of team fight, it's kind of like Uranus, right? There's not much utility that you can do in team fights. It's just there just to try to zone away the backlines of RQ or for Rebellion. Like, what is going to be the game plan for this Esmeralda?
For the Esmeralda, I think they're just going to have to try and shut her down. when it comes to these maneuvers around, I think there's a chance for Rebellion to outmaneuver, but look at RRQ going on Suelo.
They're playing ping pong with Suelo, forcing a flicker out. Vincent gets the Mortal Coil down. Able to chunk Fursic for a lot of HP, actually. Penalty zone. Oh, it connects onto Clay. He doesn't have any more maneuverabilities. He gets caught, even with Wings by Wings on the wall. And now Vincent is looking for some more damage. Has a decimation. Fursic one. He gets out, though. Just barely.
There you go.
What? Suelo picks up the kill. Rebellion Zion with a random 2 for 0.
Yeah, 1.5k so far for Rebellion Zion, as the total will come out in about 10 seconds. First Stick still has his retribution, but in terms of like objective taking, like what's gonna happen here, Rashi?
I think Rebellion Zion has full control right here. That's unfortunate that Clay overextended. And now with Rebellion Zion having so much control, it's going to be very risky for RRQ to go in the jungle and risk getting hit by a penalty zone. Naomi is already in place, but can they go for it?
Penalty zone onto Clay. Look at the damage. Oh my god, Sway low! Just eats him up. Appraiser's Wrath comes down, but Vincent! Wow! Even with the Appraiser's Wrath to assist Fursic, it's Vincent with a dub on the retry, and Sway low. He is a whole XP laner at this point. Look at him. He's just zoning Fursic away, Audi.
Oh, wow.
Chunking Fursic low, forcing Fursic back. Vincent doesn't have the retry, but Fursic doesn't either. The battle of Martis versus Fredrin. It's Vincent who comes out on top.
Oh man, I think the synergy is very underrated for Teridzla mid lane and also Audi TZ on the Novaria role. Because like, when you invade, there's also extra damage from long range. You're gonna be sniped quite easily. And when you're up against Teridzla, that first skill and second skill in early game is gonna be hard for you to tank. Even though if like you're a utility jungler, it doesn't matter.
He's serving the exact same role as an EXP laner. He's letting Audi TZ be the damage dealer and forcing RRQ to pick. Do they want to try and burst down a Teridzla that's just tanky by default due to the kit, due to the items, or do they want to just lose their mid laner? But look at the top side.
It's a lot of knockups, and also Skylar, who picks up the kill. Now finally, they have Skylar on the board, but look at the trade that's happening down below. It's a tier 2 traded in. Banana will be forced to use that sprint. Tier 2 for a kill and a tier 1.
Well, RRQ can still go for this tier 2 if they want to. That seems to be what's going to happen. And RRQ, they just have to really rely on Naomi on this Minotaur, man. If Minotaur is not anywhere near, the backhand is just so vulnerable. This is the same situation technically from game number 1, but now it's a bit more dangerous, so RRQ needs to chill a bit more. If the Martyrs start snowballing, this could be an absolute nightmare of a game for RRQ to play out.
Yeah, speaking of chilling, Skylar has to watch out for the split pushes, man. Yes, he is the best objective taker in the game in MPL Indonesia Season 12, but in that second game, like, RRQ just gets punished once Skylar is gone. And Skylar, especially on that tier 2, has to be careful. He has the Purify right now,
what?
So
wait,
a bit more utility, but first hit very low.
It's gonna be a kill. Oh, penalty zone! Flicker into the front! The decimation picks up a kill. Clay will fall as well! And Vincent picks up a double. He's looking for some more resets. Skylar's gonna be chased down. One more decimate! Vincent gets out with the Mortal Coil just a bit, but Naomi finds a shutdown, knocking him up under the tier 2. Vincent definitely bit a bit too much than he could chew, as Banana now is able to zone a few of the Rebellion Zion members, but it's still 2 for 1.
Yeah, it's still positive for Rebellion Zion, even though I think could have been better if Vincent doesn't really... Suelo? No, no way. There you go. He got away with it. A bit of an HP to work with, as he's gonna recall and group up for the next turtle, or maybe they will reset it towards the Lord.
Rebellion Zion is just forced to be a bit more aggressive and execute because they want to make sure that they don't get zoned out by the sustained difference, but that's going to be a turtle picked up by RRQ, finding a bit of an opportunity despite being behind on gold. Equalizing from a 2.6k gold lead back to a 2k, not bad at all, and looking at the late game potential here, same story, man. RRQ with the Esmeralda, with the Minotaur, Claude, and Farsa. The late game is looking very dangerous.
Okay, as we look in the in-game equipment by Dunia Games, Banana actually going for an emblem other than basic common emblem, I believe. Like, if you're playing Uranus or Esmeralda right now, you usually go for basic common emblem just for that
mana regen.
Yeah, mana regen, so you can get one extra item, one extra durability to work with. But he's going for Enchanted Talisman.
Yeah, he went for the support for extra movement speed and shielding. But let's see, Rebellion just trying to push the aggression. Vincent just trying to use every single bit of early game advantage he can before this Mortis falls off. He is working against the clock, and RRQ understand that.
Yeah, but Naomi right now, man, like, it's gonna be hard for him to land a single minion Fury onto Heizamore or ODTC. It's gonna be, has to be very deep into the backline of Rebellion Zion to be able to do that. And if you only punishes the frontliner of Rebellion Zion, especially Vincent, you're not gonna get a lot of things, man. Like, it is very tanky. I think they can still soak up a lot of damage from Clay and Skylar also. So, what's the plan here for Mr. Min Coco?
I think he's just gonna stay around a neutral objective and try and just be a zoning tool. That's the whole concept of RRQ's draft right here. Feather Airstrike. You know, what's the Esmeralda ulti again?
Falling Star Moon.
Falling Star Moon, as well as the Blazing Duet. There's just so many tools available for them to just push Rebellion Zion away from an objective. But in order to do so, they need to first have some control and then get the engagement that they need, especially with this Paquito against a Claw. This is a dangerous play for Skylar, man.
No, I think Skylar is all good in that kind of skirmish. As long as he has that BMI placed behind.
It's a sprint Paquito, though. We've seen that the Paquitos can chase down the Claude, so Skylar just has to be a bit more careful.
Right now, it's going to be a Lord dance for RRQ versus Rebellion Zion. Vincent already dragging the Lord towards his side as Sway Low. He has the penalty zone, but who is the prime target for this matchup?
Whoa, they're going to go in. Skylar gets chunked really low.
Holy moly!
Dangerous.
They might be the green light.
That's a Purify burnt out and a Blazing Duet. Falling Star Moon to the back. Banana doing some work, but gets chunked to half as well. The Dominance Ice doing work, and Astral Sphere connecting as well. Banana now getting a bit more sustain as Cars tries to isolate him, but gets isolated instead. Sway Low acting as a front line. From the Airstrike coming down with a Minion Fury, knocking him up. A DPZ, defensive penalty zone by Sway Low. Flickers to the other side. Beautifully done by Sway Low to evade from the Appraiser's wrath. Now RQ still holding on to this Lord. Skylar gets a clear into the mid lane, and Banana is already on that bottom lane.
Oh man, Banana is as slippery as the banana peel, man. He's just doing his own thing, zoning all the members away from Rebellion Zion. It's not much damage, but it's honest work for this man.
It's great macro plays from Banana, just being an absolute disruption instead of being a static frontline, leaving that job for Naomi. But man, RRQ, they're playing so dangerous. Man. That's crazy.
Yeah, Skylar, like, knowing that he has the BMI is still very confident, but Naomi,
penalty zone, beautifully done. Oh, the Astral Sphere barely connects here. Skylar walking up, Sway Low, 1 HP. Clay with Wings by Wings. Vincent and Fairsick still on the Lord. Banana dealing some damage here, poking Vincent slowly but surely, creating some frustration onto Vincent. Look at Fairsick still holding on to that Lord. Yeah, that slow push up top. Meanwhile, Cars, wow, now he dashes out, but Skylar catches him. It's a reset for RRQ. Banana, wow, look at the time that he bought with this Esmeralda. Suelo's looking for the opening. Skylar just uses the BMI very aggressively. Now gets caught, penalty zone, and used that on the two members, but a Minor Fury knocks them up. It's Suelo taken out, Vincent running away, the Falling Star Moon, and another knockup from Naomi. Meanwhile, Clay looking for that final shot to take Vincent down, that elimination. RRQ, they fought themselves into a position where they can get a Lord for free.
The patience from RRQ, man. They are low HP bars again and again from Rebellion, but RRQ do not bite for Rebellion. They eventually lose one member, and now Vincent gets taken out as well.
There you go, another kill for the man, the myth legend Skylar, finally showing that he is a mythical creature on this Claude as he's trying to siege the mid turret with Cars. ODTC and Heizamore defending.
That's a zoning Claude. He's the one walking up. Usually you see the XP laner, but for Skylar, he can do that too. That's in his job description. Banana down below, picking up a free tier 2. No defense for Rebellion Zion. They will sacrifice these tier 2s to protect their base turrets. Will it work, Arashi?
I think it's still pretty okay, man. ODTZ can provide a lot of wave clear, and Cars can disengage. With Vincent coming up. Whoa!
Another airstrike even taking highs down, and that charge is lethal. This should be a free base turret taken out for RQ. Cars with a knockout strike in the mid lane. That's what nature finally built for Skylar. It's going to be a lot of survivability. If it already looked like he was unkillable earlier, now with Wind Nature, yeah, it gets even tougher for Rebellion.
It's just dancing around the front line of Rebellion Zion, just playing really, really ballsy right now, Skylar. Very on brand for his playstyle though, like a lot of poking, a lot of dangerous maneuvers, but in the end, he doesn't really get punished a lot. Even in the first game, the second game, I'd say, you know what? No, I take it back. It is a big mistake for Skylar. I was going to say it's not really much of a mistake, but...
Whoa!
But it's going on.
Coming down, flickers out to safety. Look at the knockout strike. Skylar's 1 HP gets shut down by the decimation. He went for an aggressive maneuver. Now Naomi's got it. Another decimation. Stacking it up. Versick caught on the sphere. Slowed down by that Ice Queen wand. Vincent is running down. RRQ cars. Knockout strike. No flicker. Clay gets out. Oh! It's easy with a sphere from downtown.
Oh, Auditizi from the parking lot. As Heisemore and crew will try to burst down this mid turret. But I don't think they can end it just yet. Only one turret, only one card left. As Banana and Versick will try to get it down. And there you go. Rebellion Zion is back in the game.
The, I don't know, audacity of RRQ just bites them in the back, man. Playing so aggressively, just gambling with their safety. It has been working out so far, but in that one fight, they just bit off a bit more than they could chew. Fortunately, the Lord is not up just yet. They will be able to contest it. And the tower that's down is the mid lane turret compared to the side lane. It's going to be a bit more difficult for Rebellion Zion to play with the wave so far. Looking at the rest of the items, it's all frontline items for Versick and Naomi. They need to stay in the front. They need to be rival sources of protection for the back line. Clay just has to be a bit more careful, man. All right, right now he is the juiciest, easiest target for Rebellion Zion to make a play on.
The fact that he's the catapult of the kingdom, he's just there in the back line trying to deal damage, and getting killed 4 times in this game is just not good at all. But Naomi getting chung-wheeled. Oh, Esuelo!
Whoa, very offensive penalty zone. He gets isolated himself, but he actually out-damages and out-sustains Clay! Highs running Naomi down, even Skylar 1 HP! Oh my lord, Banana now trying to be the distraction, but is melted down. Rebellion Zion on the way to the Enhanced Lord, 16 minutes in. This might be free. Versick walking up, Swalo trying to hold him down. Astral Echo revealing 3 members. Abrasion's Wrath coming down, but Heist is still going to be there. The penalty zone locks them down again. Naomi, Minion's Fury only finding Swalo. It's a big punch from Cars to knock Naomi down.
Wow, man, that is just unfortunate. Rebellion Zion now with the gold advantage, with the composition to just out-damage RRQ technically in a longer fight, and the range coming from the Novaria of Auditizi as well. This is looking grim for RRQ, man, but they have pulled miracles before. Let's see what they can do with 20 seconds still on 2 members on their roster.
1v1! Oh my goodness! BMI to the back, this might be fatal. They don't have a marksman here, and look at Skylar. He's going to have to maneuver even further because he knows someone is chasing him down. Penalty zone coming down. Banana now locked down, isolated. Clay gets hit by the spear. Clay's going to be ulted down by the decimation. He walks into range. Blazing Duet used up defensively right now as Naomi's going to be chunked. Another spear comes in. Versick with an Appraiser's Wrath, but the Minion's Fury does nothing. It's a deciment for a triple. Skylar versus the world. 1 minute wave down below, coming down. Skylar revealed out. It's a full engage, and they wipe RRQ out as they have just reverse swept RRQ.
The sky is completely blue in MPL Arena. And it's not just because of Rebellion Zion, it's also the blood, the blue blood that has been splattered from the kingdom, from the royalties of the game.
Wow, man, the Kingslayers strike again. RRQ all the way on top, getting taken out by Rebellion. Is this the second time in the season?
I don't know, it's just way too much time, man.
It's the first time, I guess. But man, the Kingslayers, late in the season, live up to their reputation.
The coup for Rebellion Zion. It's begun in Season 8 when they joined. They've never been able to beat RRQ. And now the coup has been successful for the Rebels. What a performance from Rebellion Zion, a team that a lot of people counted out in the first day of the season. Before the season even started, nobody was expecting Rebellion Zion to be a powerhouse, and they've just beaten #1.
You love to see it, man. You love to see the upsets in MPL Indonesia Season 12. There's a lot of stories going on, but this is one of the better ones. As Rebellion just proving to all the world, to all of Indonesia, that they're a force to reckon in Indonesia.
What the heck was that though? Cars! That final play, Arashi, the 2 shots he landed onto Skylar. Sure, it didn't kill Skylar, but he was too low. He had to even BMI around the base. He had to walk to the enemy base.
There's a great decision for Rebellion to pressure with that, that momentum. But I think we can ask the players themselves what was going to happen.
Yeah, we're going to ask the players for this interview with Monica.
Mana tepuk tangannya untuk Rebellion Zion! Wow, pertandingan yang begitu sengit. Swallow, gimana rasanya memenangkan pertandingan kali ini? Apalagi kalau kita flashback ke leg yang pertama, RRQ waktu itu berhasil menumbangkan Rebellion. Tapi kali ini kalian yang berhasil menumbangkan RRQ. Ini balas dendam kah? Udah latihan gitu ya?
Yang jelas kita lakuin yang terbaik sih. Kita semenjak kalah itu kita banyak belajar, banyak improve ya. Pokoknya lakuin yang terbaik buat kedepannya biar bisa nunjukin yang terbaik.
Ada perbedaan gak sih ketika kalian bertemu dengan RRQ di leg yang pertama dengan kalian ketemu RRQ di leg kedua? Apalagi kali ini kayaknya begitu sengit banget ya di game yang pertama sampai 30 menit. Tadi juga tarik ulur.
Kalau bedanya yang leg 1 sama leg kedua tuh leg 1 aku nggak main. Leg 2 aku yang main, itu aja bedanya sih.
Jadi kunci kemenangan nih Swallow?
Enggak juga, hoki aja.
Oke. Tapi tadi ada yang menarik di game yang pertama kita melihat Vincent menggunakan Guinevere. Kenapa? Karena Guinevere di MPL season ini baru kali ini keluar. Dan terakhir keluar sebenarnya di MPL season 9. Jadi season 10, season 11 nggak ada. Terus tiba-tiba di season 12 kamu pakai Guinevere.
Ikutin Wise sih.
Oh, kenapa?
Gak tau sih sebenarnya disuruh Bang Tito, coach.
Terus?
Ya disuruh spam, udah main aja.
Disuruh coach, tapi gimana kamu udah latihan kah? Udah sempet scrim menggunakan Guinevere gitu, jadi udah pede nih gak apa-apa ngikutin coach bisa nih pakai Guinevere.
Udah latihan, scrim semua rank.
Oke, udah latihan makanya pede ya? Pede ya? Nah, tadi di game yang pertama, tadi sempat aku Monica ngomongin, di game pertama itu susah banget tarik ulur 30 menit dan RRQ yang berhasil memenangkan di game pertama. Itu kenapa, Audi? Waduh, kenapa tuh Audi?
Pemanasan kali ya, soalnya MPL mulai lagi jadi belum biasa lagi lah.
Tapi kan waktu break 2 minggu, RBL latihan juga dong.
Oh iya, ya udah kayak gitu aja dah.
Oke, tapi kamu jadi player of the game di game yang kedua. Jadi kenapa yang membedakan game yang pertama dan game kedua?
Beda kali ya, soalnya yang game 2 saya pakai tank yang inisiasi, game 1 enggak.
Dan tadi kamu match up-nya sama Naomi, gimana tuh match up sama Naomi sebagai Roman?
Jago, dia jago banget.
Jago banget, tapi kamu lebih jago?
Udah pasti dong.
Oh, kenapa?
Kan menang soalnya.
Oh, oke. Rebels mana dong suaranya? Oke. Anyway, tadi juga di game yang pertama selain Vincent yang menarik nih menggunakan Guinevere, ada Heist juga nih yang pakai Claude. Kenapa kamu pakai Claude? Padahal kamu tahu ini power hero-nya Skylar.
Karena disuruh coach.
Disuruh coach lagi.
Ya.
Tapi kamu ada rasa nervousnya nggak sih, gugup? Aduh, ketemu pakai Claude, ketemunya Skylar yang udah tahu banget nih power hero-nya Skylar.
Enggak sih, lebih semangat sih soalnya ketemu Skylar. Skylar kan idola Cloud.
Oke, lebih semangat. And anyway, kita akan melihat siapakah player of the match kali ini. Kira-kira siapa, Rebels? Audi kah? Audi kok angkat tangan? Pede ya? Kita lihat siapakah player of the match kali ini. Audi, gimana? Apa yang membuat kamu menjadi player of the match menurut kamu?
Nggak tahu ya.
Saya juga bingung kenapa dipilih mulu.
Tapi kan tadi kata kamu jago.
Ya mungkin itu salah satunya kali ya, kenapa bisa begini.
Jadi jagonya karena itu ya. Tapi anyway, setelah hari ini Rebellion akan bertemu dengan Aura di minggu kali ini. Sebagai sesama rookie nih, Audi bakalan ketemu sama Aran di Aura. Ada pesan-pesan khusus?
Gak ada sih, semangat aja lah
Tapi-
buat dua-duanya.
Oke, tapi gimana nih optimismenya bertemu dengan Aura? Yang sekarang Prince Aran lagi kuat-kuatnya.
Yakin sih menang 2-0 lagi sih kayak leg 1.
Oh, Kars.
Ya.
Gimana, senang?
Menang.
Kasih semangat dong buat Rebels.
Semangat Rebels.
Oh, singkat padat jelas. Sekali lagi dong yang lebih semangat, Kars.
Semangat Rebels.
Oke, dan inilah pemenang antara Rebellion Zion dan juga RRQ. Kita berikan tepuk tangan untuk Rebellion Zion. Congratulations once again. Dan kita akan melihat bagaimana pertandingannya tadi sampai akhirnya Rebellion bisa memenangkan pertandingan yang begitu sengit. Kita akan tanyakan kepada para caster di sana. Silakan casters.
The mythical creature has been tamed by the Blue Bulls. And in a brilliant fashion, I would say, man. Like, a lot of people have been saying, like, you have to auto-ban the Claude from Skylar. It's always banned in MSC last year, but right now it's not really showing much. What's the problem, Rashi?
Well, you heard it here first, man, from Mirko.
Okay.
This Claude pick is just a bit too risky, a bit too dangerous. It's no longer as prio. I think at this point it's just very situational, by all means. But in that last game, I think it still was doing pretty okay. But overall, I think the fact that whenever you go in for a Blazing Duet, you just get immediately chunked out. It's just a bit dangerous when you use it in a combo fashion. You just have to rely on the movement speed and the mobility to try and make some outplays happen. And in this game, it just wasn't enough. It kind of worked out, but I think credit to Rebellion for just putting Skylar again and again in a tough situation. They just knew how to just exert pressure. They already shut down Clay, and now when Skylar's trying to make plays happen, he gets shut down as well. So Rebellion are just really stepping up.
This might be the impact for Skylar, especially of the Claude bans towards him, right? When you have been banned constantly, the Claude, the Beatrix, and you don't actually get to play your comfort pick that much on stage, you get a little bit of rust.
Yeah.
And the rust was definitely visible here. It was a bit too visible because the Astral Echo always gave his position out, and that, I think, was the main reason as to why Rebellion were able to shut him down.
I think it's very creative for Rebellion as well. If you look at their composition right now, instead of going, RRQ has always been outmaneuvering them, right? Kiting back and forth from their aggression. So now they're like, you know what? That's too annoying. Get all the slows, right? Get all the vision and ensure that we can just slow down, bog down RRQ to a point that they can't really use that movement. I mean, Banana was on the Esmeralda, and for the most part, he was still forced to play so conservatively because otherwise, all the slows land, the mobility from the Paquito and the Irithel can be used as follow-up, and before you know it, you get chased down, taken out.
Yeah, especially Esmeralda kind of falls off in the late game too. Like, yes, you
In
have
Marcus
the
as well,
armor,
yeah.
You have the tanky items, but in late game against a very, very good marksman in High Zamor with full item Malefic Row with all the penetration item that he has, like, you can't really do much. As you can see here, the highlight from the first game, it was back and forth in the early game, but in the last...
Oh, man.
Oh, this is very unfortunate, man. Like, the fact that Suelo knows, like, the limit, the hitbox, like, that was very close to Clay getting away. That is very risky, but in the end, it paid off. For the most part, Clay, look at this. 0-3-0. He hasn't had a kill or an assist. Like, after 3 deaths, that is crazy, especially from Clay.
I mean, you can also make the argument that, like, as much as Russ is concerned with Clay playing so aggressively, the Kadiras, the Valentinas, on the Farsa today, he just gets caught out again and again. And of course, Rebellion Zion made sure that was the case, but man, it was so difficult for him to have any kind of impact in this game, dude.
I mean, you're a Farsa that's already immobile when you use all and these shots.
Scary.
Scary.
I guess that is what the Irithel was supposed to do in game number 1 from RRQ, I believe, right? Just outburst the backlines.
This moment.
But it was too difficult, man. Yeah, right here when Skylar is back, but he's just way too low. Just can't get anything done.
Yeah, Blazing Duet doesn't really do anything because he is not really facing anything because he's very low. And that is courtesy of Cars with the engage in the bottom lane as Kyler. He has to, like, he is very capable of using BMI and just juggling his way out of any damage that is coming. But you have to realize the potential that you have. You have to realize the limit of the hero that you play, as Kyler might be one of the reasons why RRQ was lost in that last fights.
Yeah, he was nowhere to be seen initially. Remember, Banana actually tanked up the Lord for a bit, and he was taken out because of that. Maybe if Skylar was there, instead of, going back, obviously, because he got chunked too low, that might have been a different story. Maybe it could have been prolonged.
He just went very, very far. I guess he was concerned about someone chasing him down, but he went really, really far across the river before recalling. Overall, of course, there were circumstances, but that is definitely a huge problem. And on the note, Naomi on the Minotaur as well, just not as dynamic, not as fearsome as what we usually expect. So the fact that Rebellion Zion were able to just maintain essentially the same game plan, right, from game number 1, and just shut down all the powers from RRQ, force them to pick up Fredrin early on in the game, force Clay to be on this Farsa, and then have the solutions for all those plans. Just shows again that Coach Chico, when it comes to the drafting, this man is something else.
A whole different game plan from a lot of teams out there that try to ban Skylar and force him to play heroes that he doesn't really usually play. In this case, though, it's mostly Naomi ban, or like Naomi target ban. Katira, Chow, Kaja Franco. When you're forced to play a hero that's more reactive in this context, in this composition, you have a lot of dives coming at you. You have to save up the Minion Fury to get your teammates away from fights. Naomi just cannot shine. Like, this is not the type of heroes that usually play. And RQ might be, a fading or like not picking it in the future for this guy.
I think it can work out sort of, but they just were forced into just weird situations, man. It wasn't just a clear-cut engage or disengage. Rebellion Zion just made it so confusing because at some points they were able to chase down RRQ, they're able to combo RRQ as well, they're able to actually kite back and chase down as well. So it's just a flexibility advantage being shown by Rebellion just at every turn, showing RRQ like, oh, you can do that, we can do even more, we can do it better even.
And now there's a big question lingering atop RRQ. Earlier, maybe in the first few weeks, we could have just said, yes, their execution have always been amazing, maybe even perfect, but their drafts are very template. That's where a lot of teams have been able to get the edge, the drafts. Now the fact that even when the drafts have been let go in a way where, it kind of favors RRQ, those are their comfort picks, it can still be countered and teams can still win based on their execution here. It gets really scary for RRQ. Have teams finally caught up?
Maybe, but I think like Coach Zaya didn't really expect that Taritzla mid, man. Like that is a game-changing pick, especially in the third game. Clay cannot do anything. You mentioned the early game laning phase of Farsa and Taritzla Arashi. Yes, it is bad, but the later the game goes, once you have those flicker and penalty zone, like it's gonna be an easy punish towards the backline of RRQ. And this is the key to success of this game.
In the early game, it was just the roaming, but the power spikes, right? For everyone on Rebellion, technically, because here we talk about cars, but at the same time, right, the mid lane is also a fighter, so it's a similar power spike, and all that combined was just very difficult for you to deal with, especially the Naomi and the front lines were having trouble, but especially if you're a backline player, man. All these beefy heroes just jumping straight at you, that is just so difficult to deal with. And along with that, the heavy crowd control from Rebellion. We saw that in game 2, I believe, right? RRQ were able to actually win out in the crowd control, gameplay. But in the number 3, Rebellion just have the better, more consistent, more reliable crowd controls, and shows again that RRQ, they're also very crowd control reliant, right? If they lose out in that department, if they don't have as spammable of skills, you can see that their aggression just dips down quite significantly.
And I think maybe another big weakness that was perhaps exploited here that can still be fixed by RRQ is the fact that when Naomi doesn't get a proactive roamer, they really struggle. Minotaur, very reactive, and we saw that he had to play that way. He couldn't be the initiator or even the screener that he usually is.
Yeah, like the I would say qualification or like the target that he has, like the perfect target is the backline, but you can't really get there because they has flicker, they have sprint and a lot of things. But we're gonna take to break. After this, we're gonna see another game of Bigatron Alpha versus Dewa United. So stay tuned to the stream, don't go anywhere.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that?
Sure. Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you.
We don't need no sleep because the party don't stop. So put your hands on me.
It's only you who rocks my world. It's only you who rocks my world.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu. Ya dong, top global Mi. Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget. Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan? Iya sih, murah banget ya. Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in Gold.
Unlimited.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Mau pergi? Bingung. Mau makan? Bingung. Mau belanja? Bingung.
Nggak usah bingung. Beli Mega Brand Festival 99. Langsung dapat triple deals-nya otomatis.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
So it all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Wow.
Attention passengers, final call for flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you.
We don't need no sleep because the party don't stop. So put your hands on me.
Gatot Kaca. Ih, Tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini nih lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu. Ya dong, top global Mi. Bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget. Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan? Iya sih, murah banget ya. Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in Gold.
Unlimited. That's unlimited. That's unlimited. That's unlimited. That's unlimited.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Mau pergi? Bingung. Mau makan? Bingung. Mau belanja? Bingung.
Nggak usah bingung. Beli Mega Brand Festival 99. Langsung dapat triple deals-nya otomatis.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
all started when I was at a friend's party.
Mia, can you send me that? Sure.
Everyone keeps asking.
Mia, can you send me that?
Even my French neighbor. I mean, all the time.
Can you send me that?
I'm not making this up.
Hey, can you send me that?
Everyone.
Sure.
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
Attention passengers, final call flight.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine.
Hang on.
A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Get it now.
It's only you.
We don't need no sleep because the party don't stop. So put your hands on me.
It's only you who rocks my world. It's only you who rocks my world.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal.
Wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
Pus. Kamu lagi ngapain? Ini lagi push rank pakai Akai. Ikut dong.
Double kill. Triple kill. Savage.
Itu keren banget loh itu. Ya dong, top global Mi. Ih, bukan kamunya yang keren. Itu notifikasinya keren banget. Alah, notifikasi ini bisa didapetin dari in-game mulai dari kemarin 8 Agustus cuma 58 diamond doang. Murah banget kan? Iya sih, murah banget ya. Nah, kita main.
Hanya perlu melihat ke dalam dirimu. Dan kamu akan mengerti betapa berharganya nilaimu. Percaya pada dirimu. Bukan dengan tergesa-gesa, namun dengan caramu yang beda.
Tunjukkan kilau kisahmu sendiri.
Dan ciptakan emas dalam setiap karyamu.
Trust in Gold.
Unlimited. That's unlimited. That's unlimited. That's unlimited. That's unlimited.
Modal gratis, untung berkali-kali.
Mau pergi? Bingung. Mau makan? Bingung. Mau belanja? Bingung.
Nggak usah bingung. Beli Mega Brand Festival 99. Langsung dapat triple deals-nya otomatis.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Di dunia games, top up jadi lebih mudah. Pilih game, masukkan game ID. Pilih Diamond. Masukkan kode promo, dan pilih metode pembayaran. Masukkan kode OTP dan konfirmasi pembelian. Selamat, kamu dapat tambahan kuota. Kumpulkan DG Point setiap top up. Tukar dengan merchandise dan voucher game menarik. Nikmati juga promo setiap harinya. Upgrade gameplaymu sekarang.
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss.
Live from MPL Arena Jakarta, MPL Season 12, powered by Moonton. Presented by Samsung Galaxy Official Gaming Phone. Official sponsor, Head and Shoulders. Official mobile internet partner, Telkomsel. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
It's match number 2 of week 6 of MPL Indonesia season 12. Back at it again with mac and cheese combo. Before we begin our discussion, we're gonna shout out our sponsors real quick. MPL Indonesia Season 12 powered by Moonton, presented by Samsung Galaxy official gaming phone, official sponsor Head & Shoulders, official mobile internet partner Telkomsel, official gold partner UBS Gold, partner in esports Blibli Dunia Game Grab over on YouTube, our official broadcast Max Stream Tavare Sports and Video, our supplier Indomaret Point Coffee, Minaskin Samsung, and also supported by BBSE. It's a big match today. It's Bigatron Alpha, the man-made program, versus the Apostles of God in Dewa United.
Both these teams, well, at this point, every single team in MPL Indonesia Season 12, any match will be a big match. Why? Because we don't know who's going to make it to the playoffs. I think we might actually go all the way to the final day again, just like Season 10, Arashi.
I mean, just earlier, number 1 lost against, number 7 in the league? So,
6 or 5?
Really know,
6.
man.
6.
6?
I don't know. It's so close. Everybody's at 4-4.
You never really know,
6.
man. There's a showdown, though, between artificial intelligence and God-given blessings, technically. So we'll have to see, man. Will it be calculative? Will it be instinctual? Let's see. Because if match number 1 has set the tone, man, we're in for a treat.
We're definitely in for a treat, but gotta say, man, Mirko, Bigatron Alpha, this is a tough spot to be. We're gonna see here the Architect effect. Aldo can bring the robot a reboot?
Robot reboot, man. They weren't able to actually secure the victory in IESF, unfortunately.
In what?
The what?
What's that? What's an ISF?
Well, it wasn't Bigatron winning, but looking at the stats right here, everyone in Bigatron, they actually have great potential. Can Aldo, the architect himself, finally pull him out of that dark corner? Because they haven't been playing with him, in the lineup per se.
Yeah, that is definitely something that is a bit concerning. When we were actually watching IESF 2023, the drafts for Bigatron Alpha just didn't feel like the Bigatron Alpha that we saw. Snapdragon, and even in MPL Indonesia, these drafts, maybe all the way from week 5, have been a bit weird. And we actually got confirmation that Ray's Boy was actually handling everything. So maybe it looked a bit weird, but maybe it's not weird. It's a bit just different, right? Ray's Boy has a different vision for the team, and he was able to bring it out, getting to the grand finals of ISF 2023. Unfortunately, yes, it is a sad, sad loss. But now, back with Aldo. I don't know. What do you guys think?
Just for confirmation, okay, this is not a knock to Ray's Boy itself. Getting to the finals versus Philippines, stolen game number 1 is a very praiseworthy achievement, but it's more of a, having 2 heads at the same time is better than just a single head.
2 heads are better than 1 is the word you're looking for. That is a very solid point.
The more the merrier.
And honestly, with Aldo in the mix, I feel like it's just going to be a bit more creative, a bit crazier. And I'm looking forward to seeing his solutions to some of the problems we've been spotting in match number 1. We talked about the Claude being a bit more situational. We talked about how now some of these fighters are going in the mid lane. Will Aldo just find, once again, something unique, something signature of the architect himself? That is the main question everyone is just dying to get the answer to.
Yeah, I gotta say, man, unique or different doesn't mean a good game or W. We've seen how unique Bigatron Alpha can be. We've seen Aulus, we've seen Alucard against Onyx, and it went terrible. Well, it is Onyx.
Terrible? So Aulus? The Aulus wasn't terrible.
No,
Alucard,
yeah, Alucard.
Okay,
but,
fair.
It's against Onyx, so it makes sense.
Yeah, everything's horrible against Onyx. Sometimes you just gotta maybe just try to experiment up against the very best. If you're not gonna win, maybe just lose in style or just try to save some of these strats, and that has really been the main copium for all the Bigatron fans. Saving a strat for ISF, now for MPL. And maybe if they qualify to M5, then yeah, maybe we can prolong the saving of strats. But for Dewa United, they are not going to be saving any of their strats. They're playing for their lives to get into the playoffs. First season for Dewa United, and well, they're not bottom last. They're not 9th place. They're actually 8th. Alter Ego are down in the 9th place,
which is crazy. I mean, you didn't expect a team with not so much experience going up against all the other experienced rosters here to actually do so good, but initially they're even quite high up, 5th place before dropping down. So if the upset from game number 1 was not a hint, we might see something crazy in match number 2.
Back again with their winning lineup the apostles of God make their way on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Dewa United.
Still with their MDL drone lineup, -1 on the gold lane for veterancy.
Ooh, man. We'll see what they can do, man. We talk about how Watt is usually the tip of the spear, but now they are showing a bit more flexibility. And flexibility is a dangerous weapon that we've seen a lot of teams use. But against Bigatron Alpha,
hello there,
it's
Who's
Shibe.
that? Shibe, their new goal laner from the MDL. He's gonna be making his debut on his first day up in MPL. Ladies and gentlemen, the new robot in town, Bigatron Alpha.
Remember the name, remember the pronunciation. It's Shive, not Scythe, not Sif.
We thought it was Shive, we thought it could be Shiv, but no, it's Shive.
Yeah, but on the other hand though, it's keep playing instead of Moreno. A well-deserved rest for the guy itself.
We'll have to see what he can do, man. Big shoes to fill in the roster of Bigatron Alpha. But as we talked about earlier, this is the main change right here. Sive is definitely a surprise, but Coach Aldo making it back here is something that the fans have been waiting for. He's going up against side of Dewa. We'll see what kind of crazy things we can see today, because even for Dewa, actually, Coach Jack Lee has a lot of surprise picks available for him if he wants to explore those options.
Movie star.
Yeah, movie star, martial artist Jack Lee. Let's see if he can take Aldo out with a roundhouse kick.
A roundhouse kick, but so far, there has been a lot of criticism towards Jack Lee and also Dewa United overall for their drafting. It's more of a very team fight heavy composition. It's always been like that ever since day number 1, and it has been rigged by a lot of teams. That's why after week number 1, they're very, very scarce of those W's. We're gonna see here the keys of the victory by Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G.
Dixon securing a playmaking hero. It is definitely something that's important. The EXP lane, if you're gonna try and do macro plays, is just critical. If they don't get Dixon something good, Sorizo can just take over. Along with that, giving Lanaya the space to dominate in the objective contest. More space means more creativity, more potential for this team that is relatively unsolved to try and do something that will surprise the more experienced, the older teams in the MPL.
Yep, the playmaking potential of Dixon goes hand in hand with the space that Lanaya has in objective taking. Therefore, this kiss to victory, I really like it. I really like it. Especially Dixon, he's known for his Turitsla, but other than that, you have to see like what are the other heroes that he can bring to the table to make Dewa United get those W's.
Well, because the keys to victory by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G for Bigatron Alpha. Vin plays more rationally, no longer the traditional roamer that kind of like YOLOs and instinctually pushes through in all those engagements. And of course, adapting in the in-game through Super Ken's macro play. The issue right here that a lot of people are talking about is Bigatron. They're always very disciplined, very united, very systematic, but that also means they're very predictable, and their linear playstyle needs to be improved a bit more. But we are gonna extend a thank you for the efforts of Bigatron Alpha in IESF.
It is definitely an achievement for Bigatron Alpha, knowing that a lot of countries out there, it's not just Philippines and Indonesia anymore, it's not just Southeast Asia, even the East Asia, even North America, all the teams around the world has been improving a lot in IESF World Championship. And it's going to be interesting to see in Wildcard M5 and M5 in general.
Yeah.
Who will take the throne for the best team in the world?
Really interested to see a lot of these new regions, new countries finally step up and show us what they've got on the international stage. Because like you mentioned, IESF was, for me, very impressive for all these regions that we never saw before. Shout out to Kazakhstan, Saudi Arabia, Mongolia, and even Egypt and Mongolia proving us wrong. And even one more shout out to Georgia before we get into the player head-to-head by Head and Shoulders.
Looking at the head-to-head between Lanaya and Super Ken. Super Ken is just destroying in the kills per game, but look at the average GPM and the average KDA. Lanaya isn't that far back behind. So obviously a different approach. Looking at the heroes, also the Baxia making an appearance for Lanaya. We'll see if that high mobility tanky hero will be used to effect by Dewa United.
I think one of the keys to victory here for Dewa United is also the confidence. Just do not think of yourself as the underdog. You deserve to be here. You are one of the teams in MPL Indonesia Season 12. You are one of the teams in one of the best leagues in the world. So, like, you are gonna have to go toe-to-toe with the ISF runner-up. So, yeah, I think that's also the case for Vin. Because so far we haven't seen a lot of micro-heavy heroes on this guy, especially that Chow that we haven't seen so far in a long time. Even the only time when Chow was bringed out in ISF was versus North America versus United States, where Vin doesn't really perform well. I don't care, like, you have to still play those heroes as long as you perform in the playoffs in the game that matters. We're gonna see here the draft for game number 1 of Bigatron Alpha versus Dewa United.
Dewa on the blue side, Bigatron on the red. Fredrin and Terizla, wow. Full focus on, again, the trio mid from Dewa United, the playmaking heroes as well for Dixon.
Man, the Pakiro and the Fanny as well. Dewa just don't want to deal with that mobility. Maybe they fear for the quick rotations, the speed that Bigatron Alpha has usually used to just overwhelm and outmaneuver their opponents. But for Bigatron, it's all about the front lines, denying the crowd control, the tankiness that will be such a problem if you're trying to go for pickoff. So expect a lot of crowd control from the side of Bigatron Alpha.
So it looks like Dewa United doesn't want to go against these micro-heavy heroes. And Bakito, Fanny, and Joy are from Super Can. Just want to point out to you guys, if you have OCD, look away, because Sive is not Super Sive, it's Sive, the only guy on Bigatron Alpha that doesn't have Super on his name. Like, it is bothering me a little.
Maybe he needs to earn the title before he can claim a Super moniker himself. It's a bit of a proving situation, but for Dewa United here, first pick, Angela.
No, I don't know what's the attempt here. Maybe they're going for the Angela combo and not showing the link in the first place, but Angela is very easily punishable in lane or even like in the roaming area. You can pick heroes like Chow or Franco. These kind of heroes really make Angela a bad pick in the early game especially. So what is the plan here for Dewa United? Bigatron Alpha, I think the response is quite easy for Coach Aldo.
Yeah, well, I think they're going to have to stick to what they have built for themselves. They can't really be stirred by this Angela pick. They need to still build that foundation, something that the Architect is known to do. Pick up these really, really prio heroes at the start that can be flexed. Whoa, there you go. Grok and Valentina still playing with that flex potential to try to understand what Dewa are trying to do right here.
I thought maybe the Boxia would be considered, because the Boxia-Angela combo is definitely a disgusting strat.
This might be Brody and Boxia.
And again, going with the Boxia will also mean that you can deal with the healing coming from the Angela. So it's a bit of a two birds with one stone, I was assuming, but Coach Aldo clearly values the crowd control immunity and the wave clear for the side of Bigatron. Maybe they're going to try and go for pickoffs here.
That is definitely an option for both of these teams, but Saritza on the Grog. This might be Vin, but I think it's more of a Saritza pick rather than... Oh, there you go. The Brody has been picked for Dewa United, but on the other hand, it's Export. So the Brody does quite well with Angela. Angela has the slow, also has a bit of a utility in that, global threat of the hard guard. But against a Grog, usually when you pick a Brody, the counter pick is the Grog. So they're playing right into Coach Aldo's traps here. It's going to be the Claude to respond to that Brody pick.
That's a very interesting choice to go for the Claude against the Brody. And on top of that, remember, it's a Brody with the help of an Angela and even an X-Borg here that can really punish short-ranged marksmen.
You do wonder, what is the Architect doing? Is there a plan here? Will there be more combos? Is it just for the mobility? We'll have to see, man. We have already made the verdict that this hero is playable. It's very situationally. Maybe Coach Aldo has just that much faith in Sive.
And also a lot of faith to the Grok itself, because this has to be comboed with the Blazing Duet, especially the later the game goes. That combo is going to be very, very handy to turn the game around or put the game on your back. But it's going to be the lane ban coming in from Coach Aldo. Might be looking for a Lancelot ban after this. This Lancelot and Angela is very annoying combo to deal with again. And it has also an option to go for more of a hybrid build or like full tank build. So for tankiness, more option to play against your opponent.
There's a Dairoth being banned by Dewa though. That is interesting.
Uranus?
We usually see it on the EXP lane with the Grok showing. It seems like Dewa just don't believe it's gonna go in the hands of Sorizo. They're still respecting a lot, banning the Paquito already, and now with the Dairoth, like you said, Mirko, maybe they're going for something tanky, something just obnoxious.
Yeah, but if it's Uranus or Esmeralda, where is it gonna go? Is it gonna be like jungler, or maybe export gonna be flexed towards the jungling area? This is very interesting coming in from Dewa United. But Coach Aldo banning another jungler. That is Baksha, a very good jungler to go with Brody and Angela. We've seen this combo over and over again in ISF, but we have a fun fact here. Mirko, take it away, please.
Out of 3 times representing the Indonesian national team, SuperVin has secured 2 second-place finishes and 1 silver medals for Indonesia. ISF, WEC 2023, and the 31st SEA Games in Vietnam 2021. Don't forget as well, RRQ and MSC 2022 in the grand finals. Lost first runner-up against RSGPH.
Oof. Well, unfortunately for Vin, that is the case. We'll see what he gets to get his hands on in match number 2 right here with the landslide already secured for Bigatron. Very flexible, can still go for the hybrid build we always talk about. Against this team, that might be the way to go, man. It's a lot of dangers lurking as Dewa will ban away this Novaria as well.
I don't know the plan for Dewa United right now, man, because so far there has been no stopper for this Claude, for this Lancelot to pop off. And like, all the options that you have has already been banned. Like, Minotaur is probably the best way to go here, but it's gonna be the Chao and also the Martis who's gonna be on the mid lane. It might be the Chao, it might be the export. We're gonna see here. I think it's gonna be the Chao, right?
Yeah,
surely.
It should be the Chao. We've seen this combination before.
0 magic damage, man.
Yeah, that's kind of wild from Dewa. I mean, I guess they're really banking on the hybridness of the Exborg.
Or use the Angela as damage. We've seen a damage
do that. No, it hasn't really worked out.
Exactly. We haven't seen great results. Final pick here for Bigatron. Is it gonna be a roamer? Is it gonna be an EXP? Something to just throw off Dewa United. Right now, front line and security, you know, safety for the back line is something that they require.
Kufra might be an option here.
Kufra?
Yeah. Or maybe a Franco. Oh. Okay, so it's gonna be Esmeralda up against the Exborg on the EXP lanes. Surely, there you go, Dixon on that Exborg. So SuperVin will use as this Grok to kind of counter the Brody that has 0 escape skills whatsoever outside of that flicker. I gotta say, man, it's looking pretty bad for Dewa United right now. Like, I am full on putting my stocks on the BTR.
Yeah, that Esmeralda's really going to give a big blow over to that Angela, man. That hard guard, not as impactful as you would expect up against Esmeralda, can bypass that, but still up against the rest, that hard guard can still deal a lot, have a lot of impact in the game. So it really depends on how they utilize the hard guard, when they utilize the hard guard, execution, but no magic damage.
I think for Bigatron, there's also a concern of the lack of crowd control. The only thing they have at their disposal is the wild charge coming from Vin, and maybe the falling Star Moon, but for Super Sorizo, usually he doesn't really participate that directly in a fight. So it's going to be a bit of a kiting situation right here. And fortunately for Bigatron, they do have tools to maneuver out of danger.
And let's see, will Bigatron Alpha be able to go back to their previous form with this game against Dewa United?
Well, we'll have to find out, man. Sive with the Purify, just respecting the cast potential from the side of Dewa United. They have all it takes to start snowballing, man. A solid pick-off hero like the Cho, and a very strong jungler. They can complete the snowball with the help of a roamer. They can just be so, well, I say roamer, but he's actually mid lane.
Very aggressive already from Lanaya and Kaze. This is what you can come to expect here, but Super Moreno now with Ken, who's opted to actually rotate over. That's a retribution used up by Ken. No orange buff just yet. Sorizo versus 4 members with the help of SuperVin. Not going to be knocked up by Shaco with that Jikundo. Sorizo might be taken out. Nope, still able to escape. Uses that Purify. And now it is Bigatron Alpha just responding to the proactive movements. But BTR actually got the dub here. SuperCan will be able to clear much faster than Lanaya, who's burnt out a lot of his resources.
Already very low too. It might be okay. There you go. He's going to secure that Lethal Wonder, but SuperVin is still gonna be invading the jungle, knowing Lanaya is very, very low and might be looking for it still. But Shaco also is gonna do the same. SuperCan, level 3, Shaco has to use the flicker.
has so unless no, Jikundo resets the Shunpu. Supercat still chasing though. Oh, another dash that misses. Oh, even the retry used up. And Shaco gets out without using the flicker. A big win for Dewa now. They can utilize that. But remember, Vin's doing the same thing to Lanaya on the other side of the map. So, no, not a big win. They've still lost a lot of pressure. Lanaya, they're forcing a retry out. And that might be it for the Turtle. No retry for Lanaya, and Super Vin still holding his ground in the enemy jungle. You can see Super Cam with an instant response onto the Turtle.
Bigatron Alpha is using the AoE to their advantage right here, but they have to be careful of the throw, man. This is why it's so annoying. Very aggressive, but at the same time, very survivable and hard to punish. Super Cam won't be able to do it earlier, but now, considering the Marcus can't really contest this Turtle, this might be the comeback that they require.
Oh, good kick forward. Lanaya gonna fall. Beautiful way the Dragon here. Siskin goes in for the last Insanity, connecting onto Moreno and finding a trade mid lane for jungler. Who does it favor?
It's definitely Pikachu Alpha because they also have the the Turtle in hand. Supercan, zero threat whatsoever from Lanaya. In the case of victory, we also mentioned that they have to create space for Lanaya to be able to win those retribution battles, to be able to take the objectives. But so far in this game, not even Lanaya is doing a good job in that jungling area because he has been too aggressive, getting jumped real low, and he cannot be aggressive on that turtle take.
You gotta look at the composition, right? For Bigatron Alpha, they have a very late game, a solid composition for the late game with the Esmeralda, Valentina, and Claude. And on the other hand, for Dewa United, there's a Marcus, there's a Brody, so they should be actually winning in the early game, but Bigatron is putting up a fight.
Hard guard coming down, Shaco with the Jikundo into a way of the Dragon, bringing Super Vin back, but it's only Super Vin here. What? Ooh, good kill. That was actually moved over to Watt. He claims it for free. That's a Tornapart memory to poke Scythe down, but you can see Steel Leg Plates definitely already picked up there. No. Yeah, actually Steel Leg Plates. There you go.
Let's look at the emblems right here. Tenacities on everyone. They know that Pickoff is the name of the game for the snowball, for the rotation. Supercat actually missed on the orange.
Miscalculation. It was reset earlier. Lanaya still holding on to it. What? A decimation from Moreno. Using it again for Shaco, but Shaco with another miss there on the way of the Dragon. Forced to back away. Super Cerezo tries to zone Lanaya out. They will be able to claim this orange buff. Well, maybe not. Cerezo's right here. Lanaya's going to be taken very low. Look at that damage coming in from Cerezo. Taken very low again. Oh, it's a decimation, but Moreno's able to just dish out the damage in that barrier. Get walled in game number 1. 4 minutes in. Last Insanity. Say goodbye to Super Vin. He'll be taken out.
Gotta say, man, this is not the way to go for Dewa United because so far it has been a responsive battles or responsive team fights from their team because like this is again late game. I think Pikachu Alpha has this in the bag because there's no magic damage whatsoever. Supercat, even Vin actually going for a Warrior Boots instead of the usual tough boots that he has.
Dewa United, man, they're just not getting the engagements they need. Pikachu Alpha is still the team that's dictating everything. Looking at the talent prediction by Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Oh, look at the fight though.
Wave the Dragon used up, but look at Shaco now, caught in the wild charge, and even Scythe now with a blazing duet. That's a stolen hard guard that was used up onto Scythe, but I don't think he deals enough damage to really take Shaco down. No kill threat. Dewa seems to be like they're looking for another opening in the skirmish. Watt still was just left alone in that bottom lane, clearing out the wave. Let's talk a little bit about this gold lane matchup. Scythe has been doing, Shive has been doing pretty good for himself.
Shiva just not losing out against the Brody. Considering how we've been talking about the Claude just not being ideal, not being so good right now, he's actually proving us quite wrong, considering the amount of action you've seen in that lane. But so far, it's more of a roaming thing. Pikachu Alpha is just outmaneuvering Dewa United at every turn. Now with the Conceal, are they going to try and get something more?
Shaco's alone. I don't know about this. I think for BTR, yeah, they'll just be happy with a turret. They don't even want to go for Shaco until the turret gets taken out. That Terrify cancels any sort of engage. Supercat diving deep, even a wild charge and a flicker, but Watt is able to react to that. Now the Tornapart memory used up just to chuck them. But for right now, Watt, I don't think he's hit that item power spike.
Yeah, definitely not. And you can play responsive, but if your response is like this, it's going to be hard for you in the late game. Dewa United Esports has to figure something out because right now they're down about 3k gold lane against the robots as Cerezo just also dominates the XP lane matchup, getting the turret in the top lane.
He has just finished a brute force breastplate as well. That is one speedy Esmeralda all the way in the EXP lane, just the way Sorizo likes it. For Dewa United, they have to try and make something happen, and everything falls on the shoulders of Shaco. On this Cho, he can make or break the game, but he has not been able to find a good pickoff.
Look at Sorizo just constantly there. Last Insanity stolen Super Moreno with an explosion to the back and the blazing duet from Shive as well. Dewa United forced out of this turtle contest, and it's free for the red robots.
Yeah, it's free real estate for a Super Can. Dewa United Esports on the back foot. And Sorizo actually going for basic common emblem instead of the support emblem or mage emblem before, just like Banana. So I expect there's not going to be any enchanted talisman or magic regen item. Maybe Thunderbelt is okay, but enchanted talisman, no way.
We'll have to see how he rounds out that build. But for Supervin, going with the Antiquiras means he's even more troublesome to burst down in the front lines. And for Dewa United, you can see that Lanaya is slowly but surely losing out on that early game power spike, falling further behind. He is not able to even walk into his own jungle.
It's got to be 12 level, 3 level difference from, it's going to be 2 actually, from Super Can and also Lanaya. Things are not looking good for this early game composition of Dewa United. Martyrs will start to fall off. Brody will start to fall off. What is going to be the solution for Dewa United Esports, man? Like, this is looking really bad.
Looking at the items right here, Golden Staff completed for Sibe in the gold lane, and now they go in.
Wild charge by Finn from out of nowhere! And now it's a full dive with a random execution. Shaco tries to go for a desperate wave, the dragon, but what just happened? In an instant, Dewa have lost 4. You blink and you miss it. BTR have taken full control of game number 1.
That is a decisive play, man. Dewa United have no idea what hit him. They're just grouping around, waiting for an engage, but now even Lanaya.
A full dive onto Lanaya, beating out a hard guard. I don't know, I would say that's actually pretty value. Getting a hard guard out and now even taking orange buff. And again, the way they're able to just use the domino effect to take more turrets across the board. 3 tier 2s without the first lord even.
That is crazy, man. They're actually fighting on the tier 2 tower without any care in the world. Just gotta juggle out the turret aggro quite well. You have Lancelot, you have a lot of heroes that can dive really well, and Pikachu Alpha is using that to perfection. The program is definitely has been set, and it's good program against the Apostles of God. Coach Aldo doing work for BTR as Dewa United. What? Might be getting spot out here? Nope. Okay.
Ooh, they're gonna go straight for this Lord, taking it out. Dewa United have no idea. They don't really have a choice either. Bigatron Alpha asserting dominance, approaching the 10k gold difference mark. Now it's gonna be the difficult part though, sort of, because they don't really have a lot of long range for the siege. The Brody is also on the side of Dewa, so it might be a bit difficult for them to take down these turrets unless they have the Lord. So Dewa can try and make something happen. It is looking pretty grim though.
Can play as aggressive as you can see. Oh my goodness, not that aggressive, bro. Jump to half HP, but still gets away with very, very safely too. Sorizo, like taking all of it, but still full HP, just healing up to full. Sive so far, a perfect debut. 2-0-3, even though he doesn't really show up like, oh my goodness, he's the best gold laner in the world, but still, I'd say it's a very solid debut for a rookie.
Well, so far, especially in a 1v1 against Watt, right? A man with so much experience, he's doing pretty good. But keep your eyes out for Super Ken, just making plays happen, just confusing Dewa United as the Lord crashes onto the base turret.
Shiva, you can see him already just eating up this turret up top. It's a free base turret with the first Lord. Incredible value for Bigatron Alpha. Super Sorizo continues the zoning. In front, look at Vin. He's looking for a good flank. That's a falling star wound into the front. Super Ken missed the puncture. Now forced to use a Phantom Execution defensively. Sive is there, chunking the turret down. Not enough to take that mid lane base turret out for just now in the 10th minute. But with the base turret taken out already, 11,000 gold lead in the first 10 minutes. Is there a way for Dewa to come back with no magic damage?
Without magic damage, it's gonna be a bit difficult. Bigatron Alpha, they have to deal with very one-dimensional damage. They're going in.
Last Insanity, just taking the Firaga armor out, but that's it. That's their frontliner. Forced back 2 base turrets now, and a 12,000 gold lead building up to be.
I think the solution is just wait for a mistake. Like, that's it, right, Rashi? Because so far, if they play the usual way Dewa United are made to be, or like the composition, like the perfect way to play it, it's still gonna be hard for you to handle Bigatron's Alpha's engage, especially with Vin. So far has been on point with his wall charge and the invades against Lanaya. 3 levels behind for this jungler against Lancelot.
The tough part right now is the fact that Bigatron Alpha, they're just playing reactive, especially Sive, right? He just waits in the back, waits for something to happen, and he just outsput the damage. And look at that, Lanaya gets shredded down. And they don't really have an answer. Whew. Just in a short period of time, Lanaya just cannot tank in the front anymore. And you can see that for Dewa, they're forced to itemize so much more diversely with the Radiant Armors, with the NODs, also trying to deal with that shielding coming in from the Esmeralda. So a lot more problems available from the Architect. And Bigatron, they're just playing it slow and steady, increasing the gold gap. And I think the only way that something happens right here is if Shaco makes something happen, right? Otherwise, if the fights just play out like they're supposed to, quote unquote, Bigatron Alpha has this in the bag.
I'll say the best scenario here is just Shaco gets a good pick off towards Super Ken, but no way he's gonna get there in time, or like just going for Super Vin actually there, but Moreno is just gonna zone them away quite easily as Super Ken. Another free objective take. Things have gone from bad to worse for Dewa United Esports.
We're talking about the lack of diversity in damage, but even against Super Soriza right now, he's just way too tanky. Even going for the Ice Queen's one, because he's just so untouchable in this game. No real source of DPS. Because if Brody focuses too much damage onto the Esmeralda, that means everyone else has free space to move around. I think Dewa United, they just have to wait for the Lord to come in and hope that they can try and find something.
Endless Battle has been secured too from Super Ken, and right now it's a 14k gold lead for a Bigatron Alpha. This is like the perfect program against Dewa United. What is going to be the outcome of that program? We'll see about that in a second for the siege of Bigatron Alpha.
They need to try to hack the system somehow, some way. Shive chucking that Lord down below, sieging it down. Shaco getting poked as well. Super Ken now looking for an angle to go in. That's a last insanity from Super Moreno. Trying to join there. Super Vin with a wild charge onto 2. Knocking them up, and it's a full collapse for Bigatron Alpha. Shive just guns them down. It's a triple kill for Super Ken. Could have been a maniac, but BTR, they decide to end the game early so that we can go to game 2.
Man, gotta say, man, like from the draft, like we kind of already know from the get-go how things will turn out, but I didn't really expect it to be that bad.
We gave them the benefit of the doubt, at least, right?
Yeah,
but
like,
yeah, no magic damage.
Not even a good engaged tool from that Chow also. Like, the only option available for you is to combo that Wave the Dragon from Brody's damage in early to mid-game. And when you don't have that damage, when you don't have that item in early to mid-game, like, you're gonna be in trouble.
It's just the draft is just so diverse from Coach Aldo right here, man. Split push is available for Bigatron. Team fight is all right. Front to back, dive, they can do it all. And Dewa just was really banking on this Angela being so important they first pick it, but you do not see the impact it brings in this game. And in fact, the fact that there's no real burst damage mid laner like we come to expect from Keys, this is just not the way to go, man. Bigatron Alpha just shows again how they are programmed to win.
Night Dewa United. Bigatron Alpha. It's gonna reset here. And it looks like they reset it from ISF quite well too. Also has Aldo in the back as the brains this time with a Race Boy. 2 hats is better than 1, as I said earlier. And it shows right away. 15k gold lead in that late game, in that winning moment for Bigatron Alpha. It was a stomp. It was a steamroll, man.
13,000 goal lead in 13 minutes. I think it climbed up to 14k. 15k by the end of the game, and it didn't even go past the 15th minute. So again, for BTR, it's, like you said, it's a snowball. It's a death ball that they created in the start, from the draft all the way to the execution. That was, quite standard, but Arashi, was it truly just a draft diff in game 1?
Well, the draft definitely makes a big difference, but even in the game, you can see that Dewa United were just completely outmaneuvered, man. And they just lose out in the, what do you call it, like planning phase? Because you can see that Bigatron already have a plan a roadmap laid out. How do we want to play the early game? What are we going to do once we do have an advantage? And how we transition that to even more power in the mid game. Whereas for Dewa, even the moments where they were able to quote-unquote find some success, you can see that it's very... I don't know, it's very coincidental. It seems like it just happened to happen. There was no real plan on how they were going to achieve it to begin with and what to do after as well.
Felt like they just lacked the vision all the way from the start. I think even from the drafts here, that
Just
Angela first pick,
autopiloting.
what was it picked for? I'm still trying to decipher what that Angela first pick was. Was it a mistake? We've seen mistakes happen in MPL, you know. I think the whole Amon or Julian first pick, remember?
Yeah.
For Rebellion Zion back in season 9.
No.
So again, we have seen this happen. Was it a mistake or was it actually like according to plan?
Maybe like Kaja is a support. Maybe they just misclicked towards Angela and has to play from that Angela. I don't know what's gonna happen.
So
what's going on?
You mistook a doll for like a bird.
Hey, like
it's quite starkly different. You know, they're not even the same color scheme. So I feel like
next to each other.
I guess, but I feel like they just have a very straightforward approach right here. Oh, Angela is good. We get an Angela. We get strong fighters like the Martis. And I mean, in the early game, there was some success right there. But what were they able to do after? Which lane were they trying to make sure won in the grand scheme of things that they can make plays off of? They just didn't really decide that before the game even begins. And here's the player of the game by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. Super Vin on that Grok, making those insane engages, man.
I mean, look at that, man. The KDA is not really the best KDA in the world. The engages was pretty good, but the early game invades is definitely the way, like, why he is the player of the game. Because Lanaya just doesn't have anything to work with. Everything's just taken away. Not really taken away, but the effort that it took just to get a single jungle camp was increased very, very high with the presence from Super Vin. And I gotta say, Super Vin, he's not really having a, oh my god, like really, really good game. This is just a standard game from a Grog, and like, it's just Dewa United not playing the right way, I guess? Maybe?
Well, it seems that they're just also quite unconfident, right? Whenever there's a 4v4, 3v3, usually we expect Dewa to be the team that is just willing to get in a fist fight. But in this game in particular, it seems like they're just shying back away. But look at that. When they're just waiting, they're just, you know, too afraid of an engage, worried about the engage coming in, the flanks coming in. That's where the Grok just makes the plays happen, and the same thing happens here. They're just trying to avoid getting engaged on, clear the Lord, clear the waves, but that's where the Grok just finds the target. It's almost like against a Grok, to actually counter it, you need to be a bit more brave, move forward and spread apart, right? Because if you just get corralled into one corner, that wall charge is going to be a lot more dangerous, because that's the only real engage tool that Bigatron has. If that misses, there's a chance for the comeback.
Yeah. But, you know, I think I take it back earlier. It is a great game from Vin because those two engages were very, very vital for Bigatron's Alpha win in game number 1. But we're going to see if Bigatron Alpha can keep up the momentum and wins out against Dewa United in a very dominant fashion, 2-0. We're going to see after this. So stay tuned in the stream. Don't go anywhere.
Terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we'll nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadap semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan.
Welcome back to game number 2 of Bigatron Alpha versus Dewa United Esports. Game number 1, it was not even close for Bigatron Alpha. But we're gonna see here if Dewa United could cook something up in the draft, especially to beat the Architect that is coming back from the break.
Adjustments needs to be made. A lot of adjustments that starts in the draft. Arashi, what first?
Maybe they need more violence, man.
Or not
Jack
picking
Lee-
Angela.
Again, Jack Lee is a martial artist. You know, he's got the
Well, he did pick
physique.
up the Cho.
Exactly. So maybe something else along with that for the rolling
Paquito.
position, right? It can make them
Paquito, Cho, Yin.
gives them a bit more. Oh, hang on, wait, Yin.
All the martial artists.
Yeah.
A bit far-fetched here, but more violence would be great, man. Because Bigatron, it seems like they're just moving forward slowly and steadily, and Dewa can't really threaten them. They banned away the Paquito, by the way, so they really could have gotten that Paquito first pick, and we've seen the impact of that hero, especially in match number 1. Seems like if the EXP laner is the Paquito, you just by default have so much more pressure and so much more opportunities to actually, I don't know, outmaneuver, out-pressure your opponent.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. You win in the lane, you also win on the lane clearing department. You can cut quite well. Getting to team fights is really easy. You have a lot of dashing skills. But he is locked in, man. Look at this guy, not even face of anything.
For sure, Watts, you know, the veteran here in
What is
the
that
lane.
mustache?
You know, up against Shive.
Yes.
On the Brody, this guy has a lot of experience. In MPL Indonesia, he was a Season 1 champ, actually, with the Finals MVP title. Now, he really wasn't able to bully the rookie, the debutant.
Yeah, he doesn't seem
At
very
all.
happy about that, bro. You saw his face earlier. He seems fiery with rage, kind of passionate about something. I wonder what was that all about.
Yeah.
We'll see, man. If they want to give him a Brody, they better give him the same backup, the same support to find success in the lane, because otherwise he can't really carry the late game either. They gotta grab something that really makes sense here, man.
Yeah, you can get here to MPL Arena with Grab for a 90% discount. Yes, that is right, 90%. So what are you waiting for? Check it out at grb.to/MPL or scan the QR code if you want to bring your kid here to take a nap at MPL Indonesia.
I don't know how that kid's doing it, man. That kid is skilled. He's a skilled sleeper. I am pretty envious. I can't sleep at night. And, you know, with all the drums right now, the fact that he can sleep so soundly, bro, I envy that. So I want that. I want that skill.
You just want to go back to a baby, man.
Sometimes, yeah, you just want to enjoy life.
sleep,
sometimes.
eat,
Sleep, eat, don't think about anything. But welcome to adult life, because Shive, he has transitioned. He was a
Ooh,
there
boy maybe
you
in
go.
MDL, but now he is different.
And why is he different?
Literally different.
He has no super in his he has no super surname in his in-game name.
He's just
maybe soon he'll be a Super Shive.
Maybe he doesn't need to be super. Sometimes in life, you can just be ordinary, bro. You don't need to put that pressure on yourself, King.
Yeah, you know, my heroes, they're all ordinary, man.
Speak of something that's not ordinary. Look at that. That is a clean varsity jacket from. Is that a varsity?
Yeah, that's actually pretty. It's pretty good. I think that's the first thing that I mentioned when they walked up on stage. Really cool, but even for Dewa, man, you can see that the merch game for both these teams
definitely
are top.
I like the pattern too from Dewa United. Look at that.
has a traditional feel to it, doesn't it?
Traditional feel?
Does it not?
There's a little bit of a pattern down below. I think a little bit batik.
Yeah, batik-esque, sort of.
Oh,
but
that's
let's
why.
go straight to the drafting phase, man. This is where the game is made or broken. Jack Lee going with the same band so far. The Paquito once again just denied. They do not want Sorizo anywhere near that boxer.
If it broke, don't fix it, all right? That's what they're going for right now. Fanny, Paquito, and maybe Joy again.
Like, it is broke though, Miracle.
Yeah.
If it's
lose.
broken, don't fix it. That's the motto right now.
Okay.
They're just trying to stay consistent, if you know what I mean.
Angela Ban, finally, after the first
Angela Ban?
first pick, Angela.
So they have fixed it, just a bit.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a fix or like
Added some super glue.
yeah, dooming yourself, but you're gonna see maybe because like even Super Vin on Angela, like it has a pretty bad track record, I would say. Like he's not really playing the best Angela in the world. You can see versus Philippines in ISF2, Mirko, you've seen that game.
What?
Heavily punished by Unigo from Philippines. It seems like
Absolutely.
Mirko doesn't really have a good memory.
Not really.
Doesn't really know what ISF means.
Well, I do know what ISF means, because, 2022.
Oh, okay, 2023, there's no ISF, Warashi.
Oh, it's a copium, but Terizla ban, yeah, that's Terizla ban.
I'm still confused about the Angela ban. Like, why is that even a thing?
Link first pick?
Link first pick for Dewa?
Yeah.
You're crazy, man.
They've done it before.
I know, but that
they've
doesn't
lost
mean it's
with it
good.
almost
The choice, though,
instantly.
it's left open. Well, technically, they are the ones banning it in game number 1. Leaving it open, picking it up, most likely in the hands of Lanaya. Can they give him enough support? As for Bigatron, immediately they respond with huge crowd control.
We're gonna see the achievement from Azibe, second in Snapdragon Pro Series Season 3 Southeast Asia. Like he's not playing, isn't it? Or is it Bigatron Beta? I don't know.
Remember, that's the open finals. That was, Bigatron Beta.
Okay.
So he did play there, and he was second in for the Kohai C Championship Season 1, third place, and Biala Bongkarno Esports 2023, first place as well. Still going to be the quad for Shive. He just really, really likes the quad. And by the way, it's so interesting that we've seen 3 Claude games before Shive, and all 3 has been losses. Finally, Shive broke the pattern, and maybe the Claude curse for the day.
We'll see what kind of backup he has, though, because for the Claude, again, in game number 1, Shibe did not have to do anything too crazy. Just stay in the back, deal damage.
Just do your thing, okay?
And when everything's done, you blaze into wet. There's no urgency. There's no this situation where he's forced to make a call and make some risky decisions. So for Dewa, now they need to try and bring something of that nature to ensure that this Claude pick, if it is weaker, as we are assuming, as we are asserting right here, Dewa Dewa needs to show it, and they go with the Edith pick with the Valentina.
I like it.
Yeah.
Pretty solid.
Valentina can copy that Divine Judgment from Superfin and pull that Uno reverse card. Meanwhile, Shaka mode or maybe Dixon on this Edith. Still very flexible. He has a lot of things. He has sustainability, he has damage, and also has engage potential from that knockup. It is a very long stun that also maybe forces Sive to go for a Purify too. What is the response for the Architect? Let's see.
Shiva did go for the Purify in game number 1, so no issue doing that again. But with the Joy in play, it's going to be a bit more dangerous unless this Kaja is just literally on cover duty. For the third pick right here, it could be something long range, it could be something tanky, but no, it's going to be that long range denial. Farsa, that's kind of vulnerable though against Valentina and Joy. That's a lot of burst potential.
Yeah, I think the game plan here is just to try to find a way from Vin to be able to pop off in the early game and get those assists towards Super Moreno, which has a lot of burst damage when he's already level 4. Even before level 4, just the first skill and second skill already does a lot of damage also. Second phase of the banning phase, Coach Aldo is looking for a gold lane ban maybe, knowing that Joy can still be flex. No, it's still gonna be... I think it's for sure Joy jungler, right? No way it's gonna be XP.
Well, you never know, man. Dewa United, this is what they have as an edge, right? You just never really know. But for Bigatron, they banned away this Brody, which, the matchup wasn't that bad in game number 1, but maybe now, knowing that there's no Angela, there could be a presence of a more aggressive roamer. Bigatron, they're just taking precautions to ensure that Watt does not get to snowball.
But a higher ban is very interesting.
I don't know, man.
They have an Edith. and a Valentino can steal Divine Judgment. They have a lot of, I would say, responses. If, say, Bigatron wanted to go for that, but maybe Dewa has something we don't know, right? They have scrim results up against Bigatron. Maybe that was one of the picks that really gave them problems in scrims against Bigatron, and that's why we're seeing it. Hayabusa, okay. For BTR, I think, honestly, at this point, with Watt not getting his hero in the first phase, it is the best time to limit his heroes. And yeah, it's a Leslie ban as well. So, not really respecting too much to Watt, but mainly just getting a good lane for Shive.
Good lane for Shive, knowing Leslie can just iframe that Blazing Duet away with a tap of that first skill, and also the cancel from the second skill kind of forces Shive to be a bit more very calculative towards his engages. And with that off the table, Shive can pop off. What is the option left here for Watt? It's usually going to be Beatrix. It is the staple pick for Watt, or maybe just go for Irithel. This one I like it better. Basha ban for Dewa United. We've seen how Basha can dominate Joy in the jungling area, just mirroring all the way till the end, till the mid game. It's just gonna get, you're not gonna get your jungle quite easily, and in the mid game too, you're not gonna be able to deal much damage to Basha, which has built-in damage reduction too.
Well, for Bigatron now, there are two options, right? I was gonna say, you're gonna get a good, you're gonna hide the jungle pick or the EXP lane pick. Turns out the EXP lane is the matchup that they really want to get going. With the Lancelot being so successful, there's no reason not to go for it yet again. Solid pick, solid build path as well. Last two picks for Dewa though. I think some more crowd control would be nice considering the amount of targets available, the potential for them to counter-engage on the Kaja as well. But what will they opt for, man? Especially in the EXP lane. Something that has to be strong enough to go against the majority of the picks available left open for Sorizo. Like a Yuzong maybe.
Yuzong? They haven't shown the EXP card just yet, but Yuzong against a Farsa makes sense.
But
against a Claude, against a Lancelot, it is not that good, but we're gonna see here it's gonna
be good choice.
Okay, so Mirko, like he has something to say in game if Watt actually gets a kill.
If he gets another triple, I mean, if he gets a triple kill like Skylar, you know what's coming. But yeah, Bruno up against the Claude, another counter pick, a very good matchup against the Claude. I would say maybe even better than the Brody against the Claude. You had so much damage, even more than a Brody in the early stage of the game. And man, Shive, if he played safe in game 1, he needs to stack up the safety in game 2.
Final pick for Bigatron Alpha though, on the other side of the map. I think wave clear.
Esme.
I think there's wave clear being contested here against the Grok, right? If they can get something with mobility, they can just play the macro game. It's gotta be a glue.
Interesting, interesting. So like the glue does help the stacks of what that Bruno, but on the bigger scheme, it is a pretty good counter towards that Bruno. Bruno doesn't really have a lot of escape skills, has to rely on that flicker too against a split pass combo from Sorizo, and this is. We have seen a lot of glue as well from Sorizo, right? He is pretty good on this hero.
He's very good at the sustainable, oppressive XP laners and playmaking ones.
As long as you can sustain, as long as you can always be a constant pressure on the side lane, generally Sorizo does pretty good as far as decision making is concerned. Mechanically, we'll have to see if we can find some crazy slam pass passes, but drivers are locked in. And for Bigatron, I feel like there's a lot more damage available, a lot more playmaking tools, but for Dewa, they have crowd control, but they don't really have mobility, so they're going to be the ones forcing a team fight. Bigatron can be a bit more flexible in their approach.
It is still a very team fight heavy composition from Dewa United, but we will see if that's going to be the solution. That's right for Coach Jackly for game number 2 of Bigatron Alpha versus Dewa United Esports.
Whew. Early on, we're going to see how aggressive Lanaya can be with this Joy. He's going with the I'm blacking out on the emblem name for the Joy.
No worries, man. What, Lethal Ignition? Is he going for that?
Yes.
There you go.
So he is trying to go as aggressive as possible, but he won't be trying to do damage to the tankier members.
Okay, Super Moreno already been pressured in early game. Kiz and Chaco has a lot of wave clear that can overwhelm Super Moreno in early game, but Super Van, I think he's just trying to find Lanaya in the jungle, but doesn't really manage to do so. Looks like Super Sorizo is very aggressive.
Yeah, Cerezo going to be caught in the onward. Brought back to the team. That Earthshatter also connected earlier. And Lanaya is dealing a lot of damage again with the rhythm. Just jumping back and forth. Oh, Lanaya gets brought back under the turret, but still he's able to claim first blood. That lethal went over to BTR though. No, it's actually Lanaya as well. So a big W for Dewa United.
Looking at the emblems, you can see that Dewa is all about it, all in life, man. The tenacity is all over the place. It's unfortunate for Cerezo. He was trying to get away with the Slam Slam pass, but the Slam Slam expired, and now the top side, Watt gets targeted by Bigachon Alpha.
What happened there? What happened there is like very uncharacteristic for Watt. It's just in the front line, taking all the damage from both Sive and Superken, and that is a kill that you don't want to give to this Lancelot.
I think he was just trying to exert pressure. Like Miko mentioned, it's a very favorable matchup for the Bruno. But when you're in a favorable matchup, you have to always be aware that someone is going to try and ruin that day for you. And for Bigachon Alpha, that's going to be Super Ken, who is already on point, just on the turtle at the right moment. Dewa United, can they contest this? Will they try and just gamble on it?
Well, they have the Divine Judgment. That's a resource advantage, I would say, right now. And that's why Bigachon Alpha, they choose to back away. They might have to wait for Super Vin to get level 4 before they ultimately go for a 50-50.
Super Zers are already dragging the turtle away for Lanaya, for Bigachon Alpha. So it's already a plus for Super Ken as he secures the blue buff in the bottom lane though. Cerezo in trouble.
Split used up right now. Cerezo still surviving. Whoa, an Earth Shatter that goes a bit off to the side. Okay. Super Ken going on this. Gold buff picks it up with a Phantom Execution. Lanaya going straight to the turtle just to use it to reset those dashes, moving on towards his purple buff.
Yeah. From Lanaya there, like there's no plus whatsoever, right? He didn't even take the red buff. Meanwhile, Super Ken secured that blue buff onward to the turtle, knowing that Lanaya is there to secure his own. So this is a really good play from Bigachon Alpha, knowing the macro really well.
Oh, Super Ken able to dodge from everything, baits them in. Primal Wrap coming down, but Vin finds the Divine Judgment onto Lanaya, who's not going to be able to just dash across the place. Look at the electrifying beats, taking them low, but Cerezo gets out. Vin splits to the other side. Clean turtle take for the red robots.
Bigachon Alpha just outclassing Dewa United there. You can see that if they don't want to stick around, it's going to be very difficult for Bigachon to actually get caught by Dewa United. They have to be the one committing to a fight, because otherwise they're just stuck there trying to go for a kill, but they just can't keep up with the movement speed. This is the signature movement that Bigachon Alpha has always taken advantage of.
Good news though for Dewa United Esports, still almost 0 gold lead, only 200 gold lead for Bigachon Alpha. This is definitely a lead that they want to be on. Shaka mode!
Well, Charge only on Super Vin right now, but he should just fall, and it's Watt who picks up the kill all the way from downtown. That was a really, really far basic attack that got him. Was it actually the Worldie?
Is it the Worldie? I couldn't tell in the middle of all that chaos. I don't think it is, though. It's really up again. And Sive.
Alone, solo, blazing the wet, sustaining quite well. Actually, trading Haze and getting that regen back up. That steel leg plays from Sive. Doing a lot. Divine Judgment now bringing Shaco back. No wild charge to get out. The Feathered Airstrike claims a kill up top.
Make them miss, make them pay. Bigachon Alpha displaying a clean game right here. And they're getting the right targets. Later on, the longer the game goes, the more this Farsa is going to be a huge nuisance. Lanaya has just so much to do in this game.
And for Bigachon Alpha, there is no source of damage dealer that's been falling in this game. It's always Super Vin and Cerezo, so it is very ideal for Bigachon Alpha for the kill trades.
And look at the way Super Ken's playing. They're leaving him to be the independent assassin down below. They're playing for the Claude. This is a losing matchup, by the way, for Shiva, and he just got a turret with the help of 4 members total up top. Meanwhile, they're starting the turtle without Super Ken, and he has already cleared out that bottom wave. They're not giving anything to Dewa United.
Super Ken.
Shaco just baits that in. Dixon jumps in with the onward. Earthshatter seems a bit desperate here. Finn able to escape. Shaco gets chunked. Cerezo split. Trying to mount Dixon. Mounts him up. And forces Dewa to back away. Cerezo even goes for a pass. Flickers out of the onward. And BTR have just taken another free turtle through their macro plays around the map.
It's just so clean, man. They know that nobody can really punish Super Ken, even if he overextends. Again and again, we saw that he's able to just outmaneuver out of the bulk of the damage of the engage of Dewa United. So sending him alone to the other side to split push fits his role as an assassin. But look at his 4-man squad. Bigatron, will they try and counter?
Oh, Van finds the Divine Judgment onto Watt, and look at Super Ken as the assassin in the back finds the kill. The Primal Red comes down. Watt able to secure the kill, still with a Worldy that kept on bouncing. But it's a gold laner for a roamer. Super Ken jumping back again. Oh, getting all the punctures and dashing across the place. The Blazing Duet comes down as well. Case locked down. Phantom execution from Super Ken. And even a Thorn Rose to get out of turret aggro. Now Moreno on Shaco is dealing some damage. Knows he can't lock him down, but it's a clean dive.
That is crazy, man. Super Prince just finds the right target. Super Ken though, kill! Goodness gracious, this guy's out of his mind.
Look at the speed on those plays, man. Super Ken is out of his mind right now. Is he back? Who let him cook, man? He is just insane, and there's no solution. No stun available, no root. The only thing they can do is maybe use Watt and the Worldy to try and mess up his rotations, but when it comes out within a second just like that, you just have to preemptively try and do stuff.
Yeah, I think they have to find a prayer here. Just shoot your shot from way downtown for that Wordy.
Oh.
There's no pressure whatsoever from Dewa United Esports. Not even going for a Purify. This guy is using a sprint against a Croc, against a Edith. So, I don't know, man. Don't pull off a Skylar in this game.
Ooh. Well, I think for Dewa, they want to try to pull off a Skylar, right?
Yeah.
It's like a different perspective. For BTR, they don't want to do what Skylar's Claude did in the first match, but they want to try to replicate what the Bruno did when Skylar played him. And look at Super Cat, he's untouched up top. There are 3 members up top and nobody's walking up to him. Well, Case does, but he doesn't get anything here. And Super Cat might actually be able to move towards this purple buff.
Yeah, just like that. There's just no threat whatsoever. He's going for a bit of a hybrid build as well, which makes things even more difficult for Dewa United. They have to try and get the damage off onto other members. And right now, Watt only has the Haas Claw, so he has sustain, but he will be able to survive but not do a lot of damage. And Super Ken, once again, it doesn't matter who you are. The roamer, the mid lane, the back line, he just jumps on anyone he sees, man. He's full aggro right now.
Remember what we just saw a Purify there from Moreno. Dixon onward, trying to predict a flicker from Vin, but doesn't find it. Super Ken now, Thorn Rose, jumps with the puncture all in front, knows that there's no onward for Dixon, so he can just do this without any punishment being available for Dewa.
The disrespect, man, he just does not give one. Now with 44 seconds on the Lord, Bigatron Alpha, they're just playing it calm, clean, collected. As long as they don't really give up anything to Dewa United, it's looking like the same kind of conclusion.
He doesn't care. And by the looks of it, Super Ken, how many HP bars he has, there you go. It is a single War X, it is a hybrid, a Lancelot, knowing that Moreno and Zive already deals that much damage towards the opponent. Super Ken is just there to kind of break the pattern, like just, being the front line, tanking all the damage, also dealing damage at the same time from the sacks of War X. So, bit of a survivability and also safety in that regard for this guy, as the Lord will come up in just a second for Bigatron Alpha. Will Dewa United do a Hail Mary here? Because this is the first Lord. I don't think they're going to do it.
I don't think so. 2 levels below. Lanaya versus Super Ken. There we go. Dixon goes in. Oh, the split comes down. He's still able to survive for a bit. Oh, Super Vid now with the Flicker Divine Judgment. But it's a 4v5 for the airstrike. Comes down. No wild charge for Shaco. Super Ken dives in deep. Gets caught in the Divine Judgment. Still able to survive. Side with a Blazing Duet and a Wind of Nature. Melting them down. Getting out for the Primal Rat. Meanwhile, Super Ken, a double kill picked up. Still has the puncture. Moreno getting caught in the Primal Rattle. Naya jumping in. Electrifying Beast. Not even there yet. Side able to escape for a bit. But Watt finds a shot down. And BTR have lost 3 members.
Oh, Lanaya is definitely electrifying in that fight. Picking up all the kills. Picking up all the scraps available for Bigatron Alpha. But then though, that engage. Like, is it necessary, Arashi?
I don't think there was a need, man. They could have just saved that play for when the Lord is with them. But now, this Lord technically doesn't really do a lot for Bigatron. Fortunately for them, they've already taken out most of the structures outside the base. But that is definitely not what they wanted, man. some gold thrown back towards Dewa United. I wonder if we'll see a replay of that. Doesn't seem like it though.
Yeah, and Shaco. That's a wall charge to a Super Hit. Into an onward and an Earth Shatter. Super Ken now jumping to the back. Walk going to be targeted down. Divine Judgment locks him out. Super Ken will be shut down by Watt. And even Shive. No, Super Moreno gets caught in the back by the electrifying beats of Lanaya. And it went from bad to worse. That gold lead, 6K down to 4, now down to 2.
Okay, the good news is still 2K gold lead, but the good news for Dewa United is they stave off 4K gold lead. Goodness gracious, this is just a lot of blunders from Pikachu and Alpha getting utilized, getting capitalized by Dewa United Esports as they're going to get this outer turret in the top lane. What? Already level 12 onto a level 13. 4-2-3 so far, a pretty good KDA for a gold laner. And his damage is just...
It's racking up.
Ramping up, man.
That's the Bruno power spike. Pikachu and Alpha, they are well known to just lose control like this and just go into disarray once something catastrophic like that happens. Hopefully they'll be able to try and maintain their composure, but now Dewa United, they actually have a say in what happens in this game, especially with the Lord coming up right here. No base turrets down just yet. Pikachu and Alpha doesn't really have an edge when it comes to the macro department either.
Okay, so Super Ken cannot do the same thing over and over again, cannot replicate what he did in the previous fights where he goes in and just took all the damage from Watt. Because this is late game Bruno right now, it's gonna hurt you in like a lot of ways because Super Ken right now doesn't really have a good physical defense item to go against the Bruno. He only has that Thunderbelt to kind of counter that damage, so he has to play very, very carefully or wait for Super Vin to make an engage towards Watt.
Don't forget, Lanaya is in the mix as well. I would argue he is the one that's even more of a problem because Pikachu and Alpha has damage, has zoning potential with the Feather Airstrike to deal with Watt on the Bruno, but look at this, man. Who are they gonna find?
Shive forced to use a sprint already. BMI out of there. And Dewa United have wasted a conceal. They've also given position for that bottom lane. Pikachu and Alpha already utilizing this. Super Ken pushing down below, creating a bit of a slow push. Yep, there you go.
Well, it's gonna be Pikachu just waiting for an opportunity, but Dewa just go for the mid turret, trying to brute force a play right here, force Pikachu and Alpha into a spontaneous fight. Oh, Dixon almost gets that engage, but for now, Pikachu and Alpha still plays it more calculatively. Looking at the top side, the wave is also favoring Pikachu and Alpha. This is exactly what they need.
Yeah, they have to make the team fight somehow 4v4 or gets a split push for Isive, and they're doing it right now. Sending the marksman towards the top lane as Super Ken already handling the Lord quite well. There you go. Watt has to go to the top lane to handle the wave. Meanwhile, Super Ken might be pushing the agenda here on the Lord take. 3 waves are pushing for Dewa United, for Pikachu and Alpha.
Once finally visible up top. This will give Pikachu and Alpha the green light to go for the Dixon. Front of the slam, pass. Trying to be zoned away here. Super Moreno to Watt, no follow-up though. That's good onward. And a wild charge on Super Moreno who's able to escape, but Shive loses his life. Watt in the back and a 1v1 against Super Vin. Now that's a worldie with a killing spree. Pikachu and Alpha forced back. Super Cerezo bouncing up Shaco, but there's no one there to help him. He might actually lose his life here with Watt dealing some damage. Flicker out. Super Ken looking for a play, a magical one at this point. Lord still in half HP. Super Ken running for the hills. Watt's in the mid lane just pushing. And Dewa have turned it around completely.
Completely, man. Like, completely. As the gold lead goes to Dewa United. 2K gold lead, man. Like, it's been too much blunder for Pikachu and Alpha, I'd say.
Everything was favoring them. They were starting at the Lord. They were forcing Watt to actually make the play, but that engage from Vin, it was great if there was anyone to follow it up with. He just went alone with the Divine Judgment, and as a result, Lanaya can just go in. Lanaya and Keys has just no threat at all going in, and Sive. Now we talked about the Claw just being a bit more vulnerable. This is where you can really see it, right? When it's an even game right now with no gold lead, you can see that the Claw is being a very juicy target for the members of Dewa United, and there's not much that Sive can do about it.
This is why Kadira is better than Kaja in this current patch. Kadira, you can go all alone and just try to burst down someone, but Kaja, you have to follow it up with damage from your teammates, as Dewa United Esports will try to stage Pikachu and Alpha in the top lane.
They'll be successful with the base over here. Wild Charge connecting on the two members. That's an onward on the Super Ken who's going to be caught, but has a Thorn Rose and a Phantom Execution to disengage. Super Chorizo with a split. Mounting Dixon, bringing him back, and Shive gets some free hits. Immortality used up. Dixon able to escape for now. Slam, blast down as well. Shackle taken low. Still able to escape with the power of nature and the conceal. Brilliant disengage. Chorizo still mounting him up though, brings him back. No immortality for Shackle, but look at Chorizo brought back with the Divine Judgment as well. Shackle still able to survive, but the Thorn Rose assassinates him. It's another Divine Judgment onto Kaze, and that's Shive with a blazing duet cancelled on by the onward, but Ken found the space to dive in deep. Now, Puncture dashing forward, Phantom Execution, Watt with the Rose Gold, and an Immortality kiting away. Able to get Vin out right now, kiting away so much, he's able to dish out so much damage, but Immortality will be popped in the end. Another Puncture, once again with the Thorn Rose, Watt taken down. It's a shutdown. Moreno with Wings by Wings, escaping. Lanaya going for the clear onto the jungle creeps as Super Ken and Shive picks it up in the mid lane. Feather Airstrike coming down! 3 shots connects. Lanaya is 1 HP. This might be an opening to end the game. Shackle has a Wild Charge. That's a barrier placed down. Shive able to back away with the BMI. Super Ken needs to be careful here. Gets down with the Phantom Execution. And again, it's a turn. This time for Bigatron.
Oh, take a breath, Rashi. That was very nerve-wracking from both teams. Just Super Ken. 8-1-2 so far on this last slot. Playing quite the perfect game in this match. As you can see, the builds from both of these teams.
I think that fight was also Chorizo, man. How was he able to get onto Dixon? I thought he made it out, but I guess he missed something. I wish maybe we can see in the highlights later on, but look at the items, man. Bruno going for all the crit damage, but Bigatron Alpha, they have all the physical defense and a lot of HP to withstand the burst coming in from those criticals. So for Bigatron Alpha, it's gonna be the same game plan so-so, but Dewa United have to be a bit more careful right here. They need to try and get the fights that really favors them. A bit of a front to back where everyone's forced to commit, where Dixon and Watt can just output the damage without getting jumped on. But look at that!
What was that? Super Ken! That might have been the biggest throw this game. A Phantom Execution wild into a team that has an Edith and a Grok.
Look at Keys, man. He has the Divine Judgment. Bigatron needs to be very, very careful. There is a chance that they can turn it around still. Supervin goes for it.
Look at Divine Judgment into the stun for the airstrike comes down. But look at the suppression from Kaze. Plays it away from Shive onto Watt with Wind of Nature as well. Able to dish out the damage. Takes Watt down. It's a double kill for Shive. Super Chorizo now runs away. Split. Going to be able to give him the right amount of sustain to escape. And again, it's a 2 for 3. Still worth it for Dewa. But Super Ken is back up now.
4 seconds though. We have to see, man. Bigatron Alpha can... Oh, I guess Dewa won't be going for it. They are forced to deal with the wave. So Bigatron Alpha, off the back of that blazing duet by Sive, has saved the game. But look at Super Ken. Already respecting that burst damage, going for the Athena shield. Now they have the control. Can they find Lanaya before his team backs him up?
Electrifying beats coming down. Whoa, wow! Super Ken was forced to buy the immortality with that one. He lost all of his HP. In desperation, he goes on to the orange buff. Super Chorizo trying to zone them away with a split. And he loses a lot of HP too, down to a quarter.
Lanaya 8-1-6. This is a Joy in the late game. The only one who can stop this Joy is Supervin and Supervin only. But if you're focused on Watt, like, who's gonna take care of Lanaya? There's 0 CCs from Bigatron Alpha to stop Lanaya.
Lanaya is the more important target here. But Dewa has all the control. They're forcing Bigatron into a fight with the waves pushing in the bottom side. Bigatron Alpha, they gotta make something happen or buy some more time to just maintain these waves yet again.
Okay. We have a pause here from Shaco. I saw that hand raised. Oh, what a game we have. Could be a possible third game in this series.
It is very possible, and I think, as I said earlier, the one who can only take care of Lanaya is Vin. Other than that, there's no like engaged tools that can lock down the Joy, and when you have Joy with a lot of damage, you can see Super Ken in that fight, man. Like, this is a hybrid Lancelot we're talking about. Getting chunked up quite low, really low, off of that electrifying beat from Lanaya. What's gonna happen if that's the Sif? If that's the Moreno? No magic defense.
I think that late game joy threat is definitely still a huge factor. I think for Bigatron, it's about macro right here, man. We saw that in the early game. They were also able to find so much success due to their superior macro game and movement. If they're able to replicate the same thing here, I think they have a great chance at pulling away Dewa. Because honestly, when it comes to a pure brawl 5v5, there's so much DPS available from the side of Dewa. Bigatron are the ones trying to just look for some kind of burst, some kind of pick-off before the fight even begins.
It all, like the burden is on Vin. And it is a heavy burden after a lot of criticism from the IESF finals against Philippines, and you have to take care of this as a Kaja. You have to somehow pick out the right targets, whether it's Juan, whether it's Lanaya, to be able to win Bigatron some team fights. And like, what's gonna happen here?
I think that Vin should just focus on the joy, right? Because the backline is still very much important. If you're talking about Watt, there's still the Feather Airstrike that they can use. Bigatron in that previous fight, they kind of went for a very, urgent kind of fight. So we can see that Moreno went for the Feather Airstrike, but he got crowd controlled and punished for it. If they can actually set up properly and use the Feather Airstrike to zone away the Brody, and then use Vin to shut down the Joy, that seems to be the ideal result right here, especially with the glue in the hands of Sorizo just having so much more pressure in this game if he can mount onto one of the frontliners of Dewa United.
Yeah, it's definitely a way to go for Bigatron Alpha, but it is easier said than done, Rashi, as I think, in terms of composition, the winning condition is easier for Dewa United in this late stage of the game. Would you agree to that?
Ooh, not sure, actually. For Bigatron, it's about going for a proper fight using the wave advantage. But
wait, what happened? Shiva is dead!
Okay, well, Dewa now with the control over the Lord. Super Ken still in the area, but he might get punished.
That's an onward, but the tough boots helps him to get out with the tenacity. Thorn Rose, honestly, with a puncture towards the minion waves. What happened to Shiva? What? 20 seconds on a death timer, and you can see Dewa United committing onto this Lord. They know that even if it comes down to a retro battle, they want to just go for a 5v4! Divine Judgment and the onward brings Chorizo back. Losing Immortality as a wild charge as well. So from Miranda going to be zoned away. Electrifying beats. One more hit. The retry used up. Lunaya uses retry. What? They're still going for the Lord. Superman picks it up. Without a retry, they kept on going. They have lost a few of their members. Super Cat now with Winter Truncheon buying some time, but will lose his life. 3-4-0. Superman running for the hills, but Lunaya catches up. And we'll see a game 3 in this series. Lord comes in, but only to the minion wave in the mid lane. Shiva versus the world. He won't be able to defend this one. Shiva backs up. Dewa United against all odds equalize in game 2.
Wow. Just wow. Against all odds. If you see the talent prediction just now, it was practically 6-0.
If you saw the game right then, it was also 6,000 gold lead.
Yeah, but just throws after throws. I'm sorry to be blunt, but that's the case for Bigatron Alpha.
Absolutely, there's no sugarcoating that. BTR, they made a lot of mistakes, a lot of blunders. And Dewa, you gotta give props to them. Always there to punish, always there to capitalize on every little throw, every little mistake. It's just magical.
You can see again, it's contrasted how both these teams really have their own strengths. Because for Bigatron, they're the ones that want to try and maneuver around, try and play that macro game. Dewa is just happy to just slug it out in the phone booth, just trading punches against Bigatron, coming out on top yet again. Man, what a devastating loss for Bigatron Alpha.
The curse is back for the Claude, finally getting another lose. And speaking of curse, we've seen a pretty familiar face just now.
Oh no.
Virgo, like, you know what I'm talking about?
What?
You want to spell it out? Bigatron Alpha. There's someone in the building, and that might be Bigatron Alpha's curse.
Wow. Hopefully not, man.
I am just quite confused as to who should get that MVP. I don't know, man. Lanaya played really well. Made a very high-risk move by chasing in the back. But yeah, you're right. Is that really the curse?
I mean, man. I mean,
Starless
They're in such good control until a slip-up happens. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mirko, because you always pay a lot of attention on Bigatron. But whenever something, a throw, even the smallest of throws happen, they just seem to just lose all focus.
It's a domino effect.
Exactly.
Like it really is weird. It started off with that one mistake. Cerezo died. They could have just been like, we got the Lord. That's more value. Nope. Vin flickers in, says we will not take Cerezo's death.
Yeah, basically it's not
We'll
just
take the entire team's death.
It's not just a slip-up, Rashi. It's a slip-up, concussion, going to ICU, and you don't remember anything. Getting amnesia. You don't remember how to play.
No, it's more like, you hit your toe on an edge of the table, and then you decide to kick the table. So it's like double the stacks of pain. I don't know why you would do that, but it's kind of it's good metaphor, right?
I think so.
That's what happened.
I think so.
It's unfortunate that Cerezo died, but they were like, you know what? It wouldn't be unfortunate if I did it myself, if it was intentional.
Yeah, I'm gonna lose. I'm gonna get taken out on my terms.
Exactly. I'll just kick the table, the edge of the table with my foot. It hurts,
that is
but
toxic behavior, ladies and gentlemen. Saying that everything's fine as long as it's on your terms, that is not good. We've seen it again in game number 2. Do not try that at home. This is gonna be the play of the game. Player of the game, Lanaya, by the Samsung Galaxy S23 Series 5G. All different the early game, withstanding the storm, and then coming back with this joy pick. It's an assassin, but honestly, man, it's just so deadly. You can burst down squishies, tanks, it doesn't matter.
Like usually when you're playing a Joy, especially non-EXP Joy, you don't really have that vengeance to boost your durability up. You kind of get punished by a lot of damage coming in your way, but in terms of trading blows, trading the damage in the back line, Moreno cannot land his shots perfectly because he's a Farsa. There is no locking available. Meanwhile, Civ is going to get out-traded in terms of damage. Just a single second skill and you're gone. Well, not really gone, but you know what I mean. There's going to be a lot of HP getting chunked up real low for you.
Well, you're talking about Cive. I'm talking about, like, if you're talking about Cive trying to withstand that damage, look at Cerezo, man. That's the frontliner, the guy building full tank. And Lanaya was able to make short work of him whenever he gets caught out of position. And this is it. This is it. Yeah, exactly. Look at that.
The highlight starts here because that's when Dewa won. This is what the blunder.
And like, sure, Super Vin made a mistake on that initial engage, but why continue? You already lost your Divine Judgment. It's basically useless. Kaja is just there to watch the team fight. Like, why play 3 versus 5? That is the question. Like, maybe Super Ken is a bit confident, just try to take on the whole word because he has all the lead in the word too. But I don't know, man. Like, what's going on for Pikachu and Alpha?
I have no idea, but even here, the miscommunication, like you mentioned, domino effect. Vin went for a solo 1v1 against Watt, flickered in for a Divine Judgment earlier, and all these skirmishes, it just feels like they really lacked vision. This one was still a very, very good one.
Very good.
This one was good, yes.
Well, you can see that when Pikachu and Alpha fight together properly, they have a chance, but look at that. There's a big combo for Pikachu and Alpha, but they just couldn't get the full benefits because Super Moreno just gets jumped on, and that's just the story of the game, man. They just were unable to get any fights on their terms, and to make things worse, Keys was able to just steal away the Divine Judgment and shut down Super Ken. Super Moreno right here just gets completely shut down. They get the Lord, but afterwards, everyone just got caught out. Even Super Vin right here, he didn't just immediately go back. He was sticking around for some reason. There's just moments like this where you just have no idea.
That was really weird.
The idea, what are they trying to do?
I understand what Super Vin's trying to do because the wave is there. The wave is there, he has to clear it, but he didn't expect Keys coming in from the back. That is the thing that he didn't expect.
Really? Why not? Why not?
I don't know.
Expect it?
Because like everyone is trying to chase Super Ken? That might be the case. Because he has to clear the wave, right? Because if it's not clear, then it's automatic death, automatic loss for Pikachu and Alpha.
I'm sorry, but I just don't think you can clear the wave anyways with this
tank
kind of
build.
build.
No, like, what I mean is just chunking up a bit of HP from the wave itself. Sure, in the end, it's a bad play, but from Super Vin's point of view, it might be like he doesn't have the information of Keys flanking from the backline. I think that's the case.
Well, Super Moreno just got taken out by Keys in that moment, so he knows the last in position. Where is Keys supposed to go?
Realize it. I don't know.
Yeah, where is Keys supposed to go after taking out Super Moreno?
Yeah, there's a lot of questions here.
Then again, right? I understand your point, Shevin. We're looking at this from a spectator point of view.
Yeah, we don't know
in the game, right? We have no idea how this all plays out in their heads from their perspective. that has all the pressure, all the expectations of the fan as well. So we'll see, maybe we can get some more information from them later if they do come out on top. Looking at the items back again, man, Lanaya has so much damage. And what on that Bruno? After getting brutally shut down, he just comes back strong in that late game. And look at the items, man. I feel like this is the way to go right now. You just need something for magical damage, something for physical damage, and then at least you can participate in the fight and not get completely zoned out.
And you can look at the lifesteal too. Rose Gold Meteor, Wind of Nature, and also Haskell. That was the reason why he was able to survive on that 1v3, I don't know, 1v4 situation for a
he
long,
survived
long
for so
time.
long.
But we take a look at the objective department. Arashi Mirko, Lord 2-1. Even the last Lord that Pikachu Alpha has, it was towards their favor. But they cannot utilize it when there is no one there. Total 3-0. Everything was going right for Pikachu Alpha until like some of the moments where they shouldn't have.
Until when the highlights started, that flicker divine judgment to try to back up a dead Cerezo.
Man, even Cerezo is a bit more. I guess he's not exactly on as mobile of a hero on the glue, right? Usually he's a bit more slippery on a Paquito, on a Uranus, for instance. But on the glue, where your dash is situational, right? You need 2 spells to actually go for a dash. We saw that even in the first blood. He got punished because he's not used to the timing on the slam pass combo. That could be a big problem for Pikachu Alpha as well. So I don't know what to say because technically, by all means, the draft was great. It worked out. It's just the execution went south so quick in the middle of the game. It's a 22-minute game, by the way. It's not like, it's a very long back and forth and then finally Pikachu Alpha made a slip up. Overall, it's still a 22-minute game. It wasn't that long at all.
Just everything went wrong for Pikachu Alpha. Like I think you're the one who's disappointed the most, Mirko. But you're gonna see here the kill participation. Like it's not even. I don't want to talk about it because it's just so sad for Pikachu Alpha. They win at esports. Props to them though, just capitalizing on all the mistakes from Pikachu Alpha. Very, very uncharacteristic engages, especially from Super Ken. Yes, you're trying to check the push, but you have to realize it is a Grok, it is an Edith. It's an instantaneous punish. If you're not careful enough, you can time it really well, quite easily actually. With that wall charts, it's just knock up and damage just coming in. You're gone. You don't have any say at all in the objective takes.
I mean, in the late game, I feel like, I guess for Dewa United, we talked about how their late game is a bit lackluster, but honestly, right, a Valentina, an Edith, a Brody, they actually have an insane amount of damage in that late game. And to make things worse, the Edith, Dixon was going with the Queen's Wings earlier, so he was just able to stay in the front, and just like that, there's no real pick-off threat from Bigatron in those neutral objective contests, so it's a smart move, man. We have to try and get smarter, just like how they're doing it.
Yeah, you can use OVO for smarter purchases. OVO, X-Lemon, and Fursic actually.
And Fursic,
wow. Yeah, love playing MLBB, looking for a new challenge. It's time to team up with pro MLBB players. Lemon and Fursic. It's the alien and the crown prince of the kingdom. Want to join? It's easy. Just purchase MLBB items via Google Play and pay with OVO. OVO. Hurry up and register at payoff.co/MPL now. And tell us why you really want to play with Lemon and Fursic. Write an essay about it, I don't care. As long as you were able to play with Lemon and Fursic. 8 people will be like the one to play with Lemon and Fursic, so if you're an RQ fan, especially like Arashi, you have to participate.
Why are you pointing fingers, bro?
I mean, other than that, you can also get epic MLBB skins. You can register right now up until the 20th of September 2023. And what are you doing? What are you doing if you're not doing it right now? Why do you want to miss out on this opportunity? Just do it. I've already done it.
Speaking of not missing out, don't miss out on the third game, the last game of the day of week number 6, day number 1 of MPL for Pikachu Alpha versus Dewa United. Don't go anywhere, stay tuned in the stream.
terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan
This was supposed to be the recovery game for Bigatron Alpha and the robots, but they have all the tools in the world to end the game, to play it slowly and not to force things. And somehow they fumbled the bag. And if you want to see like the average reaction or like average feelings of a Bigatron fan, look at this guy right now. Oh, he's still fired up.
Of course, man. Game number 3. Who's not fired up for this amazing match? We're going to see Dewa United after a crazy comeback. We did call them the comeback legends all the way in the start of the season, so they proved us right. The comeback legends are still in it to win it.
Well, like, I think Dewa United, I think they just have to hope for another like fumbling the back performance from Bigatron Alpha. I think that's the best plan to go for, but Bigatron Alpha, will they do the same thing? It's gonna be hard for them to do that. And speaking of making things hard, it's hard to look away from the screen now.
I see. Sheffin. Well, I guess for Sheffin, the real win here, the real bonus here, for getting a
bonus.
1-1 is getting to see the hair cam by Head and Shoulders. The most awaited segment for Sheffin as he... Hey, Sheffin, get off the screen! Like, Arashi, man, this guy... Okay.
Sheffin just loves bonus, man. I mean, the bonus content.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Sheffin loves the Head and Shoulders, especially the one you see here. Gatot Kacha.
Gatot Kacha. It also has, I believe, T-Grill and Eudora version as well. So if you're mid laner or roamer, you can also go for that that version.
That version.
It cools your head just like you have to cool down for Pikachu Alpha right now because the robot is just steaming. They are hot right now.
Yeah, are they overheating? Have they just done too much? They're trying to be too creative, and now it's hard to get back in the groove. There's been a lot of doubts about Bigatron, their relative youngness in the scene,
Young and
and
restless.
how can they handle a mental setback. So this is where they can really fight against that claim, those odds, and show to people that they can recover with the Red Robot reboot. Looking at the top 3 junglers right here, Kyrie on top, Versik following suit, but Super Ken is the one on number 3. But I think when it comes to kills, Super Ken is a lot higher in that sense.
Yeah,
Because he's always been given assassins.
More than Versik, but I think Kyrie still holds the kill stats
man.
per game.
He is just an outlier. He's like a different fit, literally different. So we can't really compare it to other junglers out there. I mean, if you look at the hand cam, it's just miles away, right? We kind of consider Versik or Super Ken as the second best jungler in Indo right now. But if you compare the hand cam, it's just Kyrie feels like he's playing a different game.
Yeah, it really does, you know. It feels like he's playing MLBB, but maybe on like 3 different phones. The way he's moving his fingers, I don't know how good you have to be to do that. But right now, 1-1, BTR versus Dewa. Lanai is nowhere to be seen in the top 3, Arashi. But with that game, he showed that even if he is behind 3 levels, he can still come back. He found a way.
I think Dewa has always been solid when it comes to team fights. That's always been the case since the beginning of the season, and now it's no different, right? You let them equalize the goal difference, they always have a chance. They just have a way of fighting in the Land of Dawn that just confuses you, and they can just find opportunities. For Bigatron, it's almost like the opposite. When the going gets tough, when the fight gets messy, especially with Sive, right? A younger, newer player, you can bet that game was just an absolute nightmare for a man without as much experience. But now, we're finally here, man, drafting phase 4, the final game between Dewa United and Bigatron Alpha. Who is gonna come out on top?
It's a battle of 2, I would say, young teams because Dewa United, 4 rookies plus what? You can say Bigatron Alpha is also young, but in terms of experience, it definitely has it over Dewa United. There is no reason for them to lose this match or this game, as it is still gonna be that Angela ban, a very peculiar ban for Coach Jack Lee. I mean, if it works, just go for it.
I guess. I think they just want to make sure that they can get a solid fight in, and now for Bigatron, they just identified that Edith was a big problem. Tanky, denying their pick of strat, also a lot of DPS as well, so they will finally ban it out. There's a comment from Watt right here, Shevin.
Dewa can be considered as my toughest challenge. Ooh, this team is still new with a roster that doesn't yet understand each other. We have to unify our vision, and that is Watt's job as the veteran, as the one who's still in the game for so long.
Since Season 1?
Yeah, since Season 1. You can name a lot of players out there that played in Season 1, like Lemon, like Wrecked, but they're not playing right now. What is the only one, right?
Yep. Absolutely, he's the only. I'm trying to think about it. Yeah, that might be true. Only Watt is here from Season 1. We're just going to see a Fredrin and a Joe pick. Wow.
No hesitation whatsoever.
Yeah, they are very decisive here in game number 3.
This is dangerous, man. Super Ken on the Joy. This is the stuff that nightmares are made of. Dewa went for the Fredrin pick very, very early, despite having so much success on the Joy. That is just confusing to me, man. And now, look at how the turntables. Bigatron are the ones with the Joy and the Valentina. What is going on?
Now, do you want to go for that Kaja to lock down the Joy? I don't think so, because it also gave away your Divine Judgment to Moreno. And this guy, in terms of using IMU, is one of the best in Indonesia. even in game number 1, we can see him using the Way of the Dragon, just like a roamer, man. Like, those kind of mechanics, those kind of micros, doesn't really come often for these mid laners. As we're gonna see a backline pick for Dewa United. I don't know about that, man. You already you revealed 2 backliners at the same time. This might be a response that Coach Aldo is looking for in this third pick.
Yeah, Sive going up against the Yive coming in from Dewa United right here. There will be a bit of a range disadvantage for Bigatron, but if you can just jump onto that backline, then this Yive and Irithel can be completely zoned out. Now you have to question if the Claude is going to make an appearance, because we've talked about it. We've seen that Sive has been able to actually cut the curse in that game earlier in game number 1, but now with the results of game number 2, will he be put on something different? Maybe something a bit more conservative. It's gonna be a Beatrix.
All right, making his debut on his second pick already. Coach Aldo loves giving his players a lot of different picks to play with, but the Beatrix here against the Irithel, not really a good matchup. But yes, you are very flexible. You can clear the waves and you can just play it safe. Maybe they just want to play him with the weak side again.
It's interesting, right? Because I don't know why, but I think like it's been so long since I've seen a Beatrix in pro scene. Is that right? Or like he's just not a prior anymore against Brody, against Irithel.
We haven't seen Brody at all in MPL, which is again something that is quite interesting.
We haven't seen the Brody at all?
Not at all in MPL after the break, after the 2-week break.
Did one not show up earlier actually?
All right, I completely forgot about game number 1, and I think a lot of Dewa fans would also forget game number 1.
Yeah.
And it's gonna be banned right away. 2 locking heroes for Coach Aldo. Wants Super Can to pop up in this match, limiting the option for Dewa United on that roaming area. What is gonna be the ban for Coach Jack Lee? Might be eyeing for another EXP ban for Super Sorizo, as they already been banned. They already banned that export for him.
Uranus? It seems like they just want to try and get out all these heroes that Sorizo can use to be a nuisance, because macro seems to be the main advantage that Bigatron can use. In this situation, I feel the Uranus would be a bit of a issue for Dewa to deal with, especially because they don't really have that kind of shredding power with a Yive and an Irithel already exposed. We'll see if that is what is going to be decided by Jack Lee, but it's going to be the Grok instead, denying that engage potential.
I like that better. I like the Grok ban better rather than Uranus, because if you pick Uranus, sure, you do have that solo laning potential from Sorizo in the far lane, but the only role available to kind of, how do I say it, like closing off the team fight composition from Coach Aldo is, I don't think it's gonna work, because you have Beatrix, you have Valentina, you have Joy. These kind of heroes like need some peel, need some cover from other members from that roaming area. Maybe in XP too. But it's gonna be Chow from Vin.
Whew. Speaking of confidence,
this is gonna be the proving game for Super Vin.
Definitely. I mean, at this point it has to be Cho for Vin. Up against the Irithel can honestly just go for something like a Purify, but the Joy kind of stops him from going for Purify, right? You need that sprint to be able to maneuver around the Joy, to get to places faster and to utilize your mobility. So maybe that's the reason they went for Cho. They want to try to punish that sprint Irithel.
With a Cho, the issue right now for Bigatron is they don't really have a strong front line. And speaking of front line, good crowd control from the Ruby, solid sustain from the Fredrian and the Uranus. This is a solid front to back with a very short range gold laner though. We'll see if Bigatron can punish this Irithel for trying to participate in the fights, with the final pick for them being the Khalid. It's an all-in aggressive composition that can just dive in together.
You know what? This might be a hot take. I like Dewa United's composition better than Bigatron Alpha. First of all, I'm sorry, Vin, but we have seen your Chow. I don't know if you can replicate, like, the old times, the RRQ Vin, the Prime Vin Chow that we used to see. We're gonna see here in game number 3 of Bigatron Alpha versus Dewa United, but other than that, this is a very interesting composition from the Dewa United, especially that Ruby. It gives off some peel, some CC in the front line too, some tankiness as well, and it's also a bad matchup against the Khalid. The healing will be cancelled quite easily, but Sorizo, there's going to be a lot of burden on his shoulders.
I feel like in a way, Bigatron isn't in as much trouble as you would think. because there's a lot of sustain, a lot of frontliners from the side of Dewa. But keep in mind, Bigatron, they have the Joy, they have the Beatrix. These are all great solid sources of late game AoE damage. So if Dewa United crowd together, they could lose the Irithel and the frontline at the same time.
Okay, here it is. The Apostles of God versus the man-made programs. Bigatron Alpha versus Dewa United Esports.
We're going to start early on. Khalid in the mid lane, taking Shaco to half HP with that lethal ignition. Very interesting start to the game.
Surely a bit of a variety right here, but the jungle clear. I think this is the highlighted situation right there. Vilnaya no longer on an assassin, on that Fredrin. Super Ken on an assassin that can still hardcore carry in the late game. Super Vin though, making aggressive moves right here. Whoa.
That's a flicker to that side. They know he doesn't have a flicker now, and it's going to be first blood for sure. Lanaya picks it up. First blood for Dewa. Me too. Whatever you're going to say, me too, yes.
Now, I'm kind of suspecting that this is intentional from Super Vin. We've seen this over and over again, right? Angela, any hears that Super Vin plays, he's always super aggressive to the point where he gets taken down quite easily.
Wait, it looks really good right now for, look at that, a flicker burnt out and Super Ken. Well, he already used his retry, so I think the idea was
intentional.
It might be, look at this. Super Vin jumps in, Ken rotating as well. Anaya's getting chunked quite low, but no, they disengage. So ultimately, yes, they delay the purple buff take for a bit against the Fredrin. But for a kill, was it worth it?
First blood as well gives you a bit more gold than usual. Overall though, it seems like Bigatron aren't really left behind. And now they're making the aggressive play. Lanaya.
This is it, right? It has to pay off in some way, but so far they have a lead for Super Ken. One level lead. Is it worth it, Arashi, for that play by Vin early on?
I feel like giving away the flicker, right, to try and I don't know, delay, right? Instead of actually using it for a level 4 huge engage. I just don't really see the value, personally. But again, maybe Bigatron Alpha are up to something that we just have no idea about. They are full of AI after all, but look at that. Superman already making the plays happen.
Jumps again, Raging Sandstorm coming down. Lanaya gonna be locked out. Real world manipulation. The angle, a bit off, but Lanaya will be zoned away, and Supercan now will try his best to get this turtle for free. Vin rotating in front again, getting some pressure down, gets the G Kundo and a Shunpu out. BTR still holding on to this turtle. Meanwhile, Lanaya 1v1 in the 50-50 battle. Shaco gets it! Vin caught in the midst of this team fight, and now we have an answer. That flicker play early on did nothing for BTR.
I was gonna say that Dewa United has to back off from the total objective take because Dixon just doesn't do anything in that team fight. He's a Uranus, there's not much you can do when you are just a pure tank. But I don't know, Shaco, really good play. Somehow, someway gets the turtle over two junglers.
2 red trees, Shaco wins it.
It is what it is, man. Dewa just has that crazy effect. On the Tom's prediction, a bit of a pattern right here, but Super Ken is trying to be proactive.
Oh, wow.
That is not looking good at all, man. You have to wonder if this is going to be a repeating issue in game number 3. On that Joy, you need to be on point on the situations, and with the tankiness coming in from Dewa United, Super Ken, he is just pressured again and again to retry so much more earlier than he would like to actually get a secure retribution.
Gotta say, man, I think the bigger issue right now is Vin. It's not about his micro skills whatsoever. It's just the target is just not, you know, not preferable. You have Watt with Purify. You also have Dixon with Purify. But Vin, there's a lot of cancels. There's Fredrin, there's Ruby, but speaking of... Chorizo!
Lanaya stole that away. Raging Sandstorm coming down, and I'm offended. Brings Super Ken all the way back for Watt to get a few basic attacks to take him out. Meanwhile, Shive up top, getting free hits on the turret gold. But it's a 1-0 for Dewa.
Dewa just has full control right now. Now Superbin goes for a play solo.
That was away the Dragon Flicker as well. That's a kill over. Dixon now caught on the Bandit's Rage and the Hero's Passion. Clearing out the waves right now for BTR. They're looking to play with Shive now.
Okay, so interesting approach here coming in from Dewa United. They actually switched the lane between Watt and Dixon. I don't know what's the... what's the goal here? Because I feel like in terms of 1v1 potential, Watt is just fine against a Beatrix.
I think they just want the Uranus available for a turtle fight to be able to just push away the members of Bigatron Alpha. Seems like it's working, but Super Ken
jumping in, Retry battle.
How?
Shaco again!
No!
How does he do it twice? 2 Retrys, but Shaco gets it, and it's the same exact thing that happens. Shaco picks up the turtle somehow, and Vin gets punished. Now Shive, this is the... Yeah, that's a dive, and Shive won't be able to survive this one, even with a flicker. There's nowhere to flicker to. Dewa are winning on all fronts.
Shaco mode, going Sicko mode in this game, man. Like how? 2 junglers?
Wow.
You're a Ruby, you have no right in the world to take that.
It's crazy, but fortunately for Bigatron, Tower stands for now. It's going to be traded out, and in fact, Super Ken will be able to get the orange buff as well. So the trades that Bigatron Alpha are doing right here is what is keeping them somewhat in the game, but Super Ken will be able to land that one, but at what cost?
Electrifying Beats gets him out, gets that movement speed. But BTR are 1,000 gold behind, and honestly, a lot of the plays that has been happening have been quite tilting for BTR. That's a way to drag it into a Purify, used up by Dixon. Purify for kick. Lanaya, oh man, another good steal by the rookie.
Man, Super Ken is not having a good time at all. He's the one that has to like hold on and try and get to that late game. But look at this trade though. Considering the amount of fighters, again, the amount of front lines that Devil United can use to bully Bigatron Alpha, the fact that they are trading somewhat okay actually is quite surprising.
It's interesting. I think the game plan is just make Dixon somehow be the sole defender of... Oh, man.
What? Dragon onto the Uranus. Dixon eats up.
Oh,
but it's range now. Radiant Sandstorm only to 1 member. That's Uranus taken out. Lanaya getting a good... Very defended from Shaco. 2 turtles and now an idle bended to Shive. Brilliant maneuvers by Shaco.
Get over here, says Shaco. But the range, man, like over the wall, 2 into the real world manipulation and the turret aggro, that is like the perfect play, especially Zive. Right now, 0-2-1 as a gold laner is definitely not the right or like a good carry to have if you're
Shaco,
the
please carry. get it again.
Nah. No way, okay.
No 3 turtles for the roamer, but that would have been a stat. That would have been a very fun stat to have in MPL ID.
On the other hand, highway robbery by Super Ken. I believe he stole the purple buff away from Dewa United, and look at that.
They're also stealing Sorizo's life away. Dewa are stealing, well, they're stealing because Bigatron started the steal first, right?
And this is why Ruby is such a good pick against a Khalid. It doesn't really matter if you're not like the EXP matchup right away. You can punish Khalid quite well because Khalid on its own without the second skill is quite vulnerable to burst damages. And if you can cancel the heals, it's going to be easier for you to take down anyone. As Lanaya, highway robbery once again, Super Ken!
Can't do anything, gets gunned down by Watt, taken out with a heavy crossbow. So easily now Vin is looking for a play, jumps in with a dragon, bringing K's back, but he's able to escape with the Purify. No, he just flickers out. Wait, did he pop the RWM preemptively? What just happened earlier? How did K's get out like that?
I don't know, maybe
I think Shaco canceled the
boots?
There was something that happened, an interaction. That was beautifully done by Dewa.
Man, Bigatron, they're just not winning it. It all became a Super Ken trying to contest with that purple, but without any backup. They're just not working together as a unit. Now, Super Vin once again looks for an opportunity, going for Dixon, but at what? For what? There's nothing really on the board right here. Bigatron, they gotta plan out more, like they did in like they did in the previous games, which allows them to actually, have a solid plan all the way towards that late game. It seems very winging.
Oh no!
It's a sandwich.
A full collapse. Shive and Super Ken gonna be slowed down, and Shive is taken out just like that. Lanaya picks up the kill. Supervin runs away. Ken is running to the wrong side of the map, and Dewa will try to chase him down. The great escape for Super Ken. Does he go for something here? No, he just runs away.
Whew. Intense stuff here from Super Ken. Always in the back line, which is good, but without the front lines doing okay as well, it's going to be very difficult for him to find any opportunities as the Lord is available. Dewa goes for it, once again sending that very pesky Uranus to just stand in the front, absorb damage, and gain intelligence for them to try and get a counter-engage actually.
Malefic Roar has been secured for a while. It's going to do a lot of damage towards the front liner of Bigatron Alpha, especially Vin and Chorizo, who's trying to make something happen as Super Ken still waiting on the bottom lane, trying to, kind of do a drive-by still, just as earlier, but this is gonna be harder because right now 4K gold lead for Dewa United Esports.
Vin just walks up without a care in the world and gets chunked for it. Punish, Shive. 10th minute. Melting Roar. Sorizo uses the DRS, the defensive Raging Storm. Supercan tries to go for the purple buff here, but if he uses the Retry.
So they knew what they're doing. Like, they're planning to let go of this Lord right away because Supercan knows, like, it's gonna be hard for you to contest this, as Dewa United Esports has the first Lord of the game.
Gonna get a turret in the bottom side as well. I mean, in a way, it's great for Big Hit Alpha to cut their losses. The Wave was pushing at the top side, so they're the ones that were pushed by the clock to try and make something happen. Looking at the items, man, only a Holy Crystal and Genius Wand for Super Ken. Not nearly as dangerous as the Lanaya was in the previous game. And if you look at the items for Watt, already with the Berserker's Fury, he is in a pretty comfortable spot. No one is actually going to be that big of a threat to actually like one-shot him unless it's a multiple-man effort from the side of Big Hit Alpha.
Yeah, because he has that Purify to bail him out of a trouble. And it's actually going for that Wind of Nature, looks like, for Watt. So a lot of respects towards Ziv damage, even though he hasn't had the greatest game in the world, the greatest debut in the world. 0-3-1 for this Beatrix.
Well, Big Hit Alpha clearing the wave right here, but this is where it gets a bit dangerous. Shaco waiting for an opportunity, and with the Yves in play, it's kind of dangerous.
Jumps in with a few good dashes there. Shaco's looking for an I'm offended. Swimmerano in front of the fan, but the base turret will fall up top. Mid lane base turret getting target right now. Lord taken down with Dewa. Now caught in the real world manipulation, but he's practically just got tickled by it. He can just regen all the way back up, and that is a massive resource. They're going to be able to go and threaten another base turret take. Supercan dashing forward again, gets stunned up by the Dora Wolf. I'm offended, brings him back. But it's raging, the Raging Sandstorm to the back, but Shaco's the only one that eats it up. They can outplay the situation. Sorizo gets taken out. Watt picks up a double. 2 for 1. Lanaya for Ken and Sorizo.
There's still pressure, there's still a chance to end the game here, but do they want to force it? Takes in.
Runner's apathy doesn't connect. They're trying to clear out the wave in the mid lane. Bottom lane coming down as well. Top lane, 2 waves. RWM now. Super Moreno forced to back away. Finn using the Ikundo and the Shunpu, trying to zone them away, but gets just melted down. 1 minion there. It's a cannon minion. And Shive is able to clear it out. Another wave comes down into the mid lane, but this time Dewa say, we've had enough. We'll play the disciplined game and we'll wait for neutral objectives.
What a painful set of events for Big Hit Alpha, man. Just outrange, force to get shredded down slowly but surely. Super Ken, though, able to get the purple buff. You know, a bit of a silver lining in such a bleak moment for Big Hit Alpha. But now it's back to the macro game with 3 base turrets taken out and the mid turret still standing. The first one for Dewa United. Big Hit are going to have to play reactively, and against this composition, it's going to be a bit too difficult. There's just so much catch, man. There's a slow coming in from Keys. There's going to be Shaco making plays, and there is Lanaya. So Big Hit Alpha, what are they going to do? Will they try and gamble for it, go for a big play, or will they try and defend against a Lord, which seems even more hopeless?
Way the Dragon used up earlier, but there's a Purify. Another Purify. I mean, we've seen this multiple times already from the Uranus. Sorizo, at this point, he's fallen off completely. Has no pressure, and now Raging Sandstorm defensively, all to get pulled back in by the I'm Offended, knocked off by Lanaya and slain. Caves the flicker forward, that's a defensive, a desperate real world manipulation, no longer defensive from Moreno. He loses his life, and just like that, the hopes and dreams for Big Hit Alpha to reboot might just be taken out here.
The wave clear is gone, everything is gone for Big Hit Alpha as Super Vin make a desperation play.
Desperate plays coming down, winner truncheon by K's, not even then! Shive gets a kill, but it's a kill for nothing, in vain. Dewa have wiped out the Indonesian IESF representatives. Another reverse sweep from the Apostles of God.
What a crazy day, man. 2 matches with supposedly predetermined results. But no, MPL ID Season 12 says, not today. After 2 weeks without any MPL action, we are treated to such a crazy day. What is going on?
Just underdogs showing up in all over the place. The 8th placer somehow takes down the runner-up of IESF World Championship. Oh, like
the curse.
Yeah.
The curse
man,
lives.
no!
The curse.
Don't mention it again.
No,
it's real, man. Like
Starless, whenever he's in the venue, somehow, some way, there's always just a force of, I don't know what happens. I don't believe it. But at this point, how do you not believe it? It happened again just after he got interviewed.
I think
no way.
I think he kind of believed it at first, but he messed around and find out.
Oh my goodness gracious, but for the Dewa fans in the building, Anak Dewa, the children of Dewa, they're here and they are celebrating all the way.
A true underdog story today. For the bottom teams just fighting up, punching up their weight class, coming out on top. The architect, man, his designs have not prevailed today.
I think the design is alright. It's just like when they put it together, there's something wrong with it.
It's Jack Lee and the action, the violence. Dewa, man. It always seems kind of bleak, but then they always find a way. The aggressive playstyle of Dewa's MDL quartet thwarts the robots' reboot. Yeah, the MDL quartet, man. Maybe this is what's been missing, what some teams are gonna try and use, the MDL meta.
Yeah, for a lot of teams out there, the recipe is like 1 veteran players and 4 high micro players, a young player. We're gonna see here the interview for the winning team. Monica, take it away.
Mana suaranya dan tepuk tangannya untuk Dewa United Esports. Wow, reverse sweep. Setelah di game yang pertama, one-sided game untuk Bigetron. Setelahnya untuk game kedua dan game ketiga berhasil dimenangkan oleh Dewa United. Apa yang terjadi sebenarnya? Siapa nih yang mau jawab?
Yang terjadi apa tuh?
Apa yang terjadi dengan kalian di game pertama one-sided banget, terus di game kedua sama game ketiga bisa banget di reverse?
Game 1 kurang disiplin sama kurang pede sih.
Kurang pede? Kenapa kurang pede?
Nggak
Kayak
tahu.
apa?
Coba tanya anak-anak.
Coba tuh kenapa? Kenapa kurang pede? Yang lain?
Gimana ya? Mungkin nggak sesuai apa yang lakuin di scrim lah.
Itu di game yang pertama?
Iya.
Makanya jadi kurang pede? Terus kenapa? Apa yang kalian lakukan? Atau setelah game pertama mereka jadi penasaran, apa yang kalian omongin di belakang, di player room sampai bisa-bisa di game kedua dan game ketiga jadi pede lagi?
Riset aja sih pokoknya.
Riset aja?
Iya.
Jadi itu kunci kemenangannya ya? Kunci kemenangannya itu?
Iya.
Tapi tadi gimana rasanya kalian di leg pertama itu kalah dengan Bigetron dan di leg kedua menang? Apa yang mungkin berbeda dengan lawan kalian yaitu Bigetron pada leg pertama dan leg kedua?
Nggak ada, sama aja.
Nggak ada, sama aja?
Ya, sama
tapi
aja.
kalian kalah di leg pertama?
Iya sih.
Atau kalian yang semakin kuat kah? Jadi mereka sama aja, kalian
Mungkin
yang
kita semakin kuat.
semakin kuat. Tapi yang lain, Sako?
Ya.
Gimana tuh? Katanya kalian yang semakin kuat ngadepin Bigetron.
Kenapa?
Katanya kalian yang semakin kuat ngadepin Bigetron di leg kedua ini. Makanya di leg pertama sulit, tapi leg kedua kalian yang menang. Menurut kamu kenapa?
Dari kitanya memang mau improve aja sih sebenarnya. Nggak ngaruh kayak ganti player atau segala macam, sama aja sebenarnya. Memang kitanya aja yang
mau improve. Wah, ini nih harus mental mau improve dan tentunya buat anak-anak Dewa sudah apresiasi dan mendukung juga teman-teman Dewa United. Tapi harus diingat ya semuanya, kita Indonesia, kita berbudaya harus saling menghargai tim satu sama lain. Anak-anak Dewa mana dong suaranya? Oke, anyway. Kalau kita ngomongin Dewa United di MPL Indonesia Season 12 kita bisa bilang ini adalah tim dengan player-player rookie. Nah, menurut kalian rookie lain dari tim lain yang paling bersinar siapa sih? Yang mungkin jadi saingan kalian nih sebagai rookie?
Nggak tahu sih. Ya menurut aku mau rookie mau player lama ya sama aja sih kalau di mata aku ya. Ya kita sama-sama makan nasi, ya kita sama-sama latihan juga.
Oke, yang lain dong, Kis.
Gua mic.
Apa? Gimana nih, kamu kan bisa dibilang rookie di MPL, tapi banyak juga rookie nih di tim-tim lain. Menurut kamu rookie yang mungkin jadi saingan kamu?
Sin mungkin.
Sin, kenapa?
Soalnya dia jago.
Kenapa?
Soalnya jago.
Soalnya jago, jadi kamu nggak jago?
Ya biasa aja.
Biasa aja, tapi menang ya kali ini ya.
Menang.
Tapi menang ya kali ini. Tapi Dixon. Kalian hari ini mengalahkan Bigetron. Tapi minggu ini bisa dibilang minggu yang berat buat kalian. Karena kalian 3 kali main lawan Bigetron, terus nanti ngelawan Onyx, terus harus ngelawan EVOS. Apakah ini permulaan yang baik untuk kalian?
Ya, biar mental juga kebus sih.
Mental kebus.
Ya.
Terus gimana? Apakah optimis nanti bakalan ngelawan Onyx dan juga EVOS, ini tim-tim gede? Bisa dibilang ini minggu berat buat kalian?
Optimis, soalnya kan di zona merah sekarang.
Jadi optimis harus menang biar bisa naik ya? Lolos playoff?
Lolos.
Optimis?
Optimis.
Dan sekali lagi kita akan lihat siapakah player of the match kali ini. Siapa ya?
Semoga jangan.
Tadi di game sebelumnya player of the game-nya adalah Naya. Kali ini player of the match-nya siapa? Kalian anak-anak Dewa bilangnya Sako, tapi coba deh kita lihat. Player of the match-nya.
Gak muncul-muncul.
Sako gimana? Rasanya jadi player of the match. Menurut kamu, tadi permainan kamu udah sebaik apa sih sampai bisa dipilih jadi player of the match?
Nggak tahu sih, cuma main-main aja.
Nggak tahu?
Cuma narik-narik aja, cuma narik-narik tahu
Cuma
dapat
narik-narik
orang.
aja
Gitu.
udah ya,
Iya.
udah tahu. Apalagi
Iya,
kalau
gas
tahunya.
dapat orang gitu-gitu.
Oke, jadi itu kuncinya ya?
Iya kuncinya.
Kuncinya
Pede aja
itu.
yang penting.
Oke, tapi anyway, dari tadi anak-anak Dewa nggak berhenti-berhenti nyemangatin kalian. So sebelum kalian pamit, boleh dong dikasih semangat buat anak-anak Dewanya.
Terima kasih buat yang udah dateng, penonton-penonton, anak Dewa, komunitas juga. Terima kasih juga buat Om Gadun juga yang semuanya hadir di stage MPL ini. Terima kasih. Dukung kita terus buat ke apa ya? Playoff, oke.
Ke babak playoff, tapi tentunya sebelum akan ke babak playoff mereka akan melewati minggu yang berat setelah mengalahkan Bigetron, kemudian nanti akan harus menghadapi Onyx dan juga EVOS. Tentunya kita akan tanya-tanyakan kepada para caster terlebih dahulu, bagaimana sih kemenangan dari Dewa United Esports hari ini melawan Bigetron Alpha. So sekali lagi, anak Dewa, mana suaranya untuk Dewa United Esports? Dan casters, back to you.
What you're seeing on the screen right now is a sandwich of chefin between 2 L's. I'm a happy chefin there, sad Mirko and Arashi.
Your team isn't playing today. What are you on about?
I'm still happy.
Don't jinx it, bro.
Are you happy or sleepy?
Oh.
I'm happy. I'm quite happy.
There you go. But yeah, Arashi, why are you looking so sad, man?
I think you're sadder right now.
I don't know, man. I'm still reeling from first match. Why are you so sad?
I'm reeling for second match.
Anyways, there it is.
Yikes,
a match full of unexpected things happening. The Kingslayers, it is kind of unexpected. It is kind of expected because they are the Kingslayers, but they are definitely the underdog. But this guy, man,
I think he just stole the show with the Game 3 performance.
He's the real jungler. He's the real jungler.
Who's the jungler? What?
Look at that
Lanaya?
KP. Look at that KP.
Nah, bro. It's Mr. Shako with 2 C's and a 94% KP.
He's just hitting them with a shack attack, dude. It's crazy.
Shack attack.
Hit him with a shack attack. On the Ruby to boot, man. A lot of people were doubting Ruby, but in this situation against this composition, I think it's a great pick. And honestly, that one play, we're gonna see it most likely in the highlights. The I'm offended flicker. That went so far. I was so confused, man. It just seemed It went unreasonably far.
I think the play was he went over the wall because he flickered towards the wall, but it's on the end of it. That's why it's extended. And he get the third aggro. But this guy, man, like this guy is as dominant as Shaquille O'Neal. That's why he's Shaq. Like 94% kill participation on Ruby. This guy, Ruby is a very peculiar pick. A lot of people hate it, especially EVOS fans. I don't know why they hate it, but yeah, this guy, like a lot of things has been denied away, especially that healing from Sorizo. The presence of the Khalid itself is just not there. Like it's not tanky whatsoever. Every time he wants to get away, he has to use the Raging Sandstorm and Flicker. If they only use that healing, it's not enough. It's gonna get cancelled.
And for Shaco, this is one of his heroes, right? He's been playing this even before week 6, week 5 to end week 5. He actually played the Ruby as well. I believe it was up against Rebellion Zion. And we'll take a look again at the highlights because I still want to see. Okay,
first of all, there's this.
I think it's.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I don't know if it's okay if it does work. But then afterwards, Shaco with the Shack attack. And afterwards, Bigatron just tumbled down into these fights, man. It seems like...
I have no idea.
See, usually, Bigatron comes out on top because everything is planned out. But look at how they're playing in this game. There's just no foreplanning. And it's just... Is this weird?
Rashi, yeah.
Look at this pull. Slow motion.
So far. That is crazy. Due to the dash from Sive as well. Unfortunately for him, man, the Yive in this game is just so much more effective than he is. Yeah, it's the same spelling, bro.
Yeah.
Sive, Yive, I'm just saying.
Okay.
But yeah, then Sorizo goes in to try and get Shaco here, but it's only the roamer, man. It's not even that good.
He actually got Watt too, but he has the Purify. But at this stage of the
Exactly.
game, it's just way too late, man. It's just, you don't have the damage, you don't have the survivability, and there you go. This is why Ruby is such a good pick against the Khalid. I personally really hated when I picked my Khalid against Ruby, but Key is very, very aggressive. And one of the keys to victory for Dale United Esports, as I mentioned earlier, as also Watt mentioned earlier, is that confidence. He said in game number 1 that confidence is just not there. They're going in with that underdog mentality. They feel like they don't belong here. You belong here. You are an MPL team going against other MPL team. You're supposed to play at this kind of level.
But I don't know, man, for Bigatron, I thought they were going to go in a more macro-heavy approach, right? The split push from Super Ken and from Sorizo seems to be the backbone of their entire game plan usually. But they tried to fight fire with fire, and against Dewa United, it just did not work out. And you can argue that they really forced a lot of these picks. It didn't seem really ideal for the situation, but it's almost like Bigatron has no other options, so they just went for it. And I feel like they have enough damage later on. They just really went for a lot of pickoffs very early on in the game where they didn't really have a lot of items to shut down heroes like the Uranus in the hands of Dixon. Because if you think about it, if everyone has like 6 items, we've seen the Uranus get completely destroyed by Cabana's Rage, for instance. Bigatron Alpha just had no control though, no income, no vision, nothing.
That's why I like the Immortality being kind of rushed by Dixon here. There's some options there. There's anti-Karas just for Khalid. You can also go for a bit of a movement speed in that brute force breastplate, but he knows that, like, in dire situation, Cho from Super Villain has to make something happen, and when he doesn't have that Purify, it's going to be hard for him to get away. Hence that Immortality. But we're going to see here the emblem from both of these teams. What? Still going that critical Assassin emblem, tenacity, a whole lot of tenacities from Dewa United Esports. Only one for Bigatron Alpha.
Going up against a Assassin as well as a Cho with the Wave of the Dragon, you can understand why they're concerned about surviving initially and at least getting some skill, some spells out in the middle of a big skirmish. But for Dewa United, they also played it really, really well, man. Having the Ruby next to Watt means that Super Ken, you saw that he was trying to make plays as much as possible, but he just kept getting punished again and again. There's just too many slows, too many knockups, too many mini stunts from the side of Dewa United, and they've shown how to deal with an Assassin, man. In game number 2, they were able to use the Valentina and steal away the Divine Judgment, and in game number 3, just shut it down with crowd control. This is what you're supposed to do when you want to play around a gold laner, a marksman, and you're up against an Assassin. Watt was relatively untouched the whole game.
And while we're on this point, right, Dewa United back all the way in the start of MPL Indonesia Season 12. We've all just been mentioning that Dewa are Watt-centric. They will play towards Watt. They will get Watt to a position where he can carry. And when that happens, Dewa will win the game. They will go for team fights surrounding Watt again. It just is really, really satisfying to see the development of Dewa United esports throughout MPL Indonesia Season 12. From leg 1 being a very Watt-centric, very one-dimensional team to now having multiple dimensions. If Watt needs to get his items even further towards the game, you can always rely on K's, on Lanaya, on Shaco even, to make these plays happen for the team. And I would even say Dewa United in this series, in this match, sure, Watt had an impact, but mainly it was the rest of the team. It was Lanaya in Game 2, and in Game 3, it was Shaco.
That's just what you want to see, man. A team where everyone has a role, right? It's never satisfying enough when you see a team and they have a decisive victory, but only, you can only remember like maybe 3 or 4 members, and one guy just doesn't really get a lot to do. But in this game, everyone really had their own role, and they delivered really, really well. So showing again the improvement. It was really, really fast. It's their first season as well, right? So I mean, props to Dewa for that kind of speed, man.
Oh man, I think they just want to go to the playoffs. They don't want to go there like
step by step.
No, they don't want to just stay in home like Alter Ego. Like I'm sorry. Like no. Okay, that's too far. I'm sorry.
Note that down. Note that down.
I'm sorry for Alter Ego fans. That was a joke.
Clip it.
That was a bit too far.
Clip it.
I am sorry. I am very, very sorry. I'm not gonna do that again. I love you guys. I love the federancy. I love the how do I say it? Like
family bonding.
Yeah, family thing that you have. That family thing. That's cool. That's cool.
The family thing.
Well, let's just move on to the standings, shall we? And, with that statement, it is quite spicy, but it is kind of a fact right now. Alter Ego are all the way in the 9th place. Did they play every single day in the 5th week, right? 4 matches, and they lost 3, only won once. And here it is, Dewa United will be stepping up from 8th to now 6th place, and Rebellion Zion will follow them as well, putting Evos to 7th. Yikes.
Familiar place.
And look now, it gets even closer. 3rd place all the way to 9th. Again, anything can happen. Even with RQ losing, it's not as secured, that upper bracket spot, as you might think.
And you know what, like, aside from the jokes that I made earlier, Alter Ego have made some incredible runs in MPL Indonesia Season 11. They were the bottom of the table, and finally actually getting top 3 last season in the playoffs. I believe that is
miracle run.
That is insane. And like that's why I really love Alter Ego. Like, can't really expect anything. And with that,
stop doing damage control, Shevin.
No, like seriously,
it's a different time. That was in the past.
No, like
we're in season 12 now.
I'm being serious here. I'm being serious.
You're being serious?
Yeah.
Alright.
What am I talking earlier?
About Alter Ego and their miracle run last season.
Yeah, I think they might pull off another miracle here.
You think?
Yeah, because the schedule is just not good enough for them, and that after the break they're playing 4 matches in a row in a single week. That is, even for me, that is unhealthy.
Even for you?
Yeah.
Well, tomorrow, Shevin, turns out your team is on the table.
Oh, easy.
So is Goni's team, and Dewa. Man, after a performance like that, they're gonna be pitched up against the King of the Skies. Tough challenge, man. We'll see if they can have some kind of similar success, because it is a tall order.
Yeah, 2 matches of 2 very interesting matches, especially Geek and EVOS. These 2 are, even Geek right now is fighting for the security in the playoffs, right? Because they are 5-5. They're not as secure as RQ and Onyx. They are the 3rd place, but in terms of like the record, they're not like the proper 3rd place. They have to go through a lot of matches to be able to prove that they are indeed one of the top dogs in MPL Indonesia. But against EVOS, and right now they have other option in Doma they can play, maybe?
Ooh.
When is he gonna play, man? I've been waiting for so long.
Me too. I've been waiting since Snapdragon Pro Series to see what Doma can bring in the MPL stage. He was finally promoted on week 5, but we didn't get to see him play at all.
Oh, man, like, I think you have to go to Indomart Point if you're an EVOS fans.
Why?
Yeah. I don't know why, but did you know there's a lot of people out there experiencing Red 3 Indomart? Oh, there you go. That's why. They didn't know that every time they shop in Indomart, they actually get points and could be used to get discounts, special member-only gifts and free products, and also evading that Red 3 Indomart. So just download the Indomart PointCo app and use it every time you shop anything Indomart, special for our studio audiences. There you go. Here it is. You've got to visit Indomaret Point Co booth because there is a free 37 diamonds waiting for you members that register today. You can also get 37 diamonds. You can also get Fretcher Neobis skin if you're lucky enough with that 37 diamond. So that's why you need to start download and use the Indomaret Point Co app to make you be legendary.
Legendary.
There you go. That's how you do it,
Say
Chefin.
it out,
And you
Chefin.
know, while we're on this point of Indomart, you can also get Point Coffee while you're at it. What is Point Coffee, Mirko? And why do I need to get it? Well, Point Coffee is a specialty coffee with a made-to-order concept that serves you fresh, quality coffee. Made with 100%, not 99%, not 90%, 100% Indonesian coffee and made by a professional barista with international standard brewing machines. And this right here is the iced caramel macchiato.
That's for Mirko. That's also a lychee tea for Arashi. But this is a special brewed tea from Momo-chan with no sugar. I don't know why that's the case because I like sugar. Maybe Momo-chan has diabetes, but...
Whoa, hey!
No, okay, a bit too far. What? I'm sorry. But yeah, Point Coffee, it's not just coffee. You can also get teas like chocolate and maybe matchas. There's a lot of things in there. You can also just hang out with your friends on Point Coffee booth or the Point Coffee cafe on the nearest Indomart in your home.
Anywhere you can get it, ladies and gentlemen. Season 12 also has a special promo. Insert the code POINTCOFFEE30 to get a 30% discount. And while you're at it as well, might as well pay with all the groceries and all the coffee that you get with OVO.
OVO, important news from MLBB fans. If you want to buy data packages, just use OVO. It's easy and convenient for watching matches and also playing with your favorite heroes. There's also a special promo with a cashback up to 5,000 OVO points. 5,000. It's over 5,000. Awesome, right? So do not miss out. Buy data packages. It's easy with OVO, whatever you want to call it.
Anything you want to call it, OVO, as long as you use it, you're all good to go with the cashback points, the OVO points, and honestly, with the convenience that it brings to your life, right? Want to pay for anything? Grab the app, open it up, scan the QR code, and pay.
It's easy, man.
Yeah,
it's as easy as Dewa United and Rebellion getting the W today. And this today is like very unexpected day, man. Like 2 underdogs winning out. I thought you were actually gonna throw that to you.
Oh, whoa, violence, bro.
Violence, right. Live in MPL Indonesia Season 12. Maybe I'll get fired over this. But yeah, it's a very unexpected day.
What is going on?
A lot of unexpected events coming up in the next stage of MPL Indonesia, the next weeks, and also the next day. So stay tuned to MPL Indonesia Season 12. Don't forget to watch all the matches, and thank you for watching this day. With Mirko, Rashi, Chefin, Mac and Cheese Combo, we're signing out.
We own this.
We own this.
We own this.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti hanya sampai di sini.